The Ryder Cup on 5 Live.
With John Inverdale.
Well, good morning from Chicago. Good afternoon. The Ryder Cup saucepan is on the hob. It's on simmer. It's hurtling inexorably towards boiling point very shortly when the first players, Watson and Donald, walk onto the first tee. And these are the 12 players who are going to do their utmost to retain the Ryder Cup for Europe.
The spoken word. Without context, it has no meaning.
Passion, spirit,
excitement.
But give it context. Give it feelings.
Emotion.
And the spoken word creates history.
This to retain the Ryder Cup.
This to retain the Ryder Cup.
For Lee Westwood. In it goes!
And Lee Westwood punches the air.
Punches the air!
Sergio Garcia. Can the young Spaniard knock it in?
Spaniard knock it in.
comes down to one moment.
Oh, and all the American team come tumbling onto the green. Here at Valhalla, the United States have
won back the Ryder Cup.
Ryder Cup.
We will leave Medina as friends.
Francesco Molinari.
With the whole team watching.
With the whole team watching.
And yes.
And yes. Both arms aloft.
Brothers embrace.
It's rolling.
It's rolling. Well, it's dropping. It's in.
The cap of Justin Rose is off.
Ian Poulter could have a massive bearing on this Ryder Cup.
Creeping towards the hole.
Creeping towards the hole and into the hole.
A pump of the fist from Ian Poulter.
And McDowell now.
It's in.
Graham McDowell turns away.
McDowell turns away.
And he shouts to the Welsh skies and delights.
The vital point.
That gives him victory. That gives Europe victory.
Europe victory. Graham McDowell is surrounded by jubilant fans who all cry,
Europe, Europe, Europe.
Well, it's a big day for the players. It's also a big day for their captain, and he's now with Andrew Cotter.
Jose Maria, tense, nervous moments. What do you need from your team today?
I need a huge day. That's what we all need. We need to play as good as we can and to win points early in the match. That's what we need. That is crucial. We need to win those 4 or 5 matches out of 6, and things will be different then.
And you give some inspirational talks. What have you been saying to the players last night, this morning?
No, it was nothing inspirational. Just I told them that I think it's still doable. It would have been a different story if we hadn't won those last 2 matches in the afternoon session, but 4 points behind. It's been done before. It was done at home soil, that is true, but at the end of the day there is 12 points available today, and if the guys play really well, we might have a chance.
Well, enjoy it if you can. Enjoy it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's one of those great things. This is a funny situation where we're telling the captain to go out and enjoy himself when it's normally the manager telling his players to go out and enjoy himself. The 12 players are kicked off with Bubba Watson. You can hear them chanting behind me. Bubba Watson plays Luke Donald. That tees off at 3 minutes past the hour. Then it's Webb Simpson against Ian Poulter. Keegan Bradley against Rory McIlroy, Phil Mickelson against Justin Rose, Grant Snedeker against Paul Lawrie. I'll give you the rest of the running order in a second. Let's go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
With Paul McGinley here, one of Jose Maria Olazabal's assistant captains. Players just making their way onto the first tee, Paul, and I presume you're going with this match as well. You have experienced some pretty fevered atmospheres at Ryder Cups. I remember the first tee at the K Club. What about this one?
Yeah, this is great. Obviously, every first tee is great. To me, probably the best first tee I ever experienced was in Wales, the last one, because they had the room to make a ginormous stand around it. With the trees around here, they don't have as much. But having said that, it's obviously very noisy, it's very patriotic, and it's just so much fun.
What's the message been to the boys this morning? What were the final words from Jose Maria, from yourself?
Well, to be honest, Ian Poulter has single-handedly turned this momentum slightly in our favour, and we kind of wish we could have dusted the guys off and gone for another session right after play yesterday, because we were ready. We were buzzing last night after the way things gone. Stricker missing his putt, Poulter holding his putt, and all of a sudden with 2 matches and boom, off we go. But we had a great team meeting last night, and we're raring to go now.
Paul, I've got to let you go because you're walking to that first match. Good luck. Thank you very much indeed. John, I should just say as well, as Paul McGinley comes over the bridge, have a look at his shoes. He's got some very patriotic, sort of continentally patriotic golf shoes. They're a bright white and they've got blue and yellow, a European golf shoe, which I don't think all the players are wearing, but Paul McGinley's look very, very smart indeed. He's on his way over the bridge to you to that first tee.
Luke Donald walks on to the first tee to shake hands with Bubba Watson. The Ryder Cup and the final day will be underway very shortly. Here is our ode to Luke Donald.
Oh, Luke Donald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some birdies, E-I-E-I-O, with a chip here and a pot there, here a chip, there a pot, everywhere a chip pot. Oh, Luke Donald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O.
Fantastic, guys. Andrew Coulthard and Ian Carter are above the 18th green. And guys, how important do you think this first match is in setting a tone for the rest of the afternoon?
Well, it's obviously very significant indeed, John. I've just seen Bubba Watson sprinting onto that first tee, sprinting over the bridge and up onto the playing surface. He took a white cap, stuck it on his head and then ran across and threw it into the crowd. They really have. I can see where you're stationed, John. I mean, it's absolutely frenzied atmosphere here, isn't it?
It's extraordinary.
Andrew Coulthard, I mean, you know...
Well, it's incredible, Ian, isn't it? We can hardly hear what's going on, but well done to the crowds there for really making this an atmosphere to remember. And it's going to be very tense there for the boys on the first tee. Both players will know exactly what's needed from them.
And John, you know, the Europeans are in Sevi blue and white trim. They're trading on the inspiration of the great one who sadly is no longer with us, the first Ryder Cup since his untimely passing.
Well, Bubba Watson is a great showman, and he walked onto this first tee with a collection of golfing hats that he's been distributing to the crowd and signing them for him. He's a real showman, and we saw this yesterday when he and Ian Poulter were playing against each other, that they were trying to whip the crowd into a frenzy, were encouraging them to make a noise when they were actually about to hit the ball, which is unprecedented in golfing terms. Andrew Coulthard, as final point of view before we get underway, all logic says that Europe cannot win this now, but sport's never been about logic. So are you still optimistic at 5 o'clock in the afternoon at home, 11 o'clock in the morning here? Obviously, Andrew perhaps couldn't hear me. The noise here, I mean, it is. You know, you think about 100,000 people at football matches and 80,000 people under the roof at the Millennium Stadium. That's because it's a very enclosed atmosphere, and you're kind of used to that in terms of the number of people there. But here, it's so unusual and so unprecedented. It's almost an uncontrollable cacophony of noise. Bernard Gallagher, let me ask you the question I asked Andrew Coulthard, but he couldn't hear me down there. You know, here we are, the first ball about to be hit. All logic says that the Europe cannot retain the cup. So give me one reason why they can.
I agree, John.
It's really all about the start and getting the blue on the board at the very beginning. If they can do that, if Luke Donald can go off here and start to get one or two up on Bubba Watson, it'll quieten down the crowd a little bit, and then especially in Rory's match as well. And so the players, before they go off, and we must remember there's a 2-hour gap between the first person and the last person, and it would be very encouraging if the tail end guys see a lot of blue on the board, and if they get that, you know, the Americans might go our way.
Well, we're about to get underway with Bubba Watson and Luke Donald here on the first tee. In 2 hours' time, Tiger Woods and Francesco Molinari will finish things off. Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer, Matt Kuchar and Lee Westwood, Jason Duffner and Peter Hansen, they've got a long, long time to wait before they actually find themselves centre stage here. By which time, of course, the Ryder Cup could be done and dusted. But if it comes down to the end, then the Americans have Tiger Woods as their backstop, if you like, as the man who they hope will bring home the bacon. Here we go with the announcement of the first pairing on this final day of the 39th Ryder Cup, after which our correspondent Ian Carter will commentate for you.
Represented by Luke Donald.
They're not boos, they're the trademark Luke cries.
Team represented by Bubba Watson.
And he nods to all sides on that first tee. He's ready to get them revved up from the word go, is Bubba Watson.
Luke Donald.
Donald in a navy blue sleeveless sweater, white shirt underneath, and the silhouette of Sevi Ballesteros proudly on his breast, settles himself and ready for the first tee shot here
on the final day of the 39th Ryder Cup with the sun shining at Medina.
And Donald sends that tee shot away, bends down, picks up the tee with a great deal of satisfaction in his body language, because he has split the fairway. Superb tee shot from the former world number one, who has been tasked with leading the Europeans on this unlikely course. Now listen to the noise here. This is Bubba Watson, and he'll want the decibel level at absolute maximum when he launches this tee shot. They're falling quiet, and then he looked and he said, no, come on, I want to hear you. And so they're going stark raving bananas as Bubba Watson settles over the ball to get his tee shot underway with that bright pink driver of his. He launches it away and it's gone into the crowd down the left side, and that is advantage Europe from the word go. Only 2 shots played. Terrific tee shot from Luke Donald under that intense pressure.
It doesn't get any bigger than that, Ian, does it? Unless you play a Ryder Cup, it is impossible to experience that type of atmosphere on any tee anywhere else in the world. It's an incredible place to be, and thank goodness for Luke. He managed to put it right down the middle of the fairway and put his marker on.
Let's just separate ourselves from all the emotion, all the frenzy, all the noise that is going on, and just analyse this golf match, because it sets up well, I think, for Europe. Donald is the steady Eddie. He's not been at his absolute best in this Ryder Cup, but he played pretty well yesterday, and I saw Bubba Watson, who was carried all the way round by Webb Simpson.
Yeah, I agree with that. Luke did play well yesterday, managing to get the sort of pace to the greens and hit a lot of great iron shots under pressure. The important thing today, Ian, is obviously that Europe gets some blue up there on the board, but then the points have to come from somewhere from England, from Europe, and they've got to come quick.
OK, Andrew, let's go to John Murray now.
Yeah, just a little bit of a surprise, Ian, because I noticed I'm about 30-40 yards down the left-hand side of the first, and I noticed that Tiger Woods is walking with this first match, and he's actually walking alongside Darren Clark, and the two of them laughing and joking together. Woods has got his arm around Darren Clark's shoulder. So with Tiger Woods going out last today, he's decided that he'll go out and walk at least down the first hole with this opening match. An interesting move.
Well, John, I suppose the thing about that is maybe he thinks that he's almost going to be irrelevant.
Well, you could certainly look at it that way. You could, definitely.
OK. Andy Gillies can tell us what's happening at Villa Park.
It's still Aston Villa 0, West Brom 0. We're 3.5 minutes into the second half. Good first half here, John, and as yet no chances in this second 45. If you want to follow Alan Green's commentary, I should advise you'll get him online on the BBC Sport website, or alternatively on the BBC World Service if you've got a digital radio, or you can listen through your digital television.
Thank you very much. Just to remind you, another big match in the Midlands today. Derby beat Nottingham Forest by 1-0 in the Championship. And the cheers you can hear behind me are for Webb Simpson and Ian Poulter as they take to the stage of the first tee. Andrew Cotter, in golfing terms, just analyse this matchup.
I think this is a fascinating matchup. I mean, both players have been playing superbly. Webb Simpson coming onto the tee at the moment. Actually, Ian Poulter is just about to come over the bridge. He's making Webb Simpson wait. He's been there a lot of times before. He's far more experienced in Ryder Cup terms. He's a far more fiery character, Ian Poulter. Webb Simpson is a quiet, very religious man. But even he's getting caught up in the fervour of it. But Ian Poulter, in the Ryder Cup, we call him a beast, an animal, a monster. He's a dervish in the Ryder Cup. He's something very, very different. And I think it would be difficult for Webb Simpson to hang on to Ian Poulter today, but he is playing superb golf. Webb Simpson, fascinating matchup.
Well, it's the old thing about if you're a footballer or a rugby player and you wear pink boots, you're asking for trouble. You've got to walk the walk and talk the talk. Bubba Watson with his pink driver stuck it way left off the tee. Here's Ian Carter with his second shot.
Well, the players have arrived at their balls, and Bubba Watson, having the left-hander, pulled his tee shot away into the crowd down the right side of this hole, and he's just had to hug a couple of people. He may well have struck them with his ball, and actually he will be the one who will be playing first here, Andrew. I wonder how many times Luke Donald will outdrive him today, because Watson's one of the longest out there.
Yeah, probably not, unless, like you say, Bubba ends up cannoning off a couple of trees. Yet look in the perfect position here down the middle of the fairway, staring right down the green, and I think from where Bubba is, never mind the fact that there's thousands of people in his way, he's going to struggle to see the flag from over there.
He is a magician with the ball. He can move it so dramatically through the air and round obstacles, never more famously than he did in the playoff against Louis Oosthuizen in the Masters to win his first major title in April. But Luke Donald is able to stand there next to his caddy John McLaren, hands on hips, looking very, very comfortable, very, very composed. He tweeted last night to say, great honour to be leading Europe out today, really looking forward to it. And now we see Watson sizing up the task that he has here. What's he got? About probably 130, 140 yards. This par 4 measures 433 yards. He's coming from the rough. The ball is lying okay, and he's over it now. And he's got a big oak between him and the green. The pin cut in the front third of that green. And here is the ball climbing into the sky, now descending towards the green. And that's a superb shot from Bubba Watson. He's found the heart of the green. He's given himself a decent stab at a birdie.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Bubba Watson there from the right-hand side. Just landed it just a few feet past the flag. It's gone over there to about 12, 15 feet. And that's a cracking opening volley.
Right, over to you, Luke Donald, with your second shot from slightly shorter distance. It's only a wedge for him. Settles over it. Very sort of rigid stance of his, but very graceful swing. Sends it up into the cloudy-ish skies, but the sun is shining, and that's even better from Donald as it settles down absolutely pin high, and he has ice running through his veins on this opening hole.
It's even better than Bubba Watson, folks. He's out at about 4 feet. Fantastic riposte there from the former world's number one.
Hey, I tell you what, it's kicking off in style here. Birdie chances for both players here, John.
That's a fantastic start from Luke Donald. Now, can Ian Poulter follow suit? I said Ian Poulter.
We have Ian Poulter, my friends, and he'll keep on fighting till the end. We have the Poulter. He'll never falter. No time for losers, 'cause we have the Poulter till the end.
And Ian Poulter has been pumping his heart on his kissing the badge of Seve on his shirt. And this is the words are for Webb Simpson and for Ian Poulter going through their swings, their final swings before they're announced. This huge crowd around the first tee. Back here shortly. Let's go to Villa Park. Andy Gillis.
Aston Villa 0, West Brom 1. The goal for Shane Long. The ball played into the penalty area by James Morrison. Glar, the Villa defender, tried to clear it away, but only succeeded in putting it straight onto the feet of Long, who turned it home almost inadvertently. Long, by the way, had the ball on the net minutes before with a header that was ruled offside. But it's Villa 0, West Brom 1.
And if West Brom win that game, I think I'm right in saying they could go third in the Premier League today. Well, it's just suddenly all gone a bit quiet because we're waiting for the official announcement from the announcer on the first tee. So while we wait for that, let's head to the first tee where both Bubba Watson, first green rather, both Bubba Watson and Luke Donald. Let's not go there. Let's go to John Murray.
John, Bernard Gallagher and I are going to be following the Keegan Bradley-Rory McIlroy match. But I've just been told that the American media are reporting, as Tiger Woods walks past me, the American media are reporting that Rory McIlroy is not yet on the course. We don't know the reason for this. As I say, this is all based on American media reports, but that he is trying to get here with the help of a police escort. But he is not yet, Rory McIlroy is not yet on the grounds, and he is due to tee off at 11:25 a.m.
Now, obviously, this is not like...
Screen, Bubba Watson holes from 15 feet and thumps the air in delight and piles the pressure onto Luke Donald. That was a superb putt on a very slippery trajectory down that slope.
Oh, it certainly has, isn't it? Great putt there from the American. It makes this putt feel about 30 feet now. It's so important that red stays off the board as far as Europe are concerned today. This is a must for Luke Donald.
4.5, 5 feet for the man leading off for Europe today. Luke Donald, the man who dominated the world of golf last year. He's got to come up with the goods from the very first knockings here. Over his birdie putt now. Settles. Sends it forward. This for the half.
And will it drop?
Yes, it will. And there's the pump of the fist from the European, because Luke Donald has halved the first hole in birdies. What a start.
That's tremendous. Couldn't be any better, could it? I mean, how on earth, and under that kind of pressure, did they manage to make birdies at the opening hole of the 39th Ryder Cup?
And what do you make of that news that John Murray was just bringing us there, Andrew Coulthard, that Rory McIlroy isn't even at the course, according to American media speculation at the moment?
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand how this is going on.
John, well, here's the announcement. There's the cheer for Ian Poulter.
Against the United States of America team, represented by Webb Simpson.
And the cheer for his opponent today, Webb Simpson. John Murray, just have a very quick word with you. What do the rules say here about McIlroy? Can that tee time be nudged 2 or 3 minutes to allow him to play? Or if he's not here in time, does that mean that he has to actually, the order has to be changed?
As far as I'm aware, you have to be here for your tea time, and if you're not here for your tea time, well, we'll just have to check the captain's notes. Here's Andrew Cotter.
Well, the tee shots of Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson. And Ian Poulter first in the bright sunlight now, and the temperature has lifted up 10 degrees in the last half hour or so with the sun coming out. It's getting hot. It will only get hotter. Ian Poulter against Webb Simpson. And Poulter first to play in the blue. White visor, smashes it away, picking up the tee. Is he happy with it? Going a little bit down the right-hand side. It's just catching the rough on the right-hand side, but there isn't much rough. That's fine from Poulter.
States of America, Webb Simpson.
So to Ian Poulter's Ryder Cup assassin, this is no sacrificial lamb, Webb Simpson. He's an astonishingly good player himself. US Open champion. He's won 2 points from 3 so far. We understand that Rory McIlroy is on the premises. He's running onto the estate, the Medina Country Club. This is mad. He's been up in an all-night Skype session with Caroline Wozniacki, clearly, but he's here. We understand. Webb Simpson to tee off in bright red top, blue trousers, white baseball cap. Poulter down the right-hand side, just in the first cut of gentle rough, and Simpson sends it on its way, and he's picking up his tee. I think he looks pretty happy with it. Right down the middle goes Webb Simpson. So both players in good shape on this first hole as they set off in their singles match. And we understand we'll get news of Rory Watch that he is on the premises. He'll have a very short warm-up, and he'll be playing, we hope.
Well, we do. Jose Maria Olazabal and Jack Nicklaus, the great Jack Nicklaus, have been embracing each other here on the first tee. I wonder how much Jack Nicklaus would have just loved to have played in an environment like this, even though, the 69 Ryder Cup, when he and Jacqueline and the famous concession of the putt must have been an extraordinary event. The Ryder Cup was never anything in those days like it is now, and I'm sure he and Arnold Palmer and the rest, how much they would have relished playing in an amphitheatre like this. Ian Carter, first shot on the second.
Yeah, par 3. Luke Donald's already found the green. Here's Bubba Watson's tee shot. It's got to motor a little bit to reach the green, and it does, just onto the front edge, and it's pretty equidistant between his and Luke Donald's ball. They found the front third of the green. The pin is cut in the back third, but looking at that shoulder that just spurs out from the bunker on the right of the green, that will have to be negotiated by Bubba Watson, and he has the more difficult putt.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Ian. I think he's got to be fairly clever with that putt from there, almost putting it off the green, and when you do that, you've obviously got the fringe to contend with. Getting the pace right is very, very difficult.
John?
Yeah, just thinking actually, Ian, it's very hard for you in the middle of the sort of scramash on the second to think about this extraordinary business with Rory McIlroy, and we won't know obviously until the press conference afterwards what on earth's gone on. But how is it possible for the world's #1 golfer to not be here to play? Well, actually, don't answer that. Let's go straight to Conor McNamara.
I'm here on the edge of the putting green, and what about this? Rory McIlroy has got a breakfast bar in his hand. He's obviously... We've all done it. Breakfast on the run for McIlroy. He's here. He's got the white shirt on, the navy trousers, the white cap, and he's just given a hug to his caddy JP. And there's lots of smiles and there's lots of laughter, and it's all a big joke. And then immediately he drops 2 golf balls onto the putting green, and he's going to try and hit a few balls here and try and calm down. But you can imagine the pulse will be racing. He's literally just arrived here. The grandstand by the first was singing, "Where is Rory? Where is Rory?" just as he came out. And several people coming over him, giving the pat in the back. He's just hunched his shoulders, and it's an expression, John, that just says, "Phew."
Yes. Are we just assuming that he overslept?
Well, I've no information on that. All we know is that he's got here late. I mean, I guess that will be the assumption until we hear something else. Maybe a car broke down.
Yeah, John Murray apparently can contribute to this.
I've just been told that apparently he thought he was on Eastern time, as they say in the United States, which is an hour's difference to where we are here, just outside Chicago. And that is the given reason for the fact that he was in such a rush to get to the course. You couldn't make it up, could you?
So he thought he was on Eastern time, New York time, even though he's been in the Midwest for a week.
This is again what we're hearing from the TV people.
Well,
yeah, so that was different.
Listen, sometimes, Bernard, when you don't have time to think, and he's had no time to think, maybe you just come on and just play instinctively.
Well, yeah, he's still relaxed and he's pleased to be here. But I mean, what happened the other 2 days, John? He was in Eastern time and made it then.
Well, I think that the TV companies here have been putting up the tee times for all 3 days in Eastern time.
Yeah, they have, haven't they?
So
yeah.
I think, that might be where the confusions came. Here's Connor over on the putting green. Connor.
Yeah, Graham McDowell, a good friend of Rory McIlroy, has just come over to him and given an expression that just, what? Now they're laughing about it now, and a pat on the back from McIlroy, and he's saying, come on, do it. And McIlroy, who loves he's just doing a few stretches now with the club. McDowell, who loves sort of punching the air and giving encouragement that way. And yeah, I think that'll be the hope for the Europeans now, that suddenly the big panic of just getting here, that McIlroy will relax now on the course. But he's ready to go.
Well, the thing is, he's 23 years old. When you're 23 years old, you can fall out of bed and play golf. If it was Steve Stricker and you're 45, I think you'd find it slightly tougher. Let's get down to Andrew Cotter.
It's astonishing news. I'm watching Poulter and Webb Simpson, but Andrew Magee is with me walking down the first hole. Andrew Magee has a quizzical expression at the best of times, but you're going, how on earth can you sleep in, even if you get the time wrong by an hour? Bizarre from McIlroy.
Even if you're 23, I mean, none of us have slept this week, including the players, and this is a bizarre. There's more to this story than what we're just hearing right now.
Well, controversial stuff from our American summariser there, Ian Poulter, just from the first cut of rough down the right-hand side. A little bit of cloud cover comes over, breeze behind Poulter sends it towards this green. Just a short, gentle par 4, but all the pressure in the world, and Poulter comes up short. Misjudgment, I think, there. Perhaps thought there was a little bit more breeze.
Well, he was in that light rough, and you've got to respect the light rough in case the ball jumps a little bit, so he protected the front of the green.
So Webb Simpson with a chance to stick this one in close. Poulter's probably about 25 feet or so away, but he's off the front of the green. We'll have that to negotiate with. Webb Simpson's studying his second shot. Let's go to Ian at the second.
Yep, we're at the second. Here's this very difficult putt for Bubba Watson for birdie from the front edge of the green, and he's got a good 40 feet to negotiate here. Also a big slope coming off the back of the bunker, and the ball climbs up that slope, goes actually off the bunker, and he needs it to feed off there, and it hasn't, and he's left that a good distance from the hole. Andrew.
Webb Simpson just backs off his second shot, disrupted by something, a leaf blowing in stage right, and that's thrown away. And then his caddy's looking up at the top of the trees again, because the wind is starting to, looks as it's swirling around a bit here, Andrew.
His caddy's pointing definitely at there's flags all over the place here, and it's definitely left to right and in. He has a bit of a hook lie, so he's going to try to just draw this 117-yard wedge slightly to keep the ball from fluttering to the right too far from the pin.
And we hear the roars of USA, USA rumbling down like a wave down the fairway, and Webb Simpson sends it towards the first green, down out of the blue sky there. And I can't see entirely where that is. That's on the fringe. So Poulter and Webb Simpson in similar position. Ian.
Here, Luke Donald on the second, putting down the slope and putting it to within 3 or 4 feet. Not the most convincing putt, but considerably better than the one that we saw from Bubba Watson, which just stalled at the top of the slope. He was hoping it would feed down, and now he's got a really, really difficult, probably 15, 18 feet to negotiate.
Yeah, he's left himself a horrible putt. He had to do, as we said, he had to putt through the fringe. These greens are lightning fast. All he had to do was get about another foot and get it there, but it's stalled in the grass.
Well, Bubba Watson down on his haunches and just getting himself ready to negotiate this putt. Just adjusts his shoulders, knows he's under the cosh here. Donald is unlikely to miss from 4 feet for his par. All square in this match. Remember, the overall position is that the United States lead by 10 points to 6 and need 4.5 from the 12 singles matches to win back the Ryder Cup. So Bubba Watson settles over this putt, the left-hander, with the white sun visor. Red tops today, blue trousers for the Americans. Now the ball on its way down that slope, looking to track towards the hole. It's missed. It's missed to the left edge. An advantage Donald here. 4-footer to go one up. John Murray.
on the first tee, and I'm delighted to say that the third match out in the singles is going to get underway on time, because Rory McIlroy is here. He's playing Keegan Bradley, so we're watching the last two winners of the US PGA Championship, and Rory McIlroy hurried over the bridge, a little bit of a smile on his face, but then amusingly Jose Maria Olazabal came on just behind him, pumping his heart, smiling all over his face as if to say that's a relief that he's here and on the tee, and he's about to tee off. Back to the first green, Ian.
Second green, and it's Luke Donald putting for par and to win. From 4 feet, sends it forward, bang into the middle of the hole, another clenched European fist, and that is just the start that Jose Maria Olazabal wanted from Luke Donald. Steady Eddie, a regulation par, a 3-putt bogey from Bubba Watson, and that means in the top match, Europe go 1 up after 2. John Murray.
So on the first tee now, Jose Maria Olazabal is there. That did make me laugh. Bernard Gallagher is going to be following this match with me, 3-time European Ryder Cup captain. Bernard played in 8 Ryder Cups as well. Assistant to Tony Jacklin too in those great early winning years for Europe. But Rory McIlroy now, just a couple of swings. He's not wearing his navy blue jumper. Still waiting, so here's Andrew Cotter.
Ian Poulter has chipped in on the first from 5 paces off the front of the green. It caught the pin, dropped to the bottom of the hole. Webb Simpson now has to hold a 15-footer for the half. He'll take his time over that. Back to you, John.
So McIlroy now, well, he's here in plenty of time, Bernard. He's having to wait here with his hands in his pockets.
Well, he's just a young guy, doesn't need to hit balls on the practice ground. He's as loose as a goose, as they say. But, well, it is unusual in the Ryder Cup to be late on the tee, I must say.
Attention, please.
But I'm looking forward to this, John.
This is match number 3, a singles match between the European team represented by Rory McIlroy.
And that is the cheer for the world
States
number 1.
of America team represented by Keegan Bradley.
The indefatigable Keegan Bradley, who has had just the most amazing Ryder Cup debut. The blue flags of Europe wave in the stands. Bright sunshine now, it's warm. That's why McIlroy has peeled off his blue jumper, if he ever had it on this morning. Maybe he didn't have time. So here is McIlroy's opening shot on this final day of Ryder Cup singles. As cheers ring out around the course, and McIlroy's ball is on its way. And the chances are that is the first shot that he's hit today, and it's gone down the right-hand side and hit the crowd and bounced back down into the rough.
Keegan Bradley.
So here is Keegan Bradley, who's been one of the stars of the week. Won all 3 matches on his Ryder Cup debut in the company of the great Phil Mickelson. But now he's going solo, and he's taking on the world number 1. This should be quite a match. Rory McIlroy has left the fairway open for him. So in his red jumper and navy blue trousers and white cap, he thwacks it away and walks immediately after it. And he knew, and they know, it's on the fairway. And I'm hearing that Rory McIlroy's ball is actually tangled up in cables off the right side of the fairway. But they'll sort that out. And we're on the way, Bernard.
Yeah, we're on the way, and fairly difficult start for Rory, but, you know, with the preparation and things, it's difficult to expect anything else. But he'll soon get into the swing of it, don't worry.
And here's Andrew Cotter on the first.
Well, do you think these players can handle the pressure in the first group? Luke Donald and Bubba Watson halved in 3. In the match we're watching between Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson, Ian Poulter chipped in for a birdie 3 in the 4th, and Webb Simpson followed him in from 15 feet for a half in birdie 3s. Andrew McGee shaking his head and wondering just how they do it.
I was clapping for Poulter, then I was going berserk for Webb Simpson. This is, yeah, because I play professional golf every week, and this pressure is enormous out here. And to see 4 players and 4 birdies right now, the best stuff possible.
I think we're going to have a cracking match here. Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson all square after both birdied the first hole.
Well, back here at the first tee, we're waiting for Phil Mickelson and Justin Rose to come on to the tee. Just got some news from the T20 World Cup that India are 69 for 1, chasing that Pakistan total of, I think it's 120 odd, I think it was. Now 81 for 2, I'm hearing that, chasing 129, latest score. And that match continues on 5 Live Sports Extra. Simon Dyson is a European Tour pro. How is it possible for Rory McIlroy to literally run onto the first tee and hit his first ball of the day in a singles match in the Ryder Cup on the last day of competition?
I find it a bit extraordinary, to be honest, that he's pitched up so late in something like this. I mean, if he's going on European time, I mean, he plays over here, so but he's the best player in the world, and I suppose he can do that, and he hit a pretty good shot considering.
He won't. My instinct is he won't dare lose this match.
No, I mean, well, I'm just gobsmacked that he's done something like that. To be honest, I mean, you'd kind of be the night before when you're having dinner, you'd see who was around you. You'd see Justin Rose was behind you, and you'd probably just say to Justin, "Well, what time are you going up the club tomorrow?" And just kind of do that. Well, that's kind of what I'd do. So obviously he's just gone to bed and not really talked to anybody about it, and that's what's happened. But hopefully he gets the result that we need.
Listen, here's the reception for Phil Mickelson and Justin Rose as they head on to the first tee. And listen, we must hear one more word from the choir here. They've told me this is their best song, the Rose song. So here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Justin Rose, Rose, always believe in your swing. You got the power to win. You're indestructible. Always believe in Justin Rose, Rose.
Fantastic. Andrew Cotter.
On the second, where Ian Poulter, after long deliberations with the wind really whipping up over Lake Kadija, which stretches from tee to green here in the second, he picked the club eventually and hit a very good shot to about 20 feet or so, just to the right of the green. Webb Simpson now has to match that, as he did with his birdie on the first. But Andrew McGee, this is a devilish hole with these conditions.
Devilish hole, 190 yards, completely over the lake. Wind is blowing. This is 15 miles an hour, a bit of a chill in the air. You have to hit the ball in the air to a very, very small target, elevated green. If you miss the green to the left, it's in the water. Have to hook the ball a little bit to keep it soft.
Simpson's ball on its way. Is that up? Is that up? Oh, just catches the front left, and it's good now from Webb Simpson. It's very good. That looks to be rolling up to about 15 feet, 10 feet perhaps. And less than that, it's closer, 10 feet away for Webb Simpson. He has a slight advantage in the second. This match all square.
Risky. We're here on the first tee. Phil Mickelson waits for Justin Rose to arrive, and Phil Mickelson chatting away to Jack Nicklaus. In fact, Jack Nicklaus is now leaving the tee, and that's the ovation for the greatest golfer that has ever lived, Jack Nicklaus, who's got a pair of spectacles hanging around his neck in a very smart blue jacket and a pair of grey slacks, and I'm sure he's going to relish being involved in this final day of the Ryder Cup. Right, let's head back down the course. Justin Rose has arrived on the first tee now, and let's go to John Murray.
Yep, from Jack Nicklaus to the current best golfer in the world, Rory McIlroy, who has sorted out those cables, so he's playing from the right-hand side of the fairway. They have been removed, with the stars and stripes fluttering just above and behind him. He's played it, and it looks a little short, that to me, and it is short of the green in two. There's a narrow neck which leads up to this first green, the par 4, and it's round about, I'm just being told, where Ian Poulter was when he played the first a few moments ago. So McIlroy not on the green, Poulter chipped in from there, and Webb Simpson from the middle of the fairway, well, left centre of the fairway, Bernard.
Well, it's a tough shot coming from the right-hand rough there, and it's slightly into the wind, and he really must misjudge the wind, but it was a perfectly straight shot. It was right on the flag.
It is a perfect autumn day now here. Warm sunshine, blue skies, fantastic colours in the leaves, browns and greens and oranges, all the way down the right-hand side, those oak trees. Little rethink from Bradley there. Just change of clubs, has a little glance up. It is quite breezy actually, and actually Bradley now points his club up to the top of one of those oaks where the branches are being quite vigorously blown around. Wrong discussion between Bradley and his caddy. The way is open here, with McIlroy having failed to get on the green. So Bradley knows that this is an opportunity to make a big statement in this match. And here we are. We're seeing the usual Bradley step forward, then stop, go back, then step forward again. Another one of his hallmarks, the false starts. And here he plays it. He's just leaning to the left, so it may well be going to the right. No, it's on the green, middle of the green. Lovely. The hole is cut towards the left-hand side, and he's given himself a birdie opportunity from there. So McIlroy short of the green, Bradley on it on the first. Forward now to Ian Carter.
Third green, excellent approach by Luke Donald. Set up a 15-foot birdie putt down the slope here. Bubba Watson slightly closer, this one tracking left to right towards the hole, willed by Donald but not disappearing, and so immediately a chance for Bubba Watson from around 12 feet after extricating himself from the trees to get the birdie that would level this match back up.
Yeah, it was a good shot by Luke Donald, second there coming in, downwind, pins on the front, tough to get close. He played a good shot, just didn't manage to knock the putt in. As you said, Bubba from under a tree on the right hand side has rather cleverly pitched and run it down the fairway, over the rough, down the fairway, up to the front of the green as a 10-foot putt straight up the hill.
As breezy as we've had it today, isn't it?
It is, yeah. These holes over the water and the tunnels of trees, if you like, are going to prove very, very effective, shall we say, as the day goes on.
Yeah, without getting ahead of ourselves, holes like the 13th and the 17th, which are par threes over the water, are going to be very, very difficult to judge. But Bubba Watson showed his skills of escapology, didn't he, to set up this birdie chance, having gone behind a tree on this third with a monster of a drive.
Yeah, it was a great drive, and I like to see these guys playing the variety of shots. You don't see too many Americans with the ability to visualise a little sort of pitch and run, and in terms of the feel, I thought it was perfection.
So Europe ahead in this match so far, courtesy of a par against Watson's bogey at the second, but this to atone immediately for the American, the left-hander with the white sun visor. Settles himself now, gets ready to send this on its way towards the hole, looking for a birdie and not finding it, and so Luke Donald remains one up as we go to the fourth tee, and we take you to Andrew Cotter,
where Webb Simpson has a putt for a second consecutive birdie to start this round and to move one up on Ian Poulter, who is no better than a par forward, 10-footer or so, misses, grown from the crowd. Ian Poulter still with a bit of work to do as he conceded that putt for Webb Simpson. He has. It was a very good tee shot from Webb Simpson. Ian Poulter's putt for a half to come, but quickly John Murray.
Bradley has got a 30-footer for birdie to win the hole, because Rory McIlroy chipped it up from that position short of the green, stone dead, and that's been conceded. So Keegan Bradley will have the 30-footer to win the hole here. Andrew.
Well, Ian Poulter's down studying this now from the other side. He's having a long look at this. It's a 3-footer or so, perhaps not quite that much, but Webb Simpson certainly didn't think twice about not conceding it. A little bit of sunshine again hits the green here, but it's chilly. The jerseys are certainly needed. The blue, the dark blue, the Sevy blue for the Europeans, and the red for the Americans. A grand setting here, right by the edge of Lake Kadaija. And Poulter over this now. This for a half, this for a par in the second, this to remain all square with Webb Simpson. The wind really tugging at his trousers. They're flapping away like a sail on a boat as Poulter steadies himself over it. Last look at the hole, forward it goes. Oh, he's missed it. He has missed it. Scoops it up off the green, bogey for Poulter, and Webb Simpson is one up on Ian Poulter after 2 holes. John Murray.
On the first, where Keegan Bradley's putt from 30 feet, he rolled very nicely up to the hole side. That was conceded, so the hole is halved in par 4s. So Rory McIlroy settled down now. We had a little word with his dad, Jerry, who didn't want to speak to us on air, but said yes, it was confusion over the tee time because of the various television times that were reported. So that has been confirmed by Jerry, Rory McIlroy's father. But he's underway and he'll be feeling a lot better. And they are all square after 1. Back to the first tee, Alistair Bruce Ball.
The bedlam of the first tee has dropped to a hush. You heard a swish, the crack of the golf ball, and that's because Justin Rose in the Sevy colours, the dark blue, the white collars, the white baseball cap, has just crashed the drive down, straight down the middle of the fairway, and made an excellent, perfect start to his match against possibly the most popular man on the American team. Wherever he goes, wherever he plays, Phil Mickelson elicits huge support. I think he's the first American to take off the red jumper this morning and play in a rather gaudy blue and white striped polo shirt with a big red band round the top of the chest. White baseball cap for him as well. The left-hander, easy loose swing, sends the ball on its way down the first fairway. And we're just going to have a look to our left and see where this lands. And Phil Mickelson as well has found the middle of the first fairway. I saw Mickelson and Justin Rose share a war embrace, a handshake on the first tee. But this is the Ryder Cup, and this means business. And I'm hearing as well, just leaving the Ryder Cup for a second, we have a goal at Villa Park in the Premier League. Andy Gillis.
Yes, I'll be quick for you. Came from a corner, the ball fell to Darren Bent eventually, and he hooked it home for the equaliser. Aston Villa 1, West Brom 1.
Earlier on today in the Championship, Derby beat Nottingham Forest by a goal to nil. And talking about football, here on the first tee, Pep Guardiola, former manager of Barcelona, wife and children. He's not much to do with himself at the moment. As is the way with top football managers, they all play golf, and he's here sampling the atmosphere of this unique occasion, the final day of the Ryder Cup here at the Medina Club outside Chicago. If you have just switched on, it's Sunday afternoon tea time. Maybe you're embarking on a long motorway journey heading home after you've been away for the weekend, then we are your companions for the next few hours. And just to repeat that it's 10-6 overnight, it means that the European team have to win 8 out of the 12 matches here, or at least get 8 points from the 12 matches to retain the Ryder Cup. All the Americans have to do is to get 4.5 points from the 12 that are available to regain the Ryder Cup. Let's go to the second tee, John Murray,
where Rory McIlroy and Keegan Bradley have both hit their tee shots over Lake Kadija to the little green on its promontory, and neither of them have hit the putting surface. Rory McIlroy has landed just in that narrow neck of grass between the green and the bunker on the right side, whereas Keegan Bradley's gone over the back left of the green. Nerves, Bernard?
No, it's not nerves, John. It's straight downwind today, and it's really a freshening breeze here. And the greens are so hard that you're going to see a lot of guys going over the green. They're going to take one jump. It's going to be a very, very difficult green to hold. Rory's a little bit right. He's got a very tricky shot, but I think he's got an easier shot than Keegan Bradley, who's further through the green.
OK, thanks, Bernard. They're all square in this match between Bradley and McIlroy. And Bernard tells me, John, that Pep Guardiola is a good friend of Jose Maria Olazabal, and he has been in the European team room this week.
Well, there you are. That explains it. Luke Donald is 1 up. Ian Poulter is 1 down. So we're kind of as we were. And I think to hear Ian Poulter miss a straightforward putt like that was almost one of the most surprising things of the week, actually. Bernard, can I just ask you, just very quickly about Rory McIlroy, irrespective of what went on, when you rush to the course and you're worried about traffic and you've got a police escort, am I going to get there? I have just got here. I run onto the practice green, I play a couple of putts, I grab an energy bar, I run onto the first tee, I hit my first ball, I get a par. At what point is his biorhythms going to settle down and he'll start to actually feel, OK, I'm playing golf now?
Well, he's a very relaxed temperament, John, and I think that's the key here. Nothing really puts Rory McIlroy off. I mean, when you become the best golfer in the world, it's not just because you hit the ball good on the golf course. It means you've got a very calm temperament as well. So he'll shrug this off. He'll put this down to his mistake, and he's already shrugged it off. I think he had a wonderful chip, stone dead at the first, and let's hope I'm right.
Absolutely. Let's head down to the second shot on the first, featuring Mickelson and Rose. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Well, Justin Rose, John, is about 10 yards, maybe a bit less than that behind Phil Mickelson, but both of them are slap bang in the middle of this first fairway. And as is the case, and as will be the case all afternoon on BBC Radio 5 Live, you go from these huge, huge cheers, the screaming and the roars, to dead silence as Rose stands over his second shot. And it's on its way towards a pin cut front left at the front of this first green, and Justin Rose has just gone a little bit right. It's pin high, and he's probably left himself, Simon Dyson, over 20 feet or so, but just opens the door slightly for Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, a little bit. He'll have wanted to knock it in a little bit tighter than that, I reckon, because Phil's got a good chance of knocking one in close here, which he has done the previous days.
Justin Rose beat Phil Mickelson in the Ryder Cup singles in a European losing cause at Valhalla 4 years ago, so he knows he can do it. But Phil Mickelson here has teed off today in his 39th Ryder Cup match. He has played in more Ryder Cup matches than any other American player, so he certainly has experience on his side, but plenty of that has been losing experience. Now Phil Mickelson stands over his little white golf ball, The glorious autumn leaves start dropping around us. Big shout of get in the hole as Mickelson's second shot is on its way. Oh, goodness me, he's pulled that short and right, and it's only just on the front of the green. It's advantage Justin Rose. John Murray.
On the second, par 3 second, where Rory McIlroy has played his chip. Played it very nicely, actually, although it is still 3.5 feet, 4 feet away from the hole. Keegan Bradley, through the back left, will play next. Just in that short grass. Just calls his caddy across just to have a little word. There's a slight downslope in front of him, and he's going to have a longer look at this, Bernard, you know.
It's actually a better lie than I first thought, John. He's through the green, but he's got a very good lie, and he's pitching back into the wind. He's having a good look at that because he thinks he can hold it.
This is 5 Live, bringing you all of the drama of the final day of the Ryder Cup. It's a tall order for Jose Maria Olazábal's Europeans. Although I just feel that what happened with Rory McIlroy has rather punctured the tension that we had this morning. Everyone laughing about it, but we're into the heat of the action now. If Bradley is able to hold this, he'll go one up, sends it up and high, and then lands on the corner of the green, but will roll well on by, well, that'll be 4 feet away as well. So a couple of nervy puts for McIlroy and Bradley here for their pars on the second. Here's Ian Carter.
At the fourth, where Bubba Watson had to take a free drop from some hoardings, which are a good 60 yards to the right of the fairway. It was a really wild drive. He has hit his second shot with trademark flamboyance and skill, and has bent it round the trees onto the front edge of the green. But very quickly, Andrew Coulthard, what a second shot from Luke Donald, has split every fairway so far, and he's only 3 feet away.
Well, it's perfection, isn't it, Ian? You know, nothing. He could have done nothing more than what's been asked of him to this stage already. He's had another gorgeous shot there, absolutely flag high to about 3.5 feet.
So the situation is that Europe are up in one match, down in one match, and all square in one. This is the match where they're ahead. They may go 2 up in a moment, and of course 10-6 overnight as we go to John Murray.
Rory McIlroy safely holds out from 4 feet, so Keegan Bradley will have to do the same now. Walked very purposefully off to stand next to his caddy, JP Fitzgerald, the two of them in conversation now. Just a few yards away from where Keegan Bradley is. So Bradley in the red, white and blue. All of the spectators today, the American golf fans, were instructed by Captain Love, as they call him, to wear red today, and many of them have obeyed. The players in their red jumpers, and Bradley now down on his haunches looking at this from behind, steps forward and tucks that long putter into his midriff. From 4 feet to halve the hole and to stay all square.
Safely in from Bradley. Steady start from them both. Bradley and McIlroy all square after 2. Back to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Voices drop to a whisper. Simon Dyson and I are standing just behind the first green and watching Justin Rose lining up about 20 foot, maybe a little bit less, birdie putt, but not just a birdie putt to win the hole, the first hole against Phil Mickelson, who's already had his par conceded. Rose in the dark blue of Europe, trying to invoke the passion, the charisma, the flair, the talent of Seve Ballesteros. Rose for birdie on the first. Here it comes. Will this go? Yes, it will! What a start for Justin Rose against one of America's big guns, Phil Mickelson. He's rolled in a 16-footer on the first to birdie it, and he goes 1 up against Phil Mickelson as we head to the second tee. Ian.
Yeah, and we're here on the 4th, where we're watching Luke Donald putting for birdie. Bubba Watson just missed his birdie attempt from the front of the green. This is only 4 feet. This is for 2 up. The ball is on its way, and it's disappeared. And Luke Donald knew from the moment it left the putt ahead that it was going in for a birdie, and it duly did. Donald is 2 under par for the 4 holes he's played so far, and he's 2 up on Bubba Watson, John.
Here on the first tee.
Against the United States of America team, represented by Brant Snedeker.
The applause is for Brant Snedeker, who's playing Paul Lawrie of Scotland and Europe. Let's quickly go to another Scot, Andrew Cotter.
Representing Europe, Paul Lawrie.
And here on the third hole, Webb Simpson has just missed a 10-12 foot putt, which would have put him 2 up against Ian Poulter. Ian Poulter having to chip up from just short of the green to get his par. But it's still just the second hole where Poulter 3-putted. That is the difference between these two. Webb Simpson 1 up on Ian Poulter after 3 holes.
So currently Europe are up in 2 and down in 1 and all square in 1. Now India have beaten Pakistan in the T20 World Cup. Chris Jones.
Yeah, they've cruised it, John. Victory by 8 wickets with 18 balls to spare. They lost Gambia early, but then Virender Sehwag and Virat Kohli put on 74. Sehwag went for 29, but Kohli's just a magnificent young player. He was the key, making a splendid 78 not out off 61 balls. Well assisted at the end by Yuvraj, 19 not out. So it keeps the group alive. All 4 teams can now still qualify for the semi-finals. Pakistan have never beaten India still in a World Cup or World T20 because India have won here by 8 wickets with 3 overs in hand.
It's still 1-1 at Villa Park between Aston Villa and West Brom, and you can follow that match on our BBC digital service on the World Service frequency, or you can follow the match online. Can't be too long to go there. Derby won, Nottingham Forest 0 earlier on in the Championship. Well, Paul Laurie's opening tee shot was absolutely magnificent. What happened to Snedeker's? Conor McNamara.
It's just gone up over the hill, great distance from Brandt Snedeker. I haven't seen exactly where it landed. Looked like it was travelling straight, but just over the hill out of my view for its actual landing position. But both Laurie and Snedeker just walking off the first tee now, just coming down the steps. Paul Laurie leading the way with Snedeker in behind him, and this could be an important matchup for the Europeans. Paul Laurie, who is really enjoying himself being here this week, and this is his chance out on his own to get a point for Europe.
Well, the interesting point that Karen Stopples was making earlier on today was that we have been making a big deal about Donald and Poulter and McIlroy and Rose, but of course if those matches are really tight, some of the matches that go off after them could finish earlier, and they could be the decisive matches come close of play. So the games featuring Laurie, Colsaerts, who's next on the team, McDowell and Garcia, those may be the crucial matches, because what always happens on the final day of the Ryder Cup is 1 or 2 games are won very easily and decisively, and if they can be European victories, that could make a really big difference come the end. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Well, John, drama here on the par 3 second. Justin Rose 1 up after a superb birdie on the first. We're marching ahead of the players very, very quickly to get across the waters of Lake Khadija along the Players' Bridge. Justin Rose hit his tee shot first, and in fact we're being asked to wait for the players to go through first. And Phil Mickelson has landed in the water. Justin Rose from this distance looks no more than, well, crikey, I'm hearing it's about 3 feet. From here it looks maybe like 5 or 6 feet. We're now being waved across the bridge, so let's get a word with Simon Dyson, because that is classic match play golf, Simon. Justin Rose birdied the first when Phil Mickelson probably should have hit it in closer to the flag anyway. Then Justin Rose hits a wonderful tee shot into the second, and Phil Mickelson crumbled under the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's typical match play, you know. We were saying it the first 2 days, that's exactly what Europe haven't been doing, you know, piling the pressure on. And Justin's just hit an absolutely fantastic tee shot there, put the pressure on, and Phil's put it in the water.
And the pin here on the par 3 second is right in the middle of the green, so Phil Mickelson has missed that left by quite a long way. I mean, quite a push from him.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's favouring more the right side is the pin, so obviously you're not really wanting to miss the green in the bunker on the right, because it would make a really hard up and down. But he's obviously tried to hit a little draw in there and just hit it pretty straight.
Well, I'm sure the other European players out on the golf course already won't know what's happening in terms of the progression of this hole, but they will see that Justin Rose is 1 up, and Justin Rose has such a short putt here for birdie that if the European players see him go 2 up on Phil Mickelson, who's been sensational for the USA during this Ryder Cup, then that will give them all a massive, massive boost. Phil Mickelson's shot from the drop zone has landed about 20 feet from the flag, but let's not forget that is for a bogey 4. So Justin Rose effectively has got 2 putts from about 3 feet to go 2 up on Mickelson after 2. John Murray.
We're on the third here, Bernard Gallagher and I, with Keegan Bradley and Rory McIlroy, and both Bradley and McIlroy have missed the fairway. McIlroy to the right and Bradley to the left. McIlroy plays now his approach shot to this par 4. White flag fluttering, and he lands it front right of the green, and it just bounces on, and I think it's just up against the edge there. It is pin high, but he's just up against the edge of grass. And Bradley will play now. He must be 30 yards and more further on down the left-hand side. But there's been some choice comments. Some choice comments from some of the American supporters here. I've heard wakey wakey Rory. Do you know what time it is, Rory? So with the modern media, the word has very much and very quickly got round about Rory McIlroy's late arrival at the course this morning. Good Keegan Bradley.
Yes.
Again,
I think it was described by Andrew Coulthard, a little like a triple jumper, the way that he addresses the ball, in that he starts up, step forward. In fact, he's doing it 2 and 3 times now. Forward and back, and now in position. And his white shoes going up and down, and then he bumps it forward and steps away and stares after it with those Bradley eyes. But he's put too much on this, and it's rolling all the way along and beyond the flag and up towards the rise. And he's probably 25, 30 feet away there.
Yeah, that was a poor shot coming out of that semi-rough. But, you know, it's almost playing like a seaside course downwind. He couldn't have... He should have... You're trying to land it like 20 yards short of the green and letting it run on. And he landed it on the green. And, of course, with the downwind and the hardness off the greens, he had absolutely no chance of holding it. That was a pretty modest shot, to be honest.
All square as they play the third. Here's Alistair Bruce Ball.
No need for putting on the par 3 second for Justin Rose. Hit the tee shot into 3 feet. Phil Mickelson's tee shot found the water. They walked onto the green, and Phil Mickelson just said to Justin Rose, pick your ball up. Justin Rose has birdied the first 2 holes, and he is 2 up on Phil Mickelson after 2 holes in the 4th match out on course. Remember, Europe need 8 points. Need to win 8 of these 12 singles, somehow amass 8 points to try and retain the Ryder Cup. Now I think we can go and get a full time in the football at Villa Park from Andy Gillies.
All level here at full time. Aston Villa 1, West Brom 1. Shane Long with the opener for West Brom. Morrison's low cross turned onto Long's feet by Vlar, the defender, and it went in off his feet into the goal. And then Villa equalising 10 minutes from time through substitute Darren Bent, a corner that eventually fell to Bent, who hooked it home. Really good game, lots of chances, but just 1 goal each. Aston Villa 1, West Brom 1.
So this is how things stand. It's very early days. Obviously, the applause for Dustin Johnson and Nicolas Colsaerts of Belgium. This is the big heavyweight clash of the day. Boom, boom, down the middle. They hit the ball miles. This is how the score looks at the moment. Luke Donald is 2 up on Bubba Watson. Ian Poulter is 1 down on Webb Simpson. Rory McIlroy and Keegan Bradley are all square. And Justin Rose is 2 up on Phil Mickelson. So as things stand, the Europeans up into down in 1 and all square in 1. Actually, one of Chicago, the rock band's biggest hits. Does anybody really know what time it is? That makes me think of Rory McIlroy. And also, so I had someone in the crowd here, she said to me, Rory McIlroy, his first words this morning must have been very similar to those in the opening 2 minutes of 4 Weddings and a Funeral, which I'm not able to repeat on air for obvious reasons. But if you've seen the film, you know what I mean. John Murray.
John's just said, Bernard, that Rory McIlroy's first words this morning may have been similar to the opening scene in the film 4 Weddings and a Funeral, if you remember
yes,
that.
I do remember that.
Paul McGinley's laughing as well at that, just here next to us. Keegan Bradley has just putted from up on that rise there, and he just had to touch it, Bernard, and he's left himself with some work to do there. Really tricky putt for him. McIlroy now just to the right of the green, up against the edge there, is now putting. If he holds this, McIlroy will take first blood in this match. But it's a good 20 feet. Here it goes towards the hole. Oh, it just slips by and keeps on rolling. Well, that'll be 4 feet, and it's actually further away than Keegan Bradley, I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking at it for a long time. He had a good long stare at that. I thought he could drop. But, you know, there's no putt in these greens goes dead. I mean, even with this strong, especially with this wind now, every putt will go at least a foot or 18 inches past the hole, even if you're trying to just lag it up. It's just not possible.
Quick word from assistant Paul McGinley. Paul, just about the opening exchanges.
Yeah, well, exactly what we needed, a little bit of momentum on our side. Americans have been forced into a few mistakes. The draws panned out quite well for us. We're quite happy with it, and the way the matches have paired up. We're a little bit worried if we put Poulter out number 1, he might be outgunned in terms of distance off the tee. So we put him out 2, and luckily he's got one of the relatively shorter hitters in Webb Simpson. So it's all worked out pretty good.
Paul, can I just butt in? This is a tough putt he's got.
Oh,
here.
yes.
This is a good 4.5 foot putt.
Here it is. McIlroy holds it. It's in. He's got his par 4, so now Bradley will have to do the same.
Well, yeah, and you know, on these greens, they don't go in off the edge. You've got to be smack in the middle. Absolutely. This is the thing when you putt on a hard, fast surface. That's really why he takes such careful aim, Keegan Bradley, on the greens. He's looking to see where the centre of the hole is, because they won't go in if you're left centre, right centre. It's got to be dead centre.
That's the three-time Ryder Cup captain Bernard Gallagher with us here on this glorious afternoon now.
Who can't putt? Who can't putt?
Anymore.
Exactly.
Bradley then. This to halve the hole, and that would be the opening 3 holes halved in pars. Here it goes. It's in from Bradley too, so the hole is halved in par 4s, and Bradley and McIlroy all square after 3 now. So we'll go forward to the top match again, and Ian Carter.
Par 5 fifth, Luke Donald, third shot from the greenside bunker. Just seen his opponent play from the greenside bunker guarding the left and not play it particularly well. That's better from Donald. That's brilliant from Donald. Superbly judged bunker shot, and he's put it to within 4 feet of his third birdie here. Donald 2 up in this match. I can tell you that Paul Lawrie managed to get a half as we go to Conor McNamara.
Yes, just working towards the second tee after Paul Lawrie and Brandt Snedeker have halved the first hole, and it's a bit of a let-off for Lawrie, who ended up in the bunker near right front of the green, but he chipped up to within 3 feet and put it in. Snedeker didn't make a 12-foot birdie putt, and they've halved the first one here. Andrew Cotter.
Ian Poulter's in a bit of trouble in this match. 4th hole, and he's in the sand right now. He's in real trouble now because he's caught that little skinny out of the greenside bunker on this elevated 4th green, and that's gone on about 30-40 feet away. And meanwhile, Webb Simpson is only 10 feet away with a birdie putt, so Poulter looking very much as if he is going to go 2 down in this match. Ian Carter.
25-footer for Bubba Watson coming up here for a birdie that he knows he's got to have to make, because Luke Donald's only 4 feet away in 3 on this par 5. And Watson has yet to fire, dropped a shot at the second, managed to birdie the first, but also only parred the 4th to Donald's brilliant birdie, and that's why the European here is leading 2 up on this 5th green here. And Watson right under the cosh from the word go here. What do you reckon the read is here, Andrew?
Yeah, I think it's going to be just outside the left. He can be aggressive with it, and it's 15 feet.
Let's have a look then. Here it goes. Ball making its journey towards the hole. America wants it to disappear, but it doesn't. It misses on the right edge. Look how eager Luke Donald is. He just steps forward, picks up the ball for Bubba Watson, concedes the 4, but this is a huge opportunity now. What is it? 3.5, 4 feet. He's such a magician from the sand, Luke Donald.
It's 4 or 5 feet, but if you can believe this, it's probably got about 1.5 foot break on this one. It's over on the right hand side, but this green slopes severely back to front. This is still going to be a very tough putt to hold, but I've got to say, if Donald being the shorter of the two in this group, if he can keep getting his approach shots in there close, and like you said, putting the thumb on Bubba's forehead, then this could bode well for Europe.
This for 3 up for Donald. He's looked from behind the hole. Now he's looked from behind the ball, and now he's settled over it. This for another birdie for Donald, borrowing from right to left. No, he's missed it. Didn't borrow enough, and it's run on. It's run on. And very professionally, he's just looking at it, but Bubba Watson says, no, that's okay, you're not going to miss that. So an opportunity missed for Luke Donald there, but as Andrew Coltart was telling you, it was a devilishly difficult putt with masses of break on it right to left. He didn't borrow enough, missed on the low side, and it means the hole is halved in par 5s, and Luke Donald remains 2 up, but he's got blue on the board, not quite as big a blue as he might have hoped just a few moments ago. Nevertheless, he's doing his job for his captain right now.
Dustin Johnson and Nicholas Colsaerts, just 2 absolutely blistering drives down the middle. I mean, just sent it so far, almost over the horizon, you felt. And the 2 giant men, it's like 2 second row forwards, 2 rhinos locking horns. This is Martin Johnson against Bakis Buerta playing at golf. It really is a heavyweight confrontation, and this is going to be fascinating during the course of the next 3 or 4 hours. Quickly to Andrew Cotter,
where Webb Simpson has won the 4th hole concession. Ian Poulter in trouble in the greenside bunker, out to about 40 feet, is looking like 3-putting from there. Webb Simpson a 10-footer for birdie. Andrew McGee, Webb Simpson started very brightly.
He has hit just 3 remarkable iron shots into the last 3 holes. 10 foot. This is a big golf course. Long shots in there inside 10 feet, keeping the pressure on Ian Poulter. The old girl Medina is fighting back and giving something back to Ian Poulter today after those 5 birdies in a row yesterday. He's not finding the going as easy now.
Certainly is not. He is 2 down to Webb Simpson after 4.
Just to update you, the reason I was talking about Martin Johnson and Bakis Buerta, 2 big games in the Aviva Premiership today, have finished like this. Harlequins failing to get back to the top of the table, beaten at home by Saracens by 18 points to 16, and Gloucester have won at London Welsh by 31 points to 25. Let's go to the 3rd hole now. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Justin Rose has come flying out of the blocks like Usain Bolt this summer at London 2012. He's 2 up
on Phil Mickelson after 2 holes. He's birdied the first 2, put the pressure on Mickelson from the second tee, who found the water with his tee shot to the par 3. And Justin Rose now, Simon Dyson, again, probably just about inside 20 feet on the par 4 third. Slippery one this, though, down the hill, but he putts first, putting for birdie.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he did exactly what you wanted of him again. You know, he got it in play, give himself a good birdie chance, put the on Phil to hit a good second approach shot, and Phil came up with a pretty imaginative shot, and but he's got a chance for birdie now and put more pressure on.
Tall, angular figure of Justin Rose, who beat Phil Mickelson in the singles 4 years ago, 2 up after 2. Breeze flapping at the flags behind the green. Birdie putt is... No, I don't think Rose likes that. I don't think he's given that enough. And therefore, you can hear from the roars that Phil Mickelson has his chance. Now, Simon, he absolutely crunched his drive down the middle of the fairway here. Only left himself about 60 yards or so. Do you think he would have got closer with the pitch shot?
It was a tough one because the greens are quite firm, so he was so close he couldn't pitch it all the way on the green, so he had to kind of bump and run one, and the fairways are a little bit softer than the greens, so I think he did pretty well.
Phil Mickelson rules are something to behold, and we may well get them now, and Phil Mickelson needs this as well. 2 down after 2. Justin Rose having made the storming start, but Phil Mickelson has been brilliant for the USA in this Ryder Cup so far. Won all 3 matches. Putt is on its way up the third green, and hits the edge of the hole and stays out. So Justin Rose dodges one there. Phil Mickelson just slipping out for birdie on the third, and Justin Rose remains 2 up after 3 holes for Europe. Simon Dyson, very quickly, you know Justin Rose well. What about taking him on in match play? He's a pretty cool customer, is Justin.
He is. I've watched him first couple of days. I've been really impressed with him. He's every part of his game looks really sharp.
Justin Rose 2 up after 3 on Phil Mickelson. Conor McNamara.
And here at the second, a chance for Europe, because both players here, Brandt Snedeker and Paul Lawrie, their tee shots onto the green. Snedeker from 20 feet has not been able to land a birdie, but a bit closer, about 15 feet, maybe 14, is Paul Lawrie, and he's just walked around the back. Both of these players halved the first hole, and Karen, this is a chance for Paul Lawrie to go 1 up.
I've got to say, Paul's looking very determined. He's just walked past us here, and he had his game face on. This would be an impressive second hole for Paul after putting it in the bunker at the first. This would be terrific.
Right, he's standing over it now. Scotland's Paul Lawrie. 1 or 2 final practice swings, and from around 14 feet, a chance to put Europe 1 up in this game. Sends it on its way, just edging from left to right towards the end, but it doesn't drop for him. It'll be very close, but Paul Lawrie's opportunity to go 1 up here goes awry. They'll both now have par putts to make, and I think actually Snedeker has just conceded to Paul Lawrie that he was close enough. Snedeker will have to just put it forward now, so still perhaps a chance for Europe here. This can't, though, be more than sort of 2.5 feet thereabouts.
No, it's probably just outside gimme range, but Paul's seeing what Brandt's got here on the second hole, just to test him out.
It must be awkward in these games when your opponent concedes to you and then you make him play, and if there isn't much in it. Anyway, Snedeker has rolled it in, and it means that in the opening 2 holes in this game, Brandt Snedeker and Paul Lawrie are both square with each other.
Well, it's advantage Europe certainly on this final afternoon of the Ryder Cup, but there's an awful long way to go. Back with you very shortly. 5 Live at 6 minutes past 6. It's 6:06 and it's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. With the 5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. Labour's annual conference has opened in Manchester, with Ed Miliband declaring he wants the party to reach out to the whole country. Mr Miliband said he was prepared to break up the banks to protect consumers and to stand up to the trade unions to make the right decisions in the interests of the country. A US soldier has been killed in a firefight in Afghanistan, becoming the 2,000th American serviceman to die in the country. 3 Afghan soldiers and an American contractor also died in the incident in Wardak province yesterday, which is still being investigated. Sir Jimmy Savile's been accused of sexually abusing underage teenage girls by an ITV documentary to be shown on Wednesday, based on several interviews with alleged victims. The broadcaster, who died last year, was never charged with any abuse offences. His family have criticised the programme. Hundreds of policemen and women have attended a memorial service at York Minster to remember officers who've died on duty. The service included dedications to PC's Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone, who were killed in Greater Manchester earlier this month. And the board of the mining firm Xstrata is expected to approve a merger offer from the commodities trading company Glencore tomorrow. If the £50 billion deal's confirmed, it would create a new global resources giant.
The Ryder Cup on 5 Live.
With John Inverdale.
Well, it's the final afternoon on a glorious summer autumn morning in Illinois, and as things stand, Europe are giving themselves a fighting chance. Luke Donald is 2 up on Bubba Watson. Things not going quite so well, though, for the great charismatic talisman of the team, Ian Poulter. Andrew Cotter.
Yes, a little bit wayward over the first few holes, and Ian Poulter is 2 down to Webb Simpson. He's been missing greens. Webb Simpson, the quiet man, who's also been effective in this Ryder Cup so far with 2 wins from 3, has won 2 of the opening 4 holes. He's 2 up playing the 5th.
The main news this morning has concerned Rory McIlroy, who almost wasn't here for his tee time. He had to get a police escort to make it here in time. He rushed onto the practice green, a couple of putts, an energy bar, onto the course. How's he doing, John Murray?
Well, it's told he was actually driven to the course in a police car. It was all to do with confusion over the various American time zones, we are assured and told by his father. But it's been steady on the course between him and Keegan Bradley. They are all square playing the 4th.
And roses are blooming in Illinois. Alistair Brisball.
Yes, perfect start for Europe in the 4th match out on course. Justin Rose has come absolutely flying out of the blocks against Phil Mickelson, birdieing the first 2 holes, rolling in a big birdie putt on the first, then stiffing a tee shot on the par 3 second to about 3 feet. Phil Mickelson found the water. They halved the 3rd in par 4s. Justin Rose 2 up on Phil Mickelson after 3.
And just behind them, we find Conor McNamara.
Watching a man who certainly had no problems with his snooze button this morning. Paul Lawrie looks bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He's been putting solidly, and through the first 2 holes, he is all square with Brandt Snedeker.
Well, Dustin Johnson and Nicholas Colsaerts have just gone through the first. Zach Johnson and Graham McDowell about to begin, followed by Jim Furyk against Sergio Garcia, Jason Duffner against Peter Hansen, Matt Kuchar against Lee Westwood, Steve Stricker against Martin Keimer, and then Francesco Molinari plays Tiger Woods. Now, Tiger Woods is one hell of a backstop to have if things start going wrong for the USA. That Graham McDowell's first tee shot here has gone way right, much to the delight of the very partisan American crowd here. So Zach Johnson knows that if he can hit this fairly straight, he's going to be very much in pole position here. A couple of headlines to give you today. Aston Villa against West Brom finished 1-1 in the Premiership today. Sean Long with a goal for West Brom, equalised by Darren Bent in the second half. And in the Championship today, Derby beat Nottingham Forest by 1-0. Victory for Saracens and Gloucester in the Aviva Premiership, and for Australia and India in the World T20 Cricket. Let's go to John Murray.
Keegan Bradley struggling on the 4th, struggling to make his par. He's putting now 4 par from 30 feet, but it rolls by on the left-hand side. McIlroy has a chance here. McIlroy has a chance. He can win this hole with a par 4, and he has a birdie putt of 14 feet, Bernard Gallagher.
Yeah, it's quite an easy putt. He doesn't even need to hold it straight uphill, so, you know, just do what it takes to win the hole. That's really the secret to match play.
I can tell you that Dustin Johnson has won the first hole against Colsaerts, and Rory McIlroy, well, the hole's been conceded. Even before McIlroy puts, Keegan Bradley just walks away, doesn't make him put.
Well, I'm just wondering if he had incurred a penalty stroke anywhere, Keegan Bradley. Maybe not, or he just felt, well, let's get on with it, wasting time.
Maybe doesn't want to give Rory McIlroy the practice putting time.
Well, maybe that's right. Maybe there's a little bit of gamesmanship, tactics involved here. Anyway, the bottom line is we're 1 up. That's the main thing.
Yeah, Europe 1 up in this match. Rory McIlroy 1 up on Keegan Bradley after 4 holes. Remember the key numbers. Europe need 14 points. USA need 14.5 points to win the cup back. So that means the USA need only, in inverted commas, John, 4.5 points today. But it's a decent start for the Europeans.
Clearly, John, practice time on the range in the morning is grossly overrated, absolutely.
Well, I've just got Pep Guardiola about 5 yards in front of us, John. He's walking with this match.
Then go and get him.
Let me go and see if I can have a quick word. Just wander through here. He's with his family. And
It's either high pep or high
Can I have a
Mr.
little
Guardiola.
word for the BBC, please, if I may? We'll just wander down here. Well, what brings you here?
Because I live here. I live close from Chicago. I live in New York, so it's a good time to travel to here and enjoy the Ryder Cup.
You have a home here?
Yeah.
Oh, right, I see. Yeah. So what are you doing with your time at the moment?
Year off. Rest in peace.
And what have you made of this event? Have you ever been to the Ryder Cup before?
It's the first time. It's the first time.
And Jose Maria Olazabal is a close friend of yours?
Yeah.
Good. Well, I hope it goes well for you today. Thanks a lot.
John, you chickened out. You didn't ask him. You didn't ask him when he was going to Chelsea.
The next one's
maybe it
Michael
wasn't
Jordan,
the time.
John. Off you go.
Anyway, okay, let's go to Andrew Cotter.
On the fifth hole, this par 5, 570 yards up the hill. Downwind today, though, so easily reachable as it has been throughout the week. And both players here, both Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson, with the American 2 up at the moment. Both players have found the front right-hand greenside bunker. It's a bunker contest. They're both lying fairly evenly here, Andrew McGee.
Ian Poulter first ahead after sculling his last bunker shot. This is a much easier shot. Let's see if he could put the pressure squarely back on Webb. Webb has had a beautiful start. It's time for Poulter to get his game on here and hit this close and have a gimme and just stand back and watch for a bit, not have to put so much pressure on himself.
Just back, a little waggle, an exaggerated waggle, and settles himself once again. So Poulter then first to play. It's been a scrappy start. That one just carries onto the green, beautifully judged by Ian Poulter, up to within about 2.5, 3 feet. It might even be conceded by Webb Simpson. He gives a little nod to Ian Poulter. I think it has been conceded. Jose Maria Olazabal is here watching. He probably didn't imagine that Europe would be getting plenty of blue on the board early on, but his talisman would not. 2 down after 4. Ian Poulter not conceded. He's going to have to mark that. So 2.5, 3 feet or so, and Webb Simpson is going to try and get inside that a little bit closer, but on the upslope, just needing to pop it out. The whole shot no more than about 10 yards or so. Half of it covered by bunker and fringe and a slope up, and then the other half, the other 5 paces or so down to the flag. Simpson then, what a start he's made. Splashes it up. Oh, he's always tried to get too cute with it. He's left it in the fringe, and that was the danger in that one, Andrew.
He's made a mess of it. He just made a mess of it. He got too cute. He's probably tried to do too much with it. It was a very straightforward shot. And there's a little chink in the armor there from Webb Simpson.
So a great chance for Ian Poulter to get one back here. Watson and Donald have half the 6th hole in bogeys, we're told. Donald 2 up in that match. But here, Ian Poulter with a great chance to get back to 1. Let's just chat quickly. I know we've done McIlroy to death, but you think that should never, never, never have happened. That's a big, big story.
Well, how big is the entourage? How big do you think McIlroy's entourage with his father and his assistant captains? I just don't think that's on him he misread the TV times. I think there's more to that story. And
stop saying that. Come on.
I love this. I think maybe he was meeting with Luke Donald's real estate agent and looking for a house in Chicago, maybe.
Okay, quickly to Alistair Bruce Ball.
First slight mistake from Justin Rose. 2 up on Phil Mickelson after 3 holes. Rose having birdied the first 2, but Mickelson safely in the middle of the par 4 4th green with about a 25-foot putt to come. And Justin Rose coming up short with his second shot, chipping from the slope at the front of the green. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and it skids on by. And that is a very tricky 4, but I'd say 8, 9 feet beyond the flag. Downhill putt. And so really advantage Phil Mickelson on the 4th, Andrew.
Well, Webb Simpson from a little chip just on the fringe there. It was no more than 15 feet or so. He fancied holing it. He knew he really had to hole it. Bumped it off the back foot. It just faded and left a little bit short, a couple of inches short. And so Ian Poulter now has a putt from 2.5, 3 feet to win the hole. And we'll put the mortgage of Rory McIlroy's new house on this. Actually, clearly that man will not have a mortgage. I don't know what I'm talking about. But this is to win this hole and get back to 1 down. And this man is a clutch putter.
And momentum. It just switched right here. Mr. Simpson had it, just lost it, gave it away. Now it's squarely on Ian Poulter's back. Let's see if he can go into the next hole and win another one and square this up.
The temperature continues to rise. Webb Simpson has shed his jersey and is down to a white and blue striped shirt, and Poulter's down to a short sleeve blue jersey, and he settles over this putt now for the birdie, for the win, to get back to 1 down. Forward, straight to the middle. No mistake. It was a very, very short putt from Ian Poulter. He does not miss those. And the roars are once again for Ian Poulter as he moves on to the 6th hole against Webb Simpson. And Webb Simpson now just 1 up. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Well, Justin Rose has his first real test of his singles match against Phil Mickelson. 2 up after 3. Simon Dyson, he pitched from the front of the green. He's left himself a slippery downhiller about 8-9 feet. Phil Mickelson couldn't make the birdie, but this is a real tester. Now then, quickly, before the Justin Rose par save halved attempt, Conor McNamara.
A real tester here for Paul Lawrie. He's got a putt from 12 feet at the third, and this is for a half. If he misses this, the Americans go 1 up in this game. All squared through the first 2. Here it comes from Paul Lawrie. It looks really good, and it drops. That was a pressure putt, but boy, he was solid, and it means 3 holes into this game. Brandt Snedeker and Paul Lawrie are all square.
Thank you, Conor. Just looking at the leaderboard behind Justin Rose's head as he surveys this par putt. Europe are up in 3. Donald 2 up on Watson. McIlroy 1 up on Bradley. And here Justin Rose 2 up on Phil Mickelson after 3 holes. Paul Lawrie is all square. Dustin Johnson 1 up on Colsaerts. And Webb Simpson 2 up on Ian Poulter in the second match out on course. Here's Ian Poulter's big buddy Justin Rose. Slippery putt. 10-footer down the hill. No, he's missed it away to the left-hand side. And actually, those are pretty respectful cheers for Phil Mickelson, Simon Dyson. That wasn't the roar at the missed putt. There was a pause, and then it was a big roar because Phil Mickelson's won the hole, and that was just a little bit sloppy from Justin Rose.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with that bogey there. He was perfect position in the fairway, and be a bit disappointed, but hey, he's still 1 up, so.
Justin Rose's lead is cut. He is 1 up after 4. We keep reminding you of the match score. USA 10, Europe 6. USA need 4.5 points to claim back the Ryder Cup. Europe need 8 points out of a possible 12 from these singles matches to retain the Ryder Cup and snatch an improbable 14-all draw. Rose and Mickelson heading to the 5th, and Rose is 1 up on Phil Mickelson, having just lost that hole to a par, John.
And on the first tee, you can hear behind me the cheers are for Jim Furyk, and he finds himself up against Sergio Garcia.
When he tees it up high, it'll rip through the sky, that's Garcia. When he chips to the green, he's the best that I've seen, that's Garcia. When he goes for the flop, he'll give Furyk the chop, that's Garcia. When he gets into gear, he'll give Furyk the fear, that's Garcia.
This is the unofficial stroke official Radio 5 Live choir. Great bunch of guys. We'll talk more to them a bit later on. Europe
Ladies
up
and gentlemen,
in
this is
3,
match
down
8.
in 2.
The singles match between the European team
1.
represented by Sergio Garcia.
And there's the applause for the Spaniard, for whom this obviously is perhaps even a more emotional day than for many
America
others.
team represented by Jim Furyk.
On a day when all the players are wearing an emblem of Seri Ballesteros on their shirts, or the European players.
First on the tee, representing Europe,
And Simon
Sergio
Dyson,
Garcia.
I gather, has a Sergio song. Is that right?
I'm going to walk past everyone right now.
No, down the left, down the right, down the middle off the tee. Oh, hello, John. Sorry, Simon Dyson and I were just working on a Sergio Garcia song together,
well,
but he's refused to sing it, so I've said I'll sing it with him, but we're still working on it. We've only got a couple of lines in, so can you give us about a minute or so?
Okay, I'll give you a minute, and here's Garcia's opening tee shot then. Beautiful, beautiful late summer's early autumn day now. The clouds are being blown away, beautiful blue sky up above. Garcia in the white top.
And blue slacks of the European team. And that's gone way, way, way left. Hundreds of people scattering down towards the hospitality tents. So that's not the optimum position for Sergio Garcia, that's for sure. Although he will have a decent angle in from there, and just wait to see how Jim Furyk counteracts that. It's very much advantage America here. But actually, having said that, Jim Furyk takes so long over every shot. Let's go to Ian Carter.
Well, just to dot the I's and cross the T's for you as to what happened here in the top match on the 6th, where both players will feel somewhat frustrated. Luke Donald and Bubba Watson both bogeyed that 6th hole. A clumsy chip by Luke Donald's standards meant that he wasn't able to get up and down. And then 3 putts from Bubba Watson for a bogey 5, just when he thought he might make some inroads into Luke Donald's lead. But as we come down the par 5 7th, it's the European, the man who has been sent out to get blue on the board, who's doing the job. Luke Donald 2 up on Bubba Watson.
Well, Garcia's gone left and Furyk's gone right, so the fairway is empty, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of lies these two guys have for their second holes into this first green. So it's worth saying that one or two of our reporters are sort of entering the dead zone at the moment, around about the 5th, 6th, 7th holes, where, if you've been listening to us over the last 2 or 3 days, you know there are lots of problems technically out there. So I'll tell you that Luke Donald currently is 2 up on Bubba Watson. Ian Poulter is 1 down on Webb Simpson. Rory McIlroy's 1 up on Keegan Bradley. Justin Rose is 1 up on Phil Mickelson. Paul Lawrie and Brandt Snedeker are all square. Dustin Johnson is 1 up on Nicola Colsaerts, and that's where we stand at the moment. Johnson and McDowell are currently playing the first green. Let's go to John Murray, who's watching McIlroy.
I would be surprised if there is a match out on the course today without a bigger retinue than this one, which suggests to me that it's a really big one, if not the most important, a real talisman match. McIlroy, it's the par 5 5th. McIlroy splashing out from the sand. Oh, brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. That's to within inches of the hole. That's fantastic from Rory McIlroy, and he's there in 3.
Absolutely. A wayward tee shot. Bunker was the only place he could get it into near the green. Stone dead out the bunker. Absolutely fantastic. Keegan Bradley off a great tee shot. Mishit to his second shot to the right. He managed to kick into the bunker, and he was quite lucky, because if he had been the other side of the bunker, absolutely no shot at all. But he's in the middle of the bunker, he's got no green to play with, and he's got a tough little bunker shot here.
Bernard, what's your reading of the body language, the Ryder Cup body language between these two players? You can answer that in a moment, because we're going to see Bradley play first of all. He's peeled off his red US sweater, so we can now see the white shirt with the horizontal navy blue stripes and one big red stripe across the chest. So red, white and blue, you'll have gathered. Bradley from the bunker. McIlroy is close. Here it goes. Oh, that is way over the hole and bounding on across the green right to the middle of the putting surface. He's got a real tester now, Bradley, to avoid going 2 down. That must be 20 feet, 25 feet away.
Well, I thought so. It was a very deceptively difficult bunker shot, because he had absolutely no green to play with, and he wasn't up against the face of the bunker as Rory was, and Rory was on an upslope as well, so all those factors helped him get backspin out the bunker, but he was actually lying in the middle, and he didn't get any help from the bunker at all, and I suspected it would always go a little bit past. It's gone a little bit further past than I thought.
So McIlroy can afford to step back and pull his water bottle out of his bag and have a swig of that, maybe have a little bit more breakfast while he's waiting. But Bradley now faces the stark possibility of going 2 down in this match after 5.
Yeah, John, you were asking me about the body language of both players. Rory McIlroy looks completely relaxed. I mean, if you consider what he's gone through to get to the course today and eventually getting here in a police car. And Keegan Bradley, well, he knows that America's expecting a victory here, and you just wonder if this weight of responsibility is just playing on him a little bit.
Yep, the young man, 26 years old. In fact, we've got 2 of the young guns of world golf here in front of us, both major winners. And Zach Johnson has won the first against Graham McDowell. Zach Johnson 1 up on McDowell after the first. This match, McIlroy 1 up on Bradley, but Bradley now putting from 22, 23 feet towards the hole. Here it goes. It's in! It's in! And there we see the first real animation from Keegan Bradley today. The bend of the knees, the punch of the fist, and the whooping from him towards the stand here. What a strike that was for Bradley and for the USA to remain only 1 down.
Well, yes, it was. He revs up the crowd, but it was for a half. I mean, at the end of the day, Rory will be saying to himself, that was for a half, and if he's got to keep doing that for halves in every hole, Rory will run away from him.
So just, John, I think when the Europeans were perhaps starting to, your little choir that you've got with you, were maybe going to start up a chorus of "Where's your Mickelson gone?" Well, that's a blow back for the United States, but McIlroy still 1 up on Bradley
as they go to the 6th tee. Actually, here's Ian Carter.
On the 7th green, watching Bubba Watson putting for eagle on this monstrous par 5, coming down the slope from 16 paces out, the ball tracking towards the hole but not quite threatening it, coming up, cozying very close to it. That was a wonderful touch from the Masters champion, and that's part of the pressure onto Luke Donald, who we think is around about 15-16 feet away with in 3, and he has that for a birdie to halve this hole and remain 2 up.
Yeah, it does. Difficult second shot, third shot, beg your pardon, into this 7th green. The pin is in a position, we describe it as an infinity position. It just makes it look like there is nothing behind the flag. Very difficult for Luke to get it up at the pin. He played a good shot, just the spin brought it back to 15 feet. So.
A bit like the swimming pools at the resorts you tend to go to, isn't it?
The ones that you were telling me about.
So Europe are up in 3, the United States are up in 3. One match is all square. Remember the overall position at the moment, 10-6 in favour of the United States, so 4.5 points from these 12 singles required by the Americans to regain the trophy. And as far as Europe are concerned, they've got to win 8 points from these 12 singles to retain it, get to that magic number of 14 as far as they're concerned. Well, Luke Donald is doing his bit right now, but he's got to do a bit more with this putt up the slope for a birdie at the par 5 7th, 4.5, sends the ball up towards the hole. Will it drop? Yes, it will! Right in on the left edge of the hole, and once again he punches the air with his right hand, and it's the European flags. I can see a Union flag up there in the stand that are flying, and Bubba Watson's putt hasn't been conceded, so a little bit of pressure just to go on the left-hander, who's not looked convincing with the putter. It must be said, missed about a 5-footer on the previous green for an opportunity to win. Now he's got to make sure that he doesn't lose a par 5 to Luke Donald.
Yeah, he's just kind of struggled a little bit on the greens. I know it was a lovely pace on the first putt, but he's just sort of struggled to get the line and weight. And you know, this is a reasonably exposed green, and it's a tricky little putt, particularly after your opponent has just done that to you.
Yep, so pressure now on Bubba Watson from around 3 feet for his birdie for a half, and he pops it in. Gosh, that was pretty short, very stingy from Luke Donald not to concede it, in all honesty. But Luke Donald getting up and down from 105 yards out for a birdie to preserve his 2-hole advantage here as he goes to the par 3 8th against Bubba Watson of the United States. John.
Donald is leading. Luke Donald is leading. Ian Poulter is down. Rory McIlroy is up. Justin Rose is up. Paul Lawrie is down. Nicholas Colsaerts is down. Graham McDowell is down. And so it's kind of even Stevens, really. Nobody's making a huge surge anywhere. So as things stand, it's very much the USA who look like they're going to be regaining the Ryder Cup. But these are very much early stages, and we've still got 4 groups to go out. Peter Hansen and Jason Duffner are currently standing on the first tee. You can hear the chants of USA all around me at the moment. Lee Westwood goes out against Matt Kuchar in about 10 minutes time or so. Then it's Steve Stricker against Martin Keimer, and to round things off, a repeat of their meeting at Celtic Manor 2 years ago, Francesco Molinari plays Tiger Woods. You're listening to Radio 5 Live, the final day of the Ryder Cup, and it's news time at 6:30.
Digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. With the 5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. The Labour leader Ed Miliband says he wants the party to reach out to the whole country. Speaking as its annual conference gets underway in Manchester, he said he was prepared to break up the banks to protect consumers and to stand up to the trade unions to make the right decisions in the interests of the country. An American soldier has been killed in a firefight in Afghanistan, becoming the 2,000th US serviceman to die in the country. Investigations are continuing into the incident in Wardak province, which also led to the deaths of 3 Afghan soldiers and an American contractor. An ITV1 documentary is accusing Sir Jimmy Savile of allegedly sexually abusing underage teenage girls. The late broadcaster's nephew, Roger Foster, says he's disgusted by the allegations in the programme, which is being shown on Wednesday. A 21-year-old woman is due in court tomorrow, charged with the murder of a man in Margate. 29-year-old James Headington was stabbed and died on Thursday. And a service has taken place at York Minster to remember all police officers who've died in the line of duty. 12 officers lost their lives this year, including the Greater Manchester PCs Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone, who were shot dead 12 days ago.
Conference season continues on 5 Live. Next, the Labour Party Conference.
Complete coverage of conference season is right here.
With John Pienaar and Victoria Derbyshire.
On Monday, I'll be in Manchester with an audience of 200 5 Live listeners plus senior Labour Party politicians.
Coverage of the Labour Party Conference on 5 Live.
The Ryder Cup on 5 Live.
With John Inverdale.
Away from the Ryder Cup, other sporting headlines today. Aston Villa 1, West Brom 1 in the Premier League. Shane Long for West Brom. Darren Bent for the USA, for Aston Villa. Derby beat Nottingham Forest by 1-0 in the Championship. Victories for Saracens and for Gloucester in the Aviva Premiership. Saracens won 18-16 at the Stoop, denying Harlequins the chance of going back to the top of the table. Gloucester beat London Welsh by 31 points to 25. Australia beat South Africa and India beat Pakistan in the World T20 cricket today. Arsenal's ladies have won the Super League by beating Doncaster Bells by 3-2, although actually Birmingham, by being held in Bristol earlier on today, meant that actually that match was almost immaterial. And Dani Pedrosa has won the Motorcycle Grand Prix today in Spain to give himself still a chance of winning the title. So I'm just hearing news about Paul Lawrie, of which more in a moment, but let's go to Ian Carter.
On the 8th, where the news is that Luke Donald has hit a tremendous tee shot into this 190-yard par 3 down the hill, stalked the pin all the way, pitched just to the left of it, took the borrow and has run round about 12-15 feet beyond the hole, and Bubba Watson has just clung on to the very right edge of the green after his tee shot. So advantage to the European here. Luke Donald 2 up in this match, has a birdie chance to come at the 8th, only a very outside one for his opponent Bubba Watson.
So a few moments ago this happened.
Lawrie chips from just in front of the grandstand, lands top of the green. Now it's going to bend and trickle and in the hole, and that is absolutely outstanding from Paul Lawrie. Chipped up onto the green, a roller coaster up and down a few mounds, and he judged that just perfectly. Paul Lawrie has chipped in for a birdie at the 4th to give him momentum in this game.
So that happened just a few moments ago, and Paul Lawrie remains 1 up in that match. Europe are up in 4, down in 3, and 1 match is all square. Always worth re-repeating, because I know people are joining us the whole time, that Europe need to get 8 points out of 12 matches today. So the Americans need just 4.5 points from the 12 matches to regain the Ryder Cup. This is one of those afternoons, actually, you almost wish you were stuck in a traffic jam on the M40 or the M1 or wherever, because you can just sit and bask in this extraordinary drama that's unfolding on the fairways of Chicago at the moment. Let's go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Watching Phil Mickelson and Justin Rose on the par 5 5th. Justin Rose has a birdie putt, and the wind is gusting up around this green, and there's a few of these beautifully coloured sort of golden autumn leaves that have come bobbling across Justin Rose's line, so he's stepped away from it. But he's under a little bit of pressure here. He started so well with 2 birdies at the first 2 holes to go 2 up. Phil Mickelson, though, managed to win the 4th with a par. Both of them found the bunkers around the front of this par 5 green. Phil Mickelson, as you'd expect, played a wonderful sand shot into about 4 feet, and Justin Rose couldn't match his, so he has this from about 10 feet down the slope for birdie to try and make Phil Mickelson make his, and Rose bends the knees, and it just goes by on the left, and it goes a wee way by as well. But Simon Dyson, Phil Mickelson now has a chance here to square the match, and it's a real quick fight back from him.
Yeah, very quick. That's just kind of what he wanted, really. Justin had a shot from the middle of the fairway and unfortunately missed it just on the wrong side. He left himself a tough bunker shot, and Phil had a long bunker shot but played it beautifully like he normally does.
USA lead by 10 points to 6, needing 4.5 points out of a possible 12 this afternoon available in the singles to win the Ryder Cup and send this golf course absolutely wild. You can only imagine the scenes, but Europe are going to fight and fight hard, and Rose has this for par, and in it goes. So he's going to ask the question of Phil Mickelson. But you certainly would expect Mr. Mickelson, who is one of the best putters in the game, not necessarily so much on the PGA Tour this year, but certainly in a situation like this, you'd fancy him to hold this, and if he does, again, you're going to get those big hometown roars. The sun just disappears behind one of the cotton wool fluffy white clouds in the blue sky above us as Mickelson in his blue and white striped shirt with the band of red around the top of it settles over this shortish putt, and this to get him back to all square. and give the USA some real momentum as well. Oh, and Mickelson's been disturbed as well. This is getting a little bit tricky out here with all the leaves blowing around.
Yeah, it's really windy. It's gusting. I'd say a good 15, 18 mile an hour.
Simon Dyson, over the last 5 minutes or so, as well as concentrating hard on this match, has written some lyrics for a Sergio Garcia song, which
Just
I'm going
to sing.
Yeah, he's refused to sing it on his own, so I'm going to join him, which is not going to be good. Mickelson, though, to win the hole, to square the match, he does it. Of course he does it. Huge draws around the par 5 fifth green, and Justin Rose has been pegged back quickly. Rose was 2 up after 2, but Mickelson's won the 4th and 5th. It is all square. Ian Carter.
And here on the 8th, Luke Donald just missing from 15 feet to win it, to go 3 up. It just shaved the very right edge of the hole. At one stage he thought it was going to disappear. It didn't, and it means that Luke Donald is now at 2 up against Bubba Watson as he goes to the 9th, as we go to Andrew.
On the 7th hole, Ian Poulter's talent and his fire has slept in. It's back in a Chicago hotel room somewhere. It's missed its tee-off time because Ian Poulter is a very subdued figure at the moment. He has dropped 3 shots in the opening 6 holes. He is 2 down again to Webb Simpson. Loose shots as well, Andrew McGee, from Ian Poulter.
Well, he has the rights, and he keeps on hitting it right. He has done it just again here behind the big trees on the right on this 600-yard into the wind par 5. Is going to have to loft something up, maybe like an 8-iron, and have a very, very long 3rd shot. And conversely, Webb Simpson's played to the correct side of the rough, if you can say that, behind a tree over here, but he'll have a shot down the fairway low and running. Advantage Webb Simpson right now.
Yeah, Webb Simpson's playing nicely. That's just about it. He's playing well, but he's not having to play brilliantly to be 2 up on Ian Poulter. So things not looking great for Poulter at the moment. In fact, his 2nd shot there has he put it way over the other side of the fairway there? No, who's hit the...
What's happened over here? What's happened to Webb Simpson play and hit the tree and ricochet back in the trees over here? Is this what's happened?
Well, so Webb Simpson has... Yep, Webb Simpson's hit his 2nd shot and has hit the tree. I heard a bit of ball on wicket, and it's hit the tree, middle stump, and has gone way deep. So suddenly things have swung. What a mistake by Webb Simpson.
Yeah, he probably took too much risk, tried to hit it too far down the fairway instead of taking his lumps and getting it back out and play. And oh my goodness, this is a huge turn of events.
So at the moment it's Europe up in 3, America up in 3, all square in 2. Poulter now with a bit of an advantage on this par 5. 2 down to Webb Simpson at the moment.
Yes, you've got 8 matches on the course at the moment, as you say, up in 3, down in 3, 2 all square. So basically we're as we were, no advantage either way. Coming onto the first tee though now, representing the USA, Matt Kuchar, and representing Europe, Lee Westwood.
His name is Super Lee Westwood. He drives like the rest should. My wife even thinks he's quite fit. And now his putter's on fire. We sent for the choir to sing his great name to the Lord. His name is Super Lee Westwood.
Etc., etc. Many brilliant guys who go, and we got a fantastic one to come later on from Francesco Molinari. Just seriously, guys, you know, it's up in 3, down in 3, 2 down. How do you view that at the early stages?
I mean, we could have done with a bit of a head start to begin with, but look, I think there's a couple of playing strong. Poulter's going to come good by the end of the day.
Well, he's got a bit of luck just now, as we heard, with Webb Simpson hitting his ball against a tree and it ricocheting onto the wrong fairway. So that may be one of those sort of absolute key punctuation points in the afternoon. Right, where should we head off to now? News of Rory, John Murray.
I have news from the 6th that Rory McIlroy is 2 up on Keegan Bradley after he chipped in from just short of the green. Beautifully played by McIlroy. He's 2 up, Bernard.
Yeah, actually his 2nd shot was a great shot as well. It covered the flag the whole way, but it just came up a touch short and got stuck in the bank, and it was a beautiful, delicate little chip up over the bank, and it kept rolling and rolling and rolling, and it dropped. I mean, it was a deafening silence around the green when he held that putt. Chip.
Yeah. McIlroy has birdied his last 3 holes, and he's 2 up on Bradley after 6.
We sent for the choir to sing his great name to the Lord. His name is Super Lee Westwood. He drives like a rest.
Lee Westwood is looking at the guys singing this song in his name with a broad grin on his face. That's a great bit of player-crowd interaction. Absolutely fantastic. And Matt Kuchar has got a broad grin on his face as well. This is, Let's go to Conor McNamara.
Well, very good news for Europe here. Brandt Snedeker's in the bunker beside the green at the 5th, but Paul Lawrie on this par 5 hole has reached on the green in 2, and he is going to have a 5-foot putt for eagle. This coming after chipping in from 50 feet after a free drop in front of the grandstand at the 4th. Karen Stupples is alongside me. Paul Lawrie, I mean, you noticed it straight away. He has his game face on. He looks so in the zone, pumped up, but controlled pumped.
Almost in a kind of angry kind of way. I mean, it was really cool to see. He was really ready for it. I mean, the shot he hit here was just tremendous. To get it to stop that close to this pin placement, downwind, was just fantastic. He's really ready for this match.
Yep, Snedeker now has chipped up out of the bunker, but the Americans will be a little bit cautious now about Paul Lawrie and the start that he's had here. These players, Brandt Snedeker and Paul Lawrie, drawing the first 2 holes level, and then I can tell you that Sergio Garcia has won the second to go 1-up in that game against Jim Furyk. And here at the 5th hole, Paul Lawrie is going to have a chance very shortly for eagle.
Brandt Snedeker is actually going to putt first. He is further away than Paul Lawrie was. Brandt Snedeker is further away in 3 than Paul Lawrie is in 2. So this is a good sign.
Yeah. So Snedeker now just crouching down, wearing the red long-sleeved sweater, white golf cap, and just standing up towards this putt, which is for a birdie. 7-8 feet or so. Paul Lawrie just takes off his cap behind him, rubs his hands through his hair, knows this is a big moment coming for him. In a moment, the pressure will be eased somewhat if Snedeker was to miss this one. Here comes the putt from the American. But Paul Lawrie can beat it.
I mean, that was pretty clutch by Brandt. The one thing you should always do in match play is to make your opponent win the point. Never give them anything. So that's exactly what Brandt did just there.
So what do you make of the lie of this? It's a relatively flat green compared to some of them here at Medina, Karen.
It is. I think this is a fairly good chance. I mean, I think Paul's got to be aware of not trying to read too much into this and just stroke it right in the middle of the hole.
We haven't had, just when he goes around the back to look at this one, we haven't had a chance really to analyse the chip in from 50 feet. You described it to me perfectly as being like a roller coaster because it landed top edge of the green and then it had several bumps to manoeuvre. I mean, it's just a fantastic chip, one of the shots of the week from 50 feet.
Oh, it was absolutely tremendous. He had to land it perfectly to judge the distance, but here he is over the putt right now.
So this for eagle for Paul Lawrie, and to go 2-up, sends it on its way, and it goes! Of steel time for the big man from Aberdeen. He'll walk towards the tee at the 6th, and he must be feeling 12 feet tall. He's just had a birdie from 50 feet, followed by an eagle at the 5th. John Inverdale, I should say.
Well, just to give you an update on where we stand then, as this first morning becomes, or third morning becomes an afternoon and becomes the key moments that will decide whether the Ryder Cup stays with Europe or goes to the USA. Luke Donald is 2 up on Bubba Watson. Ian Poulter is 2 down on Webb Simpson, but that might change in a moment. Rory McIlroy is 2 up on Keegan Bradley. Justin Rose all square with Phil Mickelson. Paul Lawrie 1 up, now 2 up on Brandt Snedeker. Nicholas Colsaerts is 1 down on Dustin Johnson. Graham McDowell is 1 down on Zach Johnson. Sergio Garcia is 1 up on Jim Furyk. Peter Hansen and Jason Duffner are all square. Lee Westwood and Matt Kuchar have both hit the most perfect drives on this first hole, so they'll be playing their second shots very shortly. And still to come, we have Steve Stricker against Martin Keimer, and the last match off will be Tiger Woods against Francesco Molinari. Ian Carter.
Luke Donald 9th, just short of the green, chipping here. The flag, throwing it up towards the hole, and that one's just shaved the and there's a door ajar for Bubba Watson, who has a makeable birdie chance, I think, from around feet.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Ian. Yeah.
Yeah, there's obviously a few problems with our line at that particular part of the course. So anyway, but the bottom line of it is, you know that Luke Donald is very much in the box seat, and I'm not suggesting for a moment that we know these things, but last night, the BBC commentary team last night, when we were discussing what might happen today, the general consensus was that if there was one match of these 12 that was going to be won definitively by anybody, it was by Luke Donald, who just has that air, that ring of confidence about him on a grand scale. Now, can we get back to Ian Carter? If we can, we can. If we can't, we can't.
You can.
We can't. I think I'll make the unilateral decision that we can't. And let's go to Andrew Cotter. Now, what's happened to Webb Simpson's ball?
Webb Simpson's ball has just been picked up off the green by Webb Simpson because he's conceded the hole. He is now just one up in Ian Poulter. Big mistake from Webb Simpson on that hole, really trying to bite off a bit more than he could chew with his recovery off his drive. Hit the tree, into trouble, and all sorts of bother from then on. Couldn't make his par, and Ian Poulter was in a pretty good distance. So he just conceded. Ian Poulter is one down to Webb Simpson. We're walking up to the 8th. A quick word from Andrew McGree. Big mistake that from Webb Simpson.
That was a huge mistake, and I just walked by Assistant Captain Fred Couples, and he asked me for any advice, so I guess everybody's confused on the American side.
Lord, America are in trouble if they're asking Andrew McGee for advice, or Drew, as I've been told to call him. That's the name. They differentiate between all the Andrews on our team.
Drew.
Yeah, it's worrying.
That is very worrying. And as you say, I think Europe have got the Americans worried if they're going to Mr. McGee to ask for some sort of source of solace and advice. Now, Rory McIlroy seems to be, maybe this is the way forward, John, for all of us in all our sporting endeavours, to just roll out of bed, go to the arena and play.
That's what I do anyway.
Well, that's what Rory McIlroy is doing, and he's doing it very well, because he's 2 up as he plays the par 5 7th here, and after Keegan Bradley hold that putt on the 5th, that was a really big putt for the Americans and for Bradley to keep it at 1 up, for then McIlroy to chip in at the 6th, and now Bradley, his approach shot at the par 5, he's gone way left, and we're about to watch McIlroy actually, with dust just drifting across the course here and the autumn leaves coming down and the sun shining bright, and McIlroy striking now. He's leaning to the left and his ball has come down, and I think it might have gone...
Well, it was a big second shot, John. It's this tough par 5, but he hit a tremendous drive, and the green was within reach for Rory, and he's hit it perfect, but it hit the very top of the bunker on the right and has fallen into the bunker. And you know, that's okay. He's in better shape than Keegan Bradley, who's miles to the left, so he'll just have to see how his lie is over there. So yeah, Rory's in good shape.
But McIlroy in good shape here, walking down the fairway, and I'm hearing that Bubba Watson and Luke Donald have halved the 9th, so Donald remains 2 up, but Bradley striding ahead of McIlroy, John. But McIlroy, I would say, in control at the moment in this match. 2 up, huge retinue, as I say, of people here. Pep Guardiola is still wandering down behind us with his family. Rory McIlroy's parents are there with him as well. Michael Jordan just ahead of him. So this is the one to watch at the moment in the sunshine here.
Well, the applause you can hear behind me is for the penultimate pairing of this final day of the Ryder Cup. This is Martin Keimer against Steve Stricker. I don't know if one of our experts, maybe Simon Dyson, I don't know, can we talk to Simon or Bernard or somebody? But maybe Andrew Coulthard even, wherever he might be at the moment. Bernard, let me try you. Martin Keimer clearly hasn't been playing well of late, and he didn't have a great first day in the only match that he's played. How difficult is it going to be for him today in this environment to try and recapture some bit of form?
Well, it's going to be extremely tough, John, because you always feel that if you don't bring your game to the Ryder Cup, it's difficult to think that he could find it here at the Ryder Cup. And so far this week, he hasn't really shown any form, and the most disappointing thing for me is around the greens. He used to be a fantastic putter. He does seem to have lost his touch around the greens as well, and of course he's working on his game, his big game. So all in all, it's a very tough day he's going to have here, but you know, you never know in the Ryder Cup.
You never know, but of course, is it stating the obvious to say the first 3 or 4 holes are crucial? If he can keep level pegging with Steve Stricker, he might play himself into form.
Well, that's right. Yeah, the important thing is that the American doesn't get too far away from home over the first few holes, and yes, he might get a little bit confidence, and he might relive some of his past glories, and he has played well in America when he won the USPGA, of course. So, maybe that's the case, but you're absolutely quite right. He's got to hang on at the beginning, get some confidence, and hopefully the Americans run into some pressure.
Getting more and more raucous here at the first tee as we head towards lunchtime, and lunchtime means drink time. Good news about Ian Poulter, I think, from Andrew Cotter.
Well, yes, dreadful news for Webb Simpson. He's had a full-blown shank, the shot that should not be named, but I've just named it. A full-blown shank on the 8th. He's down on the 4th tee, near enough. It clattered through the trees. Poulter is about 25 feet away, just on the fringe at the back of the green, but Webb Simpson, that's got to unnerve you as much as anything else for shots to come, Andrew McGee.
Well, the most difficult shot after shank is the next one, and he's going to luckily have a wood in his hands with the next one, because he is full-blown, shanked it up over the trees. Oh my goodness, that will rattle you for sure.
Well, he's one up at the moment, Webb Simpson, but yes, he has hit the big old J. Arthur rank onto the 4th tee through the trees, and Ian Poulter is walking down onto the green, his ball just off the back. Ian Poulter 1 down at the moment to Webb Simpson on the 8th, the par 3.
And I tell you what, if Martin Keimer can putt and drive and chip like he's just demonstrated on the tee by doing keepy-uppy on his putter 33 times with a golf ball, then he is the man. He could be the surprise package as the "You'll Never Walk Alone" rings round this first tee box. Peter Hansen has just gone 1 up on Jason Duffner, and that, by my calculation, means that Europe are up in 4, down in 3, and 1 is all square. Up in 5 now, down in 3, and 1 is all square. And I can't do the maths off the top of my head, but if things stayed that way, that would give Europe a sneak of a chance of actually managing to get the number of points they need, which is 8, and retaining the Ryder Cup. But it does go without saying that these are early days. I mean, two of the groups haven't even teed off yet. Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer here on the first tee, and Tiger Woods and Francesco Molinari to come. So a lot could happen, but Europe are certainly putting up a fight. Let's go back to Ian Carter.
Well, news of the tee shots here on the par 5 10th. Another monster of a hole, 578 yards. Luke Donald hit a super tee shot down the left side of the fairway. Really got it, everything there. And as for the left-handed Bubba Watson, well, he sprayed his right into the crowd, but he has landed. I think the crowd helped him, actually, because if it had bounded off, he might have been in a spot of bother. But as it stands at the moment, he will be able to advance it, if not get it onto the green with a little bit of Bubba Watson magic. Let's take you to John Murray.
Watching Rory McIlroy, who's 2 up on Keegan Bradley, playing the par 5 7th. As Bernard told you a little earlier, he's in that bunker front right. He's in the forward section of that, the front finger, and he splashes it out now. The pin cut towards the back, and it does get check on it as well, and comes to a halt, and he's left himself, I would say, 8-10 feet away from the hole. And Keegan Bradley, who missed the green way left, has chipped the ball under the green, but it rolled. I'm not quite sure whether it is through the back or just against the back fringe of the green. They're both there in 3.
Well, I think he's just on the fringe, John, so he has got a putter.
So, back here in a moment, but news of Phil Mickelson and Justin Rose from Alistair Bruce Ball.
Well, Phil Mickelson and Justin Rose are all square after 6. They're playing the par 5 7th, and up until now, Phil Mickelson has been steady Eddie off the tee, has only just missed 1 fairway, and that was only by a couple of feet. But Simon Dyson off the par 5 7th tee, where Justin Rose has found the middle of the fairway, Phil Mickelson's gone walkabout a little.
He has. He's missed the fairway about a good 30 yards, but once again, there's not many trees, and he's got a pretty clear shot down to the green. It all depends what club he can get on it.
You say that, it's really interesting actually, because I was just looking at his lie back there, and he's landed on this sort of concrete hard baked mud where all the spectators have been walking, and there is one big bough of a tree sticking out, probably, I don't know, 40 feet in the air, 30 feet in the air ahead of him, and you said, well, there's no problem, he'll get under that, but he's really going to have to fizz it low to start it off.
I mean, if he can get 3 wood on it, he's not going to be getting the height anyway, so I'm sure we can get a low numbered club under it and down the fairway.
That's the situation here, all square after 6 between Rose and Mickelson, John.
Back to the 7th, the par 5, where Keegan Bradley going for birdie from the back right of the green. Here it goes, putting up towards the hole, and it doesn't drop for him. So that means that Rory McIlroy has a birdie chance to go 3 up, coming up after Andrew Cotter.
Well, just watching Webb Simpson, I think he's had a drop here. The European Tour's chief referee, John Paramore, is the referee with this match, and Webb Simpson, after shanking it off the 8th tee, down near the 4th, he's in the trees. I think he might have had a drop away from the cables of the overhanging crane, the giant camera crane, and he's about to play. Andrew McGee, I sent him scuttling over there, and Drew will be back with us shortly to let us know. But Webb Simpson's about to play. I think it's his second, but we'll update you on that. Ian Poulter, one down in this match, is just through the back of the green in the fringe, and he's been waiting all the time while this is sorted out. Webb Simpson's taking his time. Back to John Murray.
Rory McIlroy steps forward now from 8-10 feet. This for birdie to go 3 up. No. He shakes the putter, and that was an opportunity that has been missed by Rory McIlroy. We'll see if that gives any encouragement at all to Keegan Bradley. That's the reaction that the American crowds in their red shirts and red hats are hoping, even one there I see in red trousers, are hoping to have on Keegan Bradley. But Rory McIlroy remains 2 up on Bradley after 7. Andrew.
Well, Webb Simpson's hit his recovery. I think it might be second. Here comes Andrew McGee out of the trees. Did he get a drop there, Andrew?
He didn't need a drop. If he took a drop off the path, his feet were on the path and the ball was just off in the grass there, and he decided to move the cable, had them untie the cable and move that instead of drop the ball behind the trees, so we could use some elevation to stop this ball on the green, which he's done nicely. But he's got to be just beside himself after that first one.
Well, he's got away with it a little bit, but he's only on the green about 25 feet, 20 feet away in 2, and Ian Poulter is just through the back, perhaps about 25 feet away with his tee shot here on the 8th. Remember, Ian Poulter 1 down, but looks like getting back to square here. Alistair Bruce-Ball, what news?
Just an update on Phil Mickelson's situation. All square with Justin Rose after 6. Justin Rose, as I speak, is hitting his second shot in towards this monster par 5. We turn our heads to the left. What a fantastic strike from Justin Rose. The pin cut right at the back middle of this green, and Simon Dyson imploring the ball to stop at the back of the green. But what a wonderful strike from Justin Rose. We're going to have to walk up and see what kind of distance he's got left of the putt back down the green, but he's on the par 5 green in 2, Simon, and Phil Mickelson's had to lay up quite a long way short, and his ball's kind of up against the bottom of one of these tall oaks down the right-hand side. Although being a left-hander, he may be okay there.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right, but I've seen some good shots over 3 days, but that's the best of the lot, you know, to carry it that far and pitch it on, stop it on the green, and it only looks like he's got 8 or 10 footer for eagle, so Phil's got might have a clear shot, but I think he'll be okay for getting it around on the green anyway.
The other thing you just said to me about atmosphere as well, and we've heard a few kind of European putts dropping and Paul Lawrie holding some big ones and that kind of thing. On the fairways, not necessarily around the greens, on the fairways it's gone a little bit quiet out.
Yeah, very. I mean, you know, when they had their tails in the air, the crowds were cheering every single footstep of the Americans, and there hasn't been any of that. I mean, obviously they were welcoming them onto the greens, but down the fairways there's been absolutely nothing, which is a fantastic sign for the Europeans.
Phil Mickelson has arrived at his ball, and he's just pulling a yardage chart out, so he's hit his 3rd into this par 5. Justin Rose on the green in 2, Andrew.
Well, here on the 8th, we've got Webb Simpson about to putt for his 3, and Ian Poulter's just made a bit of a Horlicks of his little. I said he was going to pitch it from the back of the green just off on the fringe, but he decided to putt it, and it's a bit of a wide, Andrew McGee.
Yes, he played too much break, it looks like, and he's lagged it up. That's the problem with thinking lag, is he's lagged it up at about 6 feet instead of trying to get it dead in the hole and trying to make his 2 to win the hole outright, because he doesn't feel Webb Simpson's going to be able to hold this for the unlikely 3, but now you never know.
Well, in your head, when you see your opponent shank one into the trees, you think, I've got this hole in the bag, and then suddenly Webb Simpson has this 20-footer for his 3. Sergio Garcia back to all square against Jim Furyk. Things beginning to turn just a little bit blue on the board. Here is Webb Simpson then for an unlikely par 3. What a turnaround this would be if he drops it. It's a good roll. It does not drop just. What an effort that was. So Ian Poulter is going to have a putt for the win. It's a 5-footer though, I think, and a slippery one.
Oh, at least a 5-footer. That what a wonderful putt though. Even though he made that, he still feels like he didn't give the hole away just yet with that shank, and he's almost made a 3 with a lovely 30-foot try. Ian Poulter, what is this going to mean to him if he just couldn't make an easy par and take this hole again? I don't know.
But if he holds it, I think we might see a little Poulter roar, not a full-blown one. It's shining brightly now, the sunshine here at Medina Country Club just outside Chicago after a fairly cloudy start, and a whiff of cigar smoke on the breeze comes over us. It's an all-American setting, lots of red, white and blue in the crowd, and Poulter in his blue and white stands over this one now. Bit of a right to left perhaps in it. This would be a A real body blow if he can't win this hole after the shank from Webb Simpson. This for a par, this for the win, this to get back to level, back to all square, holds it, and Poulter just pumps his fist a little bit, that right hand gesticulating towards the crowd, because Ian Poulter is back to all square against Webb Simpson. Ian Carter.
On the 10th par 5, Luke Donald has found the front of the green. The pin is cut at the back. He's got a 45-foot eagle putt. Meanwhile, Bubba Watson hit an amazing shot from the right rough, bent it round a tree and found the very back edge of the green. One more, or rather just the collar of the green. One more revolution and it would have dropped into the bunker that guards the back of the green. Europe are up in 3, they're down in 1, and they're level in 6. So there is so much scope for drama here on this final day of the Ryder Cup as Europe try to turn around a 10-6 deficit. So here is Donald putting up the hill. His caddy John McLaren takes the flag from the hole, and the ball going up towards the hole, and he doesn't look very pleased because it's finished 5 feet away. And so a chance for Bubba Watson here. Andrew Coulthard, he was fortunate in as much as the ball did cling on to sort of firm ground rather than the bunker, which is at the back there, and this is a relatively straightforward chip.
Yeah, I think this is fairly holeable. It's off a nice little upslope, it's back into the wind, just got to nudge it onto the green, use that elevation of the ground to just get it up in there and let it trundle down the hole. Got to say, Luke was a little bit unlucky there. His second shot ran halfway up the green, caught the slope and ran 20 feet back down to the front, so his was a tough ass to 2-putt from there. We'll just have to see how he gets on.
Jose Maria Olazabal will scoreboard that shows America not up in any of the leading 6 matches, and the common feeling is that those are the matches that have to turn this around for Europe on the final day. So here, a delicate little chip for Bubba Watson. He's just got to lift it over the vestiges of the collar that surround the back of the green, and then just let it trundle down the slope towards the hole. And that ball, well, I think it's particularly good it's gone way past. See, Alistair Bruce Ball.
Justin Rose has just been given an eagle putt on the par 5 7th to get back in front against Phil Mickelson. It was a truly wonderful second shot from Justin Rose into this green. Phil Mickelson went wild off the tee, over the back in 3. He tried to hold the chip, Simon Dyson, to put the pressure on Justin Rose. And I tell you what, let's just watch Justin Rose try and hold the putt, because he's going to practice it, and he deserves it for that second shot.
He really does. That was absolutely fantastic second shot. The height and the distance that he got was fantastic. So let's see if he rolls it in.
Doesn't mean a thing because he's already won the hole from 9 feet, and he doesn't make it, John, but he does win the hole because he was just practicing the eagle putt from Justin Rose, and he is 1 up on Phil Mickelson after 7 holes played. And just to repeat what Ian Carter said, the USA not ahead in any of the first 6 matches.
This is match. Well, whatever the odds were at the start of the day on Europe winning this, they must have diminished by now. There's one more match to be played. Francesco Molinari
against the United States of America team represented by Tiger Woods.
And he may have lost all 3 matches so far, Tiger Woods, but he walked onto the tee here with the biggest grin you have ever seen from the great man. As he took his cap off, here is Molinari playing the final tee shot from the European team on this 3rd afternoon of the 39th Ryder Cup. He and his brother were in action at Celtic Manor. He's here on his own at Medina, and that ball has gone right straight down the middle.
On the tee, representing the United States of America, Tiger Woods.
And one last raucous cheer, and then this gallery of about 2,000 or 3,000 people will disperse onto the fairways to follow whatever match they choose to occupy their next 3 or 4 hours. But Woods has been a bit erratic from the tee during the course of this Ryder Cup, especially off the first. Absolute silence greets a real low skimmer from Woods that goes straight down the middle of the fairway. We should have one last word from our choir here, who I will name check in a moment. But Tiger Woods is playing the Italian. Here we go.
There's only one Molinari, one Molinari. There used to be two, but now it's just you, walking in Francesco's Wonderland.
Teddy Shuttleworth, Chris Scott Beatty, William Hawksley, David Wallace, you are all stars. Thank you so much, guys, for being such fun, and I'm sure we'll catch up at the end of the day's play when, who knows, Europe may have pulled off the most unlikely of victories. Enjoy your afternoon. Thanks, guys.
Cheers,
Donald and Bubba Watson have halved the 10th, so that means that Luke is now 2 up. Poulter and Simpson are all square. McIlroy is 2 up on Keegan Bradley. Rose is 1 up on Mickelson. Laurie is 2 up on Snedeker. Colsaert's all square with Dustin Johnson. Graham McDowell having a bit of a horror at the moment. He's 3 down to Zach Johnson. Sergio Garcia's dropped a shot. He's now back to all square against Furyk. Peter Hansen from 1 up to 1 down against Jason Duffner. All other matches are all square. That's Lee Westwood against Matt Kuchar, Martin Keimer against Steve Stricker, and obviously Molinari and Tiger Woods have just hit their tee shots. So Rory McIlroy 2 up against Keegan Bradley. Let's go to John Murray.
McIlroy 2 up, but a glimmer for Keegan Bradley here at the short hole, the par 3 8th, because Rory McIlroy was at the back left of the green, has put it, and he's left himself 6 feet away. So Keegan Bradley, who found the middle of the green, has a putt for birdie to win the hole and reduce the deficit.
Yeah, he had a wonderful tee shot, covered the flag the whole way, and he came up short of the green, which was surprising because the greens are quite very hard, especially downwind. And it sat just on top of this little slope. And, he's a deadly putter, this guy. You do feel that he's always got a chance from anywhere on the green.
Here it goes. With all of these people gathered around, you'll know about it if this goes in for Keegan Bradley. And off walks Bradley with the putter head raised. It was a big curler from left to right. Actually, he stumbles as he tries to pick the ball out of the hole. He's so excited. And he is shouting. He's screaming at those American supporters. There's a slap of the hands with his caddy. And off stalks Bradley. He's halved McIlroy's lead. Rory McIlroy 1 up now after 8.
Well, it's 7:07 on a dramatic Sunday evening on Radio 5 Live, and it's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. Ed Miliband says Labour has no future if it's dominated by the unions, as the party's annual conference opens in Manchester. The Labour leader was responding to comments from the General Secretary of Unite, Len McCluskey, who said he wants to win back the party for the trade union movement. The commander of American forces in Afghanistan says he's very angry about the sharp rise in attacks on his troops by their Afghan colleagues. General John Allen said he was mad as hell after a US soldier and contractor were killed, along with 3 Afghan soldiers at a checkpoint yesterday. Sir Jimmy Savile's nephew says he is disgusted about a TV documentary which accuses the broadcaster who died last year of allegedly sexually abusing underage teenage girls. The programme is being shown on ITV1 on Wednesday. Policemen and women from all over the UK have attended a memorial service at York Minster to remember officers who've died while on duty. The congregation heard dedications to PC's Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone, who were killed in Greater Manchester earlier this month. And George Michael has cancelled his shows in Australia, saying he was wrong to think he could work through the major anxiety that's plagued him since he nearly died from pneumonia. The singer says his British dates will still go ahead next month.
The Ryder Cup on 5 Live.
With John Inverdale.
Well, I've left the chaos and rumbustious atmosphere of the first tee, which all the crowd there has now dissipated to the 4 winds and to various points of the course. I'm sure some of them are going to go out and follow Luke Donald and Bubba Watson. Ian Carter.
Brave birdie putts hold by both men at the par 5 10th. They're now both in the fairway on the 11th, and it's Donald who continues to hold the advantage that he earned early. He was 2 up after 4. He remains 2 up as they play the 11th.
What about Ian Poulter now? Here's Andrew Cotter.
Well, this is not a match of the highest quality, but it's highly entertaining. Ian Poulter was 2 down early on, playing scrappy golf against Webb Simpson, but he's just won the 7th and the 8th, where Simpson hit a full-blown shank on the par 3. Back to all square, Poulter putting for a birdie, Webb Simpson closer on the 9th, and this match all square.
If you've just joined us, you may not be aware of the extraordinary story about Rory McIlroy today, who arrived at the course just moments before his tee time, having apparently overslept. He had to arrive here in a police car, ran onto the putting green, a couple of putts, energy bar, onto the tee, off he went, and so far it's going okay. John Murray.
Yes, Rory McIlroy was one of those who only just joined us today, but he is one up on Keegan Bradley, who has holed a couple of long putts. Bradley's doing his best to rev up the crowd. He's just knocked in a real curler here at the 8th, but McIlroy one up. I think, John, this must be the most star-studded gallery that I've ever been involved in no particular order. Michael Jordan, Pep Guardiola, Darren Clark, Fred Couples, Lee Trevino, Mike Atherton, and Bernard Gallagher as well.
And the big four, this is the top four were the four that we thought Jose Maria Olazabal was really relying on to get the momentum going for Europe and to really start worrying and sowing seeds of doubt in the American minds. Donald, Poulter, McIlroy and Rose. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Justin Rose up against Phil Mickelson. The two of them are trading mighty blow for mighty blow. Rose has just edged in front with a quite wonderful eagle on the par 5-7, a stunning second shot into 9 feet, but back comes Phil Mickelson on the par 3-8, tee shot to within 10 feet. Justin Rose a long way away, so Phil Mickelson possibly will have a chance to level this match shortly. Rose is one up after 7.
We'll keep you up to date with all the scores from all 12 matches which are now underway, obviously during the course of the evening, and we're expecting the Ryder Cup to be won and lost sometime around 10:30, 11 o'clock your time. So it is one of those Sunday evenings that if you are having a very laborious journey back from who knows where to who knows where, then this golf, we hope, dramatic golf, will sustain you across the next 2 or 3 hours on the highways and byways of the UK. Let's go to Andrew Cotter.
On the 9th, Ian Poulter, putt for a half, knocks it in. It was just a 2.5 footer or so, but Webb Simpson keeping him honest, and this match remains all square after 9. Paul Lawrie, what news of him from Connor?
Well, Paul Lawrie is doing Scotland proud here. He chipped in for a birdie at the 4th from 50 feet. He followed that up with an eagle putt at the 5th, and now, after Brad Snedeker has failed to land a 10-foot birdie here at the 7th, Paul Lawrie remains 2 up on Brad Snedeker as they head towards the 8th, the par 3. Karen Stupples alongside me.
Yeah, Paul's been playing very well here. This hole was a bit of a pitch-off. They both had to lay up with their second shots. Paul, unfortunately, I think he thought it was going to check on the green, but it didn't. It just continued through the back, but he got away with one by Brandt not making his putt. Brandt's putt just slid away on the right-hand side, and I think that Paul would be very relieved to see that one not go in.
Yep, Paul Lawrie is doing a good job here. He is 2 up on Brandt Snedeker.
Thank you very much. Well, let's go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Sitting short of the par 3/8 in the shade of one of these big oaks, and it's a long birdie putt for Justin Rose, and it looks like he's given that a whack, and he likes it because he holds the putter up and it doesn't drop. It just turns away from the hole at the very last moment. For a second there, Simon Dyson, I thought he was going to be skipping round the green, celebrating in front of thousands and thousands of fans. It's absolutely jam-packed around this green. Phil Mickelson now has a chance from about 10 feet on the par 3/8. And it's interesting, isn't it, Simon? You just mentioned it, in terms of momentum, in terms of noise. We've just seen Keegan Bradley hold that putt on this green, and suddenly you just feel like someone's turned the volume switch up for the home fans.
Yeah, definitely. It's like you said, though. It's a little amphitheatre, isn't it? There's you've got the 9th tee just behind the green, which is mobbed as well, and then you've got the 11th run alongside this hole. So, yeah, I think if this goes in, you'll hear a pretty loud cheer.
Dustin Johnson, 1 up on Nicholas Colsaerts, I'm hearing, and Graham McDowell, who I think was 3 down against Zach Johnson, has got a hole back at the 5th, so now he's just 2 down, and Ian Carter's watching Luke Donald.
He's got a chance here of going 3 up on the 11th green. Superb approach shot from Donald from 105 yards out, put it to the very back corner of the green as something happens. Donald obviously just down on his looking to line up the
You can't hear yourself think around this par 3 8th green, and that's because Phil Mickelson has rammed in his birdie putt, and Phil Mickelson's jogging. He is jogging from the 8th green to the 9th tee, and that is a sight you don't often see from Phil Mickelson, but goodness me, he's got a big smile on his face. And so far, Simon Dyson, Justin Rose and Phil Mickelson, now all square after 8, have only halved 2 holes. It's like 2 big heavyweight boxers slamming each other with big punches. Fantastic stuff to watch. Luke Donald, as we were hearing from Ian Carter, is 3 up on Bubba Watson after 11 holes. USA lead by 10 points to 6. And Justin Rose has got a real battle on his hands here against Phil Mickelson, and a hugely partisan crowd following Phil Mickelson.
Oh, he has, and he knew he would have from the first tee shot. And Phil, Justin got off to the perfect start, and Phil's firing back with a couple of birdies. So game on.
You keep thinking these roars can't get any louder, but they do. Rose and Mickelson all square after 8. Conor McNamara.
And having just vacated that 8 green with Phil Mickelson, back at the 8th tee is Paul Lawrie, and his tee shot on this par 3, 200 yards. Lawrie, who's 2 up on Brandt Snedeker, just now taking his shot as I crane my neck to watch it drop. I think this is going to be short, and it is short to the green on the left-hand side, and he's quite fortunate. He's landed on a tiny sliver of first cut grass in between the green and the sand. Karen.
That's not actually a bad spot. It's he'll be able to chip that quite close from there, if not chip it in. I mean, you've obviously seen his form from his chipping so far today. He's got a good feel for the speed of these greens. It's not a problem there.
So next up for the USA, Brandt Snedeker. And I wonder if he'll have taken notice of the way the wind is blowing and whether or not that affected Paul Lawrie's shot. He's just getting some advice from the caddy. Wonderful hole, this elevated tee box. They're right up at the top bank of it, and right the way down the hill, medium-sized bunker. There's a narrow little mouth to it with a bunker left and right, and the pin position today located sort of middle left position. Okay, here is Snedeker about to take his shot now. Here it comes. High elevation again. That looks to be left. Let's see where this comes down. It's bounced on the green. It was only about 2 yards further on than Lawrie, but that was enough to kick it onto the short grass, and it rolls and it rolls, and about an 18-foot putter thereabouts for birdie for Brandt Snedeker, and the US have the advantage at the moment. Let's go to John Murray.
We're on the 9th, the par 4 9th, with McIlroy 1 up for Europe on the American Keegan Bradley, the tall American. And they both have birdie chances here, and McIlroy is only 4 or 5 feet away, but Keegan Bradley is within range as well. He's already holed a couple of very impressive putts in this round, even though he's 1 down, and he has a chance for another one here from 15, 18 feet.
Well, Keegan Bradley's had a great week on the greens, and so far he's had a great day on the greens as well. Otherwise, Rory McIlroy would be like 3 up. But so you just got to keep your heart in your mouth when he's on the green with the putter. He's lining it up. Takes a very long time lining up the putt, but when he eventually gets over the putt, like his drives, he hits it fairly quickly.
Yeah, he's a real twitcher and a twiddler, but he's over the ball and it's rolling towards the hole, and it doesn't go. The door is open for Rory McIlroy to go 2 up again.
It certainly is. I think he might even be a bit longer than 4 feet, John. It might even be 5.5 feet. So it's a tough putt, this, but Rory needs to just get the line on it and then just have the confidence to go straight at the middle of the hole.
I'm pleased you're still here, Bernard, because I notice a couple of the celebs have disappeared. Michael Jordan has disappeared off with Fred Couples. Pep Guardiola is still here. I suspect he's still reeling from my interrogation of him earlier. It was real Frost Nixon stuff, wasn't it? I really had him on the ropes. McIlroy is ready. This to go 2 up. Here it goes towards the hole, and for Europe and for McIlroy, and he's back 2 up. And there's the first real emotion that we've seen from McIlroy. I mean, pales in comparison to Keegan Bradley. It was just a slight clench of the right fist, but he's got back to where he wanted, and there was a great big European roar to back it up.
Well, that's what I was just going to say, John. The Europeans seem to have congregated behind this green, because that's the biggest roar I've heard all day. Even though there is support around the course, they're trying to spread themselves between 12 matches, but that was a wonderful putt from Rory McIlroy.
And just a little word, Bernard, about the overall situation here. When we look at the scoreboard that we can see, it's probably even Stevens at the moment.
Would you say perhaps the significant thing is that the Americans have not made a roaring start, have they?
Well, they don't have the victory on the board. It's as simple as that, and that's really what he wants. He wants plenty blue on the front, and he's got plenty blue on the front, and the guys in the middle and the back will have to get themselves in the blue.
Rory McIlroy 2 up as we go to the 10th, John.
Well, this is how things stand at the moment. Luke Donald is 3 up on Bubba Watson. Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson are now all square. Rory McIlroy is 2 up on Keegan Bradley. Rose and Mickelson all square. Laurie now 2 up on Brandt Snedeker. Colsaert's 1 down on Dustin Johnson. Graham McDowell's picked up a hole, but he's still 2 down on Zach Johnson. Sergio Garcia and Jim Furyk are all square after the Spaniard led. Peter Hansen was leading, but is now 1 down to Jason Duffner. Lee Westwood and Matt Kuchar are all square. Martin Keimer is 1 down to Steve Stricker, and that's what we really didn't want to happen in that match. Kind of felt that Keimer had to stick with Stricker for as long as possible. And then Tiger Woods and Francesco Molinari have just halved the first, so they've got a long way to go. But Watson and Donald have, they've long since left the turn behind, and they're heading back towards the clubhouse. Let's go to news about Paul Lawrie from Conor McNamara.
Yes, Paul Lawrie here against Brandt Snedeker at the 8th hole, the par 3. Lawrie didn't make the green. He chipped on from about 20 feet but pulled up short, and now Snedeker from 15 feet trying for a birdie that would win the hole, and it rolls up close but it rolls by, and it looks like these two are going to have the 8th, and that will leave Paul Lawrie still 2 up against Brandt Snedeker.
Thank you very much. You can argue about which is the best of the seasons, and if you're a snow person, you'll love the winter, and if you're a sun person, you'll love the summer. And but the spring is wonderful because there's the sense of the summer to come. But, you know, on a day like today, you almost wish that every day was like this autumnal day, because the sun's out, the sky's blue, it's not bakingly hot, it's just pleasantly warm, there's a lovely breeze, the leaves are turning from green to brown, there's a wonderful kaleidoscope of colours on display, and I'm sure if every day was like this you get bored with it, but this is just the most perfect setting for a fantastic afternoon of sporting drama. Let's go to Andrew Cotter.
Yes, mists and mellow fruitfulness, and the Ulysses S. Grant highway thundering past the perimeter fence of the 10th hole here. It's not a pretty part of the course, but it's a big par 5, and it's a chance for Ian Poulter here to get on 2. Big roar from elsewhere, news of that to come. But Webb Simpson, his second shot, this match all square. The American has just come up short. Very good second shot, actually, just in the throat of the green. He's going to be pitching up the length of the green from about 30 yards or so. Ian Poulter now, his second shot from almost under the branches of a willow tree over there, and some oak trees as well, and so he's in the shade and heading out into the sunshine and settling over this now towards this green. He can get up if he smokes this, and a long last look at the green. We're up beside the green looking back at him, and as he let that go a little bit to the right, he's peering under the branches to see where it goes, and it's heading, I think, towards the sand. Another bunker found by Ian Poulter. That'll be tricky. That's a long bunker shot up the green. Webb Simpson is about the same distance away, but pitching on there, Andrew McGee. That's going to be easier for Webb Simpson, certainly.
Yes, Webb Simpson has a better angle here. Again, Ian Poulter, just a little right of his target here. He had a good angle from the left side of the rough into this back pin, and he's just pushed it and come up short, and he had a good chance and he didn't make it.
Temperature is getting warmer and warmer. The wind seems to have dropped a little bit on this corner of the course before we head back into the heart of it on the 11th hole. But here in the 10th, this match is all square between Webb Simpson and Ian Poulter, but Simpson perhaps with a slight advantage on this par 5. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Watching a truly classic Ryder Cup singles in the making here. Justin Rose and Phil Mickelson trading blow for blow. They're all square after 8. Rose with the eagle on the 7th, having hit his second into about 9 feet. Phil Mickelson then hitting his tee shot on the par 3/8 to about 8 feet and holding that for the birdie and sending the whole place wild. And now on the par 4 9th, Simon Dyson, Justin Rose has hit his second shot into a foot and has had the birdie conceded, and Phil Mickelson's now got to try and follow him in, and the way this match is going, you get a feeling he might do it.
Yeah, I think so. It's really blow for blow, isn't it? Justin hit a fantastic shot in there, obviously been conceded, and Phil played equally as good, pitched it past the pin, about 6 foot past, spun it back, and you could see the crowd jumping out of the seats because they thought it was going to go in. It's gone to about, I think, so he's got an 8 foot for the half.
Yeah, Phil Mickelson's second shot, pitched beyond the flag, spun back and missed the hole by about an inch or so and missed Justin Rose's ball by about an inch or so. There was kind of a gate between the two, but actually the spin has counted against Phil Mickelson. Now this is a wonderful picture of American Ryder Cup golf here, because we're looking at the back of Phil Mickelson in the red, white and blue, but just behind him, behind this green, is a big stars and stripes flag fluttering in a breeze that's getting up, and Phil Mickelson needs this, otherwise Justin Rose will be one up at the turn. Rose with 2 birdies, 3 birdies now and an eagle so far, playing some great golf. Can Phil Mickelson match him? The putt is on its way. No, he can't. So Justin Rose strikes back for Europe again in a quite sensational Ryder Cup singles at the moment. He wins the 9th with a birdie, and he's one up on Phil Mickelson. Ian.
Here on the 12th, Bubba Watson played an amazing shot from the trees. It actually clipped the branches of 2 trees before coming to settle just short of the green. He's putting from just off the green. It's a huge putt with a massive borrow from left to right. Luke Donald backed off his approach shot 2 or 3 times before finding the heart of the green, and he has the better birdie opportunity. Here's Watson's putt, breaking from left to right, tracking towards the hole, being roared on by the crowd, but he'll need more than that because he's left it quite considerable distance short. So Europe up in 4 of the first 5 matches, and Ian Poulter is all square in his. So the tide is turning a little blue at the moment, and it's been led off by this man, Luke Donald, who got up early. 2 up. He's not been able to improve on that until the 11th with a brilliant birdie there. That's back-to-back birdies for Donald, and here he's going for 3 in a row.
Yeah, it certainly is. Donald playing golf as you would expect, right down the middle onto the green. Gorgeous second shot he's hit in there. You know, look, aka Daniel Dart, and you got Bubba Watson, who just seems to keep on losing it right, just sort of coming over the top of everyone. Missed the last three fairways down the right hand side, and he's struggling.
Let's just get a quick word on Tiger Woods from John Inverdale.
Yeah, just to say, Woods has missed a bit of a tiddler. That's the word of the week on the 2nd against Francesco Molinari, and the Italian didn't miss his, so that's another blue number up on the board with a Europe 1 up after 2.
Luke Donald then for birdie on the 12th, 30 feet. Trying to go from left to right. He's given it a firm wrap. He's looking interested, and he does so with justification, but it doesn't drop. It doesn't drop, but there's a tester coming here for Bubba Watson, and Watson knows if he misses this one, then he'll be 4 down with holes running out fast. Just 6 more to go after this one, and this is not quite Montgomery-esque from Donald when thinking back to 2002 when Sam Torrance sent him out first and he absolutely hammered Scott Hoke. But my goodness me, if Donald could go 4 up here, what a signal that would send to the rest of the European team.
Ian, he's playing great, just doing everything that's been asked of him. Get blue numbers up on the board and get plenty of them, and he's putting Watson under pressure. Watson struggled with the pace of this putt, and he, as you said, he does not want to go 4 down at this stage because holes will be running out for him. He'll be feeling the heat.
Right, here he is. A couple of practice swings and a glance. And this is a tester for his par 4.5 for Bubba Watson, the Masters champion. And it's horseshoed out. It's horseshoed out. And Luke Donald will still have to putt, but from pretty short range. And if he can convert this, he will be 4 up with 6 holes to play.
Do you know what? Donald's just taking the crowd out of this match. There's no noise, there's no inspiration coming from the gallery for Bubba Watson. Luke Donald's just managing to suffocate all that noise and continue to pour the birdies in from great golf.
Well, par will be enough here. Sends it forward into the hole from short range. Luke Donald wins back-to-back holes. He's won the 12th. He's gone 4 up. There are 6 holes to play. He's posted blue on the board. It's big blue too as we go to Andrew Cotter.
On the 10th hole for Ian Poulter, and it's an 8-footer, which I think he has to hole here for a potential half, because Webb Simpson is very close in this par 5 in 3 after pitching up. Poulter from the sand short put it about 8 feet past this for his birdie down the slope. No, stays left now. He had got it back from 2 down to all square, but you hear the cries for Webb there as Webb Simpson replaces his ball on the green, and this 2.5, 3-footer or so, lovely pitch he hit there, Andrew McGee, this for the win.
Yeah, lovely pitch. It has been a very sloppy match so far. Let's see if we can't get this back nine going with a birdie, for the American, for the we got to take some of that blue off the board for our guys. And Michael Jordan's here. He says, "What? He wouldn't talk to you until our Americans are playing better." Is that what he said?
I was disgusted by his attitude, to be honest, because I've interviewed him at the last 3 Ryder Cups, and we're great mates, me and Michael Jordan.
Yep.
And I had a word with him, and he said, "I'll speak to you later." And I said, "Fine, if that's the way you want to play it, Michael. Not going to speak to you later." Webb Simpson here, 3-footer for the win. Oh, in the middle it goes, in the middle it goes. Webb Simpson has the win. He moves one up once again on Ian Poulter in this match as we head down the 11th. Connor.
Yes, just watching Paul Lawrie and Brandt Snedeker, and there's going to be a good chance here for Lawrie. He's chipped in to within 5 feet for birdie, while Snedeker is right on the back edge of the green. Now, Snedeker's approach shots have been very good so far today. He just overstruck that one a little bit, Karen.
I think he was at by wind. But I actually...
Obviously got a few problems with that pack. I have to say, Andrew Cotter has gone down in all our estimation over the course of the last 48 hours, failing to talk to Michael Johnson, failing to talk to George Bush and George W. Bush. So he's certainly behind the 8 ball, and we need a serious celebrity interview from Andrew before the day is done in 2.5 hours or so. It's heading towards 7:30 in the UK on a Sunday evening. And just for the first time, for the very first time, you think that it's not an impossible, ludicrous assertion that Europe could almost sneak this, because there's a lot of blue on the boards. It just needs the matches that are tipping this way and that to go the European way, and perhaps the great escape is on after all. Back here very shortly. It's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
For 5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. The former Labour Cabinet Minister Jack Straw has told the BBC that Ed Miliband needs to better communicate with voters and use more ordinary language. He was speaking as Labour's annual conference gets underway in Manchester. The party's leaders already said he wants Labour to reach out to the whole country. NATO's investigating a reported attack by a man in an Afghan uniform which has killed an American soldier and contractor and 3 Afghan troops. The incident in Wardak province means 2,000 US military personnel have now died in Afghanistan. ITV says it stands by a documentary which claims that Sir Jimmy Savile sexually abused schoolgirls. A member of the late broadcaster and DJ's family has said he's disgusted and disappointed by the allegations in a programme to be shown on Wednesday. The Foreign Office has confirmed that the British woman kidnapped in Ecuador on Friday has been found and is safe. Catherine Sarah Cox was taken along with an Australian woman as they canoed in a remote area of the Amazon. And the Church of England says it could take several months to select a new Archbishop of Canterbury. It was responding to reports that the selection panel's been unable to agree who should replace Rowan Williams when he steps down at the end of the year.
Other sporting headlines on this Sunday evening: Aston Villa and West Brom 1 apiece in the Premiership today. Derby beating Nottingham Forest by 1-0 in the Championship. In the Aviva Premiership, victory for Saracens at Harlequins and for Gloucester at London Welsh, and victories in the T20 World Cup for Australia against South Africa and India against Pakistan. Let's go to Conor McNamara.
And Paul Lawrie has got this 5-foot putt at the 9th for birdie, and if it lands, Europe go 3 up in this game. Here comes the effort from 5 feet, and it's in from Paul Lawrie. And what a way to reach the turn. He'll move to the back 9, 3 up on Brandt Snedeker.
It was a tremendous short iron shot into this green here. Really controlled the trajectory of it with this tricky wind blowing left to right here. Mind you, he's been working on his putting as well, so it's fantastic.
Straight to Ian Carter.
Where Luke Donald at the 13th, the par 3 over the water, has found the lake, and it never threatened finding dry land either. So Bubba Watson can knock this on and perhaps give himself a little bit of hope. Remember, Luke Donald is 4 up in this match, just 6 holes to go. Here's Bubba Watson's tee shot over the water on this long par 3. That's going to have to go a bit. And it's made it over the water but into the bunker, and so Luke Donald will come down to the drop zone. He will play his 3rd shot on, and well, this hole isn't over. Never mind anything else, because although Donald's gone in the water, not all hope lost for him.
Goodness me, very awkward tee shot this, back in the tee. There's not the wind, it feels like it's coming into your face. There's flags behind the tee that are flying off the right, flags down at the green going off to the right. Very, very difficult trying to settle yourself and get the right club. It's a tough hole in calm conditions, and I'm not surprised somebody's found the water.
It was like a goal being scored, wasn't it? The cheer when it went into the water. But Luke Donald will have to go to the drop zone. This hole isn't over yet, though, because a very difficult bunker shot to come for Bubba Watson as well.
Well, as you know, Luke Donald is 4 up against Bubba Watson. Poulter is 1 down to Webb Simpson. McIlroy 2 up against Bradley. Rose 1 up against Mickelson. And Laurie 3 up against Snedeker. And that was the key element of what we were talking about earlier on, that Jose Maria Olazabal was going to top-load his batting order, get all the big names out at the top, and that would hopefully create the momentum for the people beneath. Other people were saying though, that's all very well, but it's the middle order where the Ryder Cup is going to be won and lost, and that's where Europe are suffering, because Colsaerts is 1 down to Dustin Johnson, Graham McDowell is 2 down to Zach Johnson, Garcia and Furyk are all square, Hansen is 2 down to Duffner, Lee Westwood has just won a hole to go 1 up the 4th against Matt Kuchar, Martin Keimer is 1 down to Steve Stricker, and Molinari is 1 up against Tiger Woods. So America up in 5 and Europe up in 7. So if that happened, then that would mean that America would have enough points and would win by 15-13. If we just froze the whole Ryder Cup in time now, America would win by a very, very narrow margin. But a long way to go. John Murray.
Got a very good contest here. Rory McIlroy 2 up for Europe on America's Keegan Bradley, playing the par 5 10th. McIlroy was in a bunker short of the green in 2, and Keegan Bradley's ball is just down in a little hollow here to the right of the green, so he's got an awkward chip. The hole is right at the back of this long green. McIlroy has already played from the bunker, and he is 15-16 feet away from the hole. Keegan Bradley is about to play now. No, he's fooled me again, Bernard. He continually fools me. He's walked away to have another look, so we'll just nip to Ian Carter.
Well, the news of Luke Donald, he's just played from the drop zone from short of the water. It's still a good 120 yards to the pin, and he's played it brilliantly to almost gimme range. It looks like it'll be a 4 for Luke Donald, and that would mean that Bubba Watson would have to get up and down from a very difficult position in the bunker short of the green to win this hole and cut the arrears to 3.
Keegan Bradley here at the 10th, about to play this chip shot. It's over a hump and then onto the green with the cars whizzing by on Lake Street, just over the other side of the green, beyond a big green fence there is there. It is actually the most unlovely part of the Medina Country Club, this. Otherwise beautiful. Bradley now plays it and lands it on the rise, and it bumps along and rolls onto the green towards the hole and just by on the right-hand side. Let's see how far it rolls. It's still rolling, probably coming to rest now. Well, that'll be a good 8 feet, maybe a little bit more away from the hole for him in 4.
That was a very absolutely tough chip for Keegan Bradley there, and he probably played that as good as he could because he had absolutely no green to work with, so it's a putting competition now.
Yep, correction, they are both where they are in 3, so it's a birdie put out between Bradley and McIlroy, with McIlroy 2 up here, John.
And Tiger Woods has missed a second short putt, this time on the 3rd green. Francesco Molinari has made his from 3 feet, and so after 3 holes the Italian leads Tiger Woods by 2 up. And is it possible that Tiger Woods could play an entire Ryder Cup competition and not win a single point? Ian Carter.
Bubba Watson has just splashed out of the bunker on the front right. It was a pretty decent effort, but he's left it 6 feet short. Uphill putt to come, but he needs to make that putt to cut the arrears to 3.
Yeah, he certainly does. I think Luke's done, had a great shot in there. I think actually it's still Bubba to play, so Donald's done everything that could possibly have been asked for him on that particular shot there, so Europe can still get a chance to get out with this with a half.
There's so much scope for drama on these 13th and 17th holes, the par 3s that are downhill over Lake Kadija, because they're hitting from such sheltered positions, and we've come forward here now. We can feel the strength of the wind. This is important for the captains, isn't it? Because they have to convey the information, they have to convey the club information to the players on these par 3s. Be interesting to see if they do it. Let's quickly hear about Keegan Bradley now from John.
Keegan Bradley, because Rory McIlroy has missed his putt for birdie from 15 feet, so Bradley has got this 8-10 footer to win a hole back again. It's been seesaw stuff. Bradley won the 8th, McIlroy won the 9th. Here we are on the 10th with the Irishman 2 up in this match. Here it goes from Bradley. He's hauled it. It dropped in the left side and he's hit back again. Well, this is thrilling stuff.
This really is. There is nothing quite like the drama of singles day at the Ryder Cup. And Bradley, it is to and froing this match. Rory McIlroy now just one up again on Bradley. And here they come to the 11th tee. Ian Carter.
Bubba Watson putting for par and missing and missing. And so Luke Donald has the chance to grab an unlikely half and go 4 up with 5 to play in this top match. Europe are up in 6. The United States are up in 5. And the matches that are all square are... I'm trying to do my mental maths at the moment. Garcia in his match is all square against Jim Furyk. So that's the situation. And remember, overnight 10-6 in favour of the United States. Europe trying to mount their biggest comeback ever to win a Ryder Cup. 4 points down, needing 8 points to retain the trophy, to get to the magic number of 14 as far as they're concerned. 14.5 points required by the United States. So 4.5 points from the 12 singles matches that are all on the course now. This is the top match. This is Luke Donald. And this is a putt to remain 4 up with just 5 holes to play. Sends it forward and in. Oh my goodness me, he's punched the air there. That is as satisfying as any hole that he's won. He looked drowned when his ball from the tee shot went into the water, but Bubba Watson could only make 4, having found the sand, and somehow from 125 yards out, Luke Donald managed to get up and down for an unlikely bogey 4, a half, and now he's 4 up with 5 to play.
Ian, he's just applied a near fatal wound there to Watson. That's really going to cut him deep. That is. It's going to be very difficult for Watson to get any foothold on this game now with 5 holes left to play.
John, Luke Donald is doing exactly the job that has been asked of him by his captain, and he's on the verge of claiming the first point of what is proving an ever more dramatic final day of this Ryder Cup.
Well, Ian, what do you make of this? Because that's the top match. At the bottom match, we thought Tiger Woods was down there as the certain backstop for the USA if things got a bit tight. But he's 2 down after 3 holes. And here we are on the 4th with Molinari on the fairway. And Woods has missed the fairway by 40 yards to the left. And he's in the middle of the trees. And I can't imagine for a moment he's got a shot to the green for his second shot. So, at the moment, penny for the thoughts of the great man, Andrew Cotter.
The great man, Andrew Cotter, I like that. Ian Poulter has a putt to win here on the 11th. It's a putt of about 15 feet or so. I think he got a little bit fortunate with his second shot there. First of all, let me tell you about Webb Simpson here. His second shot into the fringe on the left-hand side of the green. Misjudged his little putt off there. It bounced a little bit on him and came up short. So Ian Poulter really in the driving seat here. 1 down at the moment, but a good chance of winning here, Andrew.
Yes, he needs to hole. What's he got? About a 12-footer here, and Mr. Simpson, 5-footer left for par. Chances are they could have this one, or Mr. Poulter could sink this one and go to the next tee all square with a lovely second shot in there. We were watching him. Oh, it's way too far right. Gets a super kick behind the bunker, kicks left towards the back of the green, towards the pin, ends up in a beautiful putting position. Ian Poulter getting ready, hopefully to sink this putt, even up this match.
Meanwhile, just about 20 yards away from us, Michael Jordan, my former friend, is chatting to Darren Clark. And well, Michael Jordan's got the cigar. Darren Clark hasn't got one at the moment, but they're both looking now at Ian Poulter, this 15-footer for a birdie for the win to get back to all square in front of all the pine trees at the back of this 11th green. Poulter, white glove peeking out of the back of his trousers, sends the ball forward. He's walking. It's not a happy walk. It stays out, so Poulter can't manage the birdie. That's going to be a par. That's conceded. Scoops it up and catches it in his right hand. And Webb Simpson is going to have a putt here to half. And Nicholas Colsaert's been while is back to all square against Dustin Johnson, the battle of the brutes, the big hitters. That's after 9 holes. That's a very interesting match. Webb Simpson now a 4-5-footer perhaps at most putt. And you'd expect him to hold this.
He's a wonderful short putter, as we all know, winning the US Open this year. But these greens have proven difficult, a little bit of a wind blowing. He's had a shank today. He's missed a few short ones. It's on its way, and it's...
Yep, comfortably done there. Comfortably done by Webb Simpson. Good hole from 4 or 5 feet for par for Webb Simpson for the half to remain 1 up on Ian Poulter as we head to the 12th Alley Ball.
Well, we're back at the green beside the par 5 10th. Justin Rose 1 up on Phil Mickelson. These two have been trading blows all day so far. Mickelson in the bunker, front left, splashes the ball out and it starts to roll gently towards the hole and pulls up about 10 feet or so short. And Justin Rose, Simon Dyson, also on this par 5 10th hole, has found a different bunker to the front left of the green. And his challenge now is to get inside that bunker shot of Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, I mean, Phil had the bunker shot. He was pitching his on a downslope. He had to carry about 20 yards, but he was pitching it on downslope, and he got a good 5-6 yards of release, whereas Justin has to pitch his all the way. He hasn't got the downslope to pitch on.
Well, on the par 5 5th, earlier on, both players found sound with their second shots, and Phil Mickelson certainly performed better from the bunker, hitting to within about 4 feet and winning the hole. And Justin Rose here at the moment in these Seve Ballesteros tribute colours, in the dark blue sleeveless sweater, the white polo shirt underneath and the white baseball cap, just gently tiptoes down into this powdery white sand under bright blue skies of Medina. One up in one of these crucial Ryder Cup singles this afternoon. USA starting the day with a 4-point lead, 10 points to 6, needing just 4.5 points from a possible 12 to win back the Ryder Cup. Justin Rose throws this high in the air. It's got to stop. It hits the back of the green and then starts to spin, and it's a great shot from Justin Rose. And I would say, Simon Dyson, that is about equidistance, and we're into one of those classic putt-outs for birdie.
Yeah, 2 putts. I think Phil's a little right to left, and Justin's just a little bit downhill, but pretty straight.
Well, we've got to stay absolutely stock still here, because if we move an inch to the left or to the right, our signal will go completely. So we're going to play statues while we hand you to John Murray. We'll be back for putts.
On the 11th, the par 4 11th, with McIlroy 1 up for Europe on Keegan Bradley. But the last 3 holes have gone Bradley, McIlroy, Bradley. And here there's every chance it could be another Bradley, because McIlroy from a fairway bunker has missed the green on the left-hand side. And Keegan Bradley has hit a magnificent tee shot down into the left middle of the fairway, only perhaps 120 yards short of the green. And he'll walk away and just have another look at this as usual.
Yeah, it was a stunning drive at this dogleg hole. He must have hit it over 300 yards, just giving himself about 120 yards flick into the hole, into the green rather. He does back off a little bit, doesn't he, and gets ready. But when he gets over the ball and he's ready to go, he actually plays quite quickly. It just takes him a long time to get ready.
Yeah. Zach Johnson, I'm hearing, is 3 up now on Graham McDowell. Zach Johnson 3 up on Graham McDowell after, I'll tell you how many holes they've played in a moment. 7 is the answer. Here now is Keegan Bradley with the green completely open to our right. Big fir tree barely moving at the back of the green. Bradley plays it leaning to his left, so it's landed back right. Oh, it spins left. It spins left back into the middle of the green with the hole cut towards the back, so it is rolling further and further away from the hole, and he's got an uphill putt there, but McIlroy missed the green here, so it is advantage Bradley. McIlroy 1 up in this very, very significant match. Here's Alistair Bruce Ball.
By the freeway, with the cars rushing by, but Justin Rose has got to block that out of his mind. And he's just waving a couple of cameramen out of the way as well, because Phil Mickelson has missed his birdie putt from 10 feet, and Justin Rose is 1 up in this match on the 10th green. 4 under par for his front 9. Justin Rose really rising to the challenge this afternoon, and now he's got about 8-9 feet from the back of the par 5 10th to give himself some daylight against Phil Mickelson. Phil Mickelson, who's won all 3 matches at this Ryder Cup so far and has been playing a blinder. Big moment for Justin Rose this, and for Europe. Birdie putt, gosh, he barely touched it, and it's sliding down the slope, and it's missing by on the left-hand side, and it rolls just a couple of feet by. Now, Phil Mickelson's has been conceded for the par, but Justin Rose, who really couldn't stop that, Simon Dyson's just got a tiny bit of tidying up to do, and this is pressure.
Well, with looking at how fast the putt was, I'm quite actually surprised that the bunker shot didn't spin back a little bit further than it actually did, but good effort, very fast putt, but you'd fancy him to hold this.
BBC Radio 5 Ryder Cup singles, and this is what it's all about. Is in, no problem for Justin Rose there. Stood up to the test, remains 1 up after 10 against Phil Mickelson. John Murray.
McIlroy with a tough chip shot from the left side of the 11th green, over a bunker, onto the green with the hole cut towards that side. McIlroy in the shadows plays it now. He's bumped it onto the bango. He's played it gorgeously. It really has. I mean, he's still 6 feet away, but that was real shot of feel.
That was one of the best shots you'll ever see, John. I mean, he stunned the gallery here because that was so difficult. The gallery here are absolutely stunned.
Yeah. Still, Bradley has a long birdie putt though. McIlroy one up. Here's Ian Carter.
News of a stunning second shot into the par 5 14th from Luke Donald, who's on the verge of victory against Bubba Watson. Watson missing the green in 2. He's in a bunker with a long bunker shot downwind to come, but a stunning shot from Luke Donald. He's put it to within 5 feet for eagle, and it looks very much as though Europe are about to get their first point on this final day of the Ryder Cup. John.
On the 11th, Keegan Bradley, middle of the green. It's up a slope. I think it's probably got a double break, if not a triple break, in it.
Tough putt,
if he holds this one there, Bernard, then what a body blow that'll be to McIlroy.
Well, he's a great putter, this guy. He's had a great week on the greens, and he thinks he can hold from any distance on the green. He looks at the putt, he anchors the putter in his belly, and he just seems to have a great feel for these greens.
Remember, this is the man, the rookie who was paired with Phil Mickelson. They wanted to play together. They won all 3 matches. I heard Davis Love talking about how when you see Keegan Bradley have a little sideways look, then you know that he could hold it. Well, here it goes for Bradley up onto that rise and to the whole side. Very, very good putt from where he was, and it's conceded immediately by McIlroy. So he now has to finish off McIlroy from 6-7 feet for par to halve the hole and to stay one up. Elsewhere on the course, Jason Duffner is 2 up after 6 on Peter Hansen, and USA are now up in 4 matches, and 2 matches are all square. That would be enough for the United States to regain the Ryder Cup. Europe currently up in 6 matches, but Europe needs more. Europe needs Rory McIlroy to hang on in there. He needs to hold this.
He does. Oh, what a nerveless putt from Rory McIlroy. Magnificent.
That was a fantastic up and down, John. That could be a real turning point in this match. This will give Rory the confidence. Keegan Bradley's done this previously, now it's our turn.
It's ding-dong this. McIlroy one up. Ian Carter.
Bubba Watson from the bunker, 3rd shot at the par 5 14th, and very nearly holds it. That was brilliant from the Masters champion, and I think Luke Donald will come forward and concede that putt. He hasn't yet. What he has done is put his own ball down a mere 4.5 feet from the hole. Now he picks up Bubba Watson's ball, and Luke Donald is going to have this 4.5 footer for eagle on the 14th to close out a 5-4 victory.
There's only one thing left for Luke Donald to do, and that's apply the coup de grace as quickly as possible, and he's given himself such a fantastic opportunity here. What a glorious second shot he hit in this par 5. 5 feet, game over.
Sensationally good bunker shot from Bubba Watson, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Luke Donald 4 up here, just 4 holes to be played after the conclusion of this par 5, and as Andrew Coltart was telling you just there, just at the moment that he needed it, Donald came up with his shot of the day, his second shot of the day if you like, because the one from the drop zone after going into the water on the 13th to set up a bogey 4 that would ultimately enough to halve that hole. If that had gone Bubba Watson's way, in the knowledge that a par 5 was coming up next, then this match could have swung, but it didn't, and now Luke Donald is on the verge of giving Europe their first point of this final day. He's over this putt. It's only 4 feet. It's for an eagle. It's for a win. And it's on its way now towards the hole. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it. It's gone across the face of the hole. It had a vicious break from left to right. And Luke Donald will perhaps have to hole out here as well. Bubba Watson's walking over. He's had a look at it. No, he said pick it up, pick it up. So they halve it in birdies, and we go to the 15th. It's not quite over here, but there's a guaranteed half point at the very least for Europe from here, because Luke Donald has managed to get the half there, but it could so easily have been all over. Donald 4 up with 4 to play.
Well, there's an awful lot of blue on all the scoreboards around the course at the moment, but you know that Luke Donald is about to win, you think, 4 up. Ian Poulter is 1 down to Webb Simpson. Rory McIlroy is now 1 up against Keegan Bradley. Justin Rose 1 up against Phil Mickelson. Paul Lawrie's 3 up against Brandt Snedeker. Cole Hudson Johnson all square. McDowell 3 down to Johnson. And here is Molinari with a putt on the 4th. And if he doesn't make this, we had the most extraordinary rescue act from Tiger Woods from the woods, bending his second shot around the tree, 180 yards onto the green. He's got away with a 4, and if Molinari misses this, and he has, and 5 minutes ago you'd have put your house on Francesco Molinari being 3 up against Tiger Woods after 4 holes. As it stands, he's now just 1. Woods, remarkably, that's absolutely extraordinary the way this game can turn. Woods has won the hole, won the 4th, to get the margin back to just 1 now. Going back to the scoreboard, Garcia and Furyk are now all square. Peter Hansen is 2 down to Jason Duffner. Westwood is 1 up on Matt Kuchar, and Martin Keimer is 1 down to Steve Stricker. And you know what's happening with the bottom match, Tiger Woods. If it comes down to Woods against Molinari, that second shot from Tiger Woods from in the woods may be one of the defining shots of this Ryder Cup. Let's go to Andrew Cotter.
Putting contest here on the 12th. Both players here, both Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson, with the American 1 up, are about 12 feet and 10 feet away. Poulter 12 feet away, he's going to putt first. About 2 great shots, that word's bandied about, but really brave, great shots into this 12, because so close to falling down 25 feet or so down into the water with the wind coming in off the water. Andrew McGee, tremendous shots from both players.
Well, we've been talking all morning about Ian Poulter hasn't hit a ball left of the pin yet, and if he'd hit this one right of the pin, he'd be in the water, but he has hit it right of the pin, just on the 4 yards of green that's left before the big slope down to the water, and a very, very gutsy shot. Ian Poulter over it right now. He's backed off.
Something disturbed him. Just looked up to the little canopied stand behind the green here, and the wind again picks up, and the spray of a fountain is being blown down in the water there. And Ian Poulter down on his haunches, lining it up once again. I think Webb Simpson will get a decent read from this. It's not in exactly the same line, but he'll get a feel for it. And Poulter then, again, those trousers flapping away in the breeze a bit, settles over it now. The flags pick up, brought to life by the wind, and the stand behind the green. This for a birdie. I think this might have to drop because Simpson is about 10 feet or so away. He's 1 down at the moment. Poulter down the slope. It comes towards the hole. In it goes. Poulter. He's got his pose where he throws both fists towards the ground and bends the knees a little bit, and then roars. Poulter in first for the birdie. Follow me in if you can, he says to Webb Simpson.
What do you call that? The palsy? A little bit of, I call it gesticulating, but it's the gesticulating palsy move.
Well, he was giving a roar to the crowd. Conor McNamara quickly.
Brandt Snedeker has won his first hole against Paul Lawrie. He's reduced the Europeans' advantage. Europe now just 2 up in this one. A birdie for Snedeker, came out of the bunker and putted from 5 feet.
So can Webb Simpson follow Ian Poulter into the hole? Very, very similar putt. And Ian Poulter has just given Webb Simpson a bit of a read. Another jet roars overhead into Chicago here airport, and in the sunshine Webb Simpson sends it down. This one is by the right edge. This match is once again all square. 6 holes to play. Webb Simpson just couldn't quite manage to do what Ian Poulter had done, and Ian Poulter is marching, chest puffed out, off the green towards the 13th tee, and European songs are being heard here. Back to all square in this match.
Well, that means that another red number has been taken off all the leaderboards around the course, because that's gone all square. That means that's green now, so that means Europe are now up in 6, down in 3, and level in 3. That would still be enough to give America the title, but only by the narrowest of possible margins. If we stopped the clock now, that would be 13.5 to the USA. But Jose Maria Olazabal exhorted his troops to give it everything they had today, not just because of there's so much at stake, and it's the Ryder Cup, but because of Sevi Ballesteros and the fact that they're wearing Sevi Ballesteros' emblem on their shirts today, and they really are making a fantastic fist of it at the moment, and it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Europe could yet sneak this. Let's go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
John, you're doing extremely well with the maths. We are watching Justin Rose and Phil Mickelson. Justin Rose one up after 10, both of them halving the par 5 10th with pars. Phil Mickelson has just strode onto this par 4 11th green like a guest on one of the big American chat shows, being absolutely roared onto the green. Fans lining either side of the fairway, they're all the way around the back as well, and he was giving the thumbs up to everyone with a big smile on his face, because Simon Dyson, he got lucky with the tee shot. He came through the trees, but then a bit of Mickelson magic with the second shot, and Justin Rose is in a bunker on the left-hand side of the green in 2. Very much advantage Phil Mickelson here.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, like you said, got very lucky off the tee. He was in the middle of the trees, kicked out onto the fairway, which enabled him to hit a big cut around the tree, but it was a fantastic second shot to set up the birdie, and Justin's gone from bunker to bunker, so if he can get up and down, put a little bit of pressure on, then we'll see if Phil makes a birdie.
And tell us what you're thinking at the moment, you know, watching your pals out there putting up a tremendous show from Europe's point of view.
Oh, it's a fantastic effort the boys are doing. This is just exactly what you wanted them to do. Come out, all guns blazing, and put the Americans under a bit of pressure. It's a big ask, but, you know, there's a few games out there that could go either way, and there's still a lot of golf to be played.
This is one of them. Justin Rose one up. Ian Carter's watching Luke Donald.
Sure. And it's Luke Donald playing his wedge into the green. Looks to have judged it. Well, he's found the heart of the green. He's put it 6 feet from the hole. Superb approach from Luke Donald. His opponent, Bubba Watson, a much bigger hitter, has managed to get the ball within 20 feet of the green. But all the pressure on Bubba Watson, Ali, because a half on this hole is all that Luke Donald needs to secure Europe's first point of the afternoon.
We'll be back with you, Ian, as soon as we can. Justin Rose, pressure on him here, settling himself into this powdery white sand, having played from a fairway bunker with his second shot. This is his third, and Phil Mickelson's in close. Rose out of the bunker, and it's come out really fast and far and way beyond the flag and to the far side of the green. So Justin Rose has probably a 30-footer there for his par. Phil Mickelson has 4 foot for a birdie. So let's just see what Justin Rose decides. But, Simon Dyson, what we also need to discuss, and we certainly didn't hear it, was just before Justin Rose was settling over that shot, something was said to him from the crowd. He didn't like it. More of that in a second. Ian.
Watson with his second shot at the 15th, pushing it up on with that little chip. It's very good indeed from Watson, and he's cozied it up towards the hole, and so that 6-7 footer for Luke Donald will be for a half and for the match. He's already missed one putt to win the match, but surely now he can close it out. But that was excellent from Bubba Watson, Ali.
Well, this hole's been conceded. Justin Rose, as you just heard, had hit the bunker shot way beyond the flag, and Phil Mickelson's stunning second came to within 4 feet. So it's another hole conceded to a birdie, and this match is swinging to and fro, all square with 7 to play. Simon Dyson, just a word from you, because Justin Rose, we were about 60, 70 yards away from it, but he definitely heard something, and he turned his head sharply, and he went and pointed into the gallery. We don't know what was said, but it obviously wasn't friendly.
Yeah, obviously right. Something's obviously been said as he'd gone down to get the bunker shot, and he pretty much squared up to whoever had said something, and then got down, hit the bunker shot, and the rest is history. But yeah, like you say, we don't really know what's been said.
Rose and Mickelson all square, 7 to play. In
15th green, Luke Donald just consulting his little notebook from his back right pocket. All the reconnaissance work done earlier in the week as he tries to fathom out what the break is going to be on this 6-foot birdie putt that he has to make to halve the hole and to secure victory by 4 and 3.
Fairly flat, not a lot of break in it, but you know, nothing straightforward in a Ryder Cup, particularly at this stage, particularly when you're out first. The honour of leading Europe into the Sunday singles, with the opportunity to put down the American number 1.
Magical touch from Bubba Watson to really pile the pressure on to Luke Donald, who missed that eagle putt from similar distance on the 14th. This is now the 15th. This is for birdie. This is for victory. He's taking the practice putt now on its way. Will it disappear? Will it disappear? No, it won't. It's gone by. And for the first time in the match, Bubba Watson has won a hole, and it prolongs it, and it takes this one to the 16th. It could have been over on the 14th. It could have been over on the 15th. It ain't yet. 3 up with 3 to play. Luke Donald against Bubba Watson.
Well, the sun beats down and the beers go round, and as the tension gets greater and the possibility, even the tiniest possibility, of a European victory looms, I suppose it's not surprising in a crowd of 50,000 plus that 1 or 2 people are going to say things out of turn. But it will be interesting to hear from Justin Rose at the end of all this what actually happened in that minor altercation which cost him that hole. Anyway, I gather Lee Westwood has just missed a very short putt on the 6th, and he's gone back now to all square in his match with Matt Kuchar. Radio 5 Live on what is building up to be a very dramatic Sunday evening on the final day of the Ryder Cup, and it's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the 5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. ITV says it stands by a documentary which claims that Sir Jimmy Savile sexually abused schoolgirls. A member of the late broadcaster's family said they're disgusted and disappointed by the allegations. An ITV spokesman said the documentary, which will be shown on Wednesday, was the result of an in-depth investigation into long-standing allegations of serious and widespread sexual misconduct. Ed Miliband's warning the unions that he will not be dominated by sectional interests as he develops Labour policy for the next election. Speaking on the first day of the party's conference, he rejected criticism from the leader of Unite, Len McCluskey. The Foreign Office has confirmed that a British woman who was kidnapped in Ecuador on Friday has been freed. 23-year-old Catherine Cox was kidnapped while canoeing in a remote part of the Amazon with an Australian friend. A shooting at a checkpoint in eastern Afghanistan has taken the US military's death toll in the war past 2,000. An American soldier and contractor were killed, while 3 Afghan soldiers died and several were injured. Research suggests that hundreds of species of fish around the world may shrink in size because of rising sea temperatures. Scientists say that warmer oceans could lead to a fall in oxygen levels and significantly reduce fish body weight.
The Ryder Cup on 5 Live.
With John Inverdale.
Well, good afternoon from Medina on the most beautiful autumn afternoon, and we're building up to a fantastic crescendo on the last day of this 39th Ryder Cup. Europe, bit by bit, are getting themselves back into the match. Let's start with Ian Carter.
Yes, Luke Donald on the verge of victory, but he's being made to wait. He could have won it on the 14th with an eagle, couldn't take that chance, just missed a birdie putt to lose the 15th, and that means he's 3 up with 3 to play against Bubba Watson.
Now, if Poulter wins, does that mean Europe wins? Andrew Cotter.
He wouldn't bet against Ian Poulter saving himself and then lifting himself for the dramatic final few holes here at Medina, and it might go all the way against Webb Simpson. They are all square on the 13th green, both players in good position on this devilish par 3.
Rory McIlroy slept in this morning and almost missed his match, but he's out there at the moment and in the lead. John Murray.
Yes, late for the Ryder Cup, but 1 up on Keegan Bradley as they pay the 12th. But he's got a really tough putt in front of him here to stay 1 up, 25 feet or more, up a slope. It could be all square very shortly, this match. McIlroy and Bradley.
Another heavy-hitting match is Mickelson against Rose. Alistair Bruce Ball.
It's too tight to call this one. 7 holes to go. They are all square. Phil Mickelson's brilliant second shot into the par 4 11th left him a gimme birdie. Justin Rose couldn't match that. And we saw a little bit of Ryder Cup needle as well. Just before Justin Rose played from the bunker, someone said something. He turned. He didn't like it. He went to confront the spectator. And pleasingly, Phil Mickelson came over to see what the problem was and try and assist Justin Rose. All square, 7 to go.
Let's go straight back to Rory McIlroy now. John Murray.
Rory McIlroy from 22 feet, 23 feet. This to halve the hole. Here we go.
It's by, just by, but it's missed. It's missed. And Keegan Bradley has come back to make this match all square after 12. Bernard, Rory McIlroy's got a real fight on his hands here.
Well, I always thought he'd have a fight in his hands, but he played a very poor chip, Rory McIlroy, there on the left-hand side. It is slightly downhill. He expected it to run, but its first bounce, it sat down and just dribbled down into the middle of the green. So he was annoyed with himself. He could see that after he chipped it, and that's a big opening there for Keegan Bradley.
It's all square. Bradley's got that real energy and vitality about him. Rory McIlroy, the world number one, has got a real battle on his hands here. It's all square, this match. After 12...
When they get to the 13th hole, they are going to be waiting for a bit, because on the green up ahead on this par 3, the kind of par 3 to give you night terrors, 250 yards over the sort of dark brown waters of Lake Kadija. Ian Poulter is on the green and he's studying a 25-foot putt. It's a putt to win the hole. Webb Simpson couldn't hole his long birdie attempt. He just scraped onto the front edge of the green. Both players hit good shots here, Andrew McGee.
You can say that again. This is a very difficult hole to win, going right to left into your face. Ian Poulter, a left to right putt from the center of the green to the right edge from about 25 feet. This is just where I think Ian Poulter would like to be. He just won the last hole. He's putting to win another hole. Is it Poulter time again?
Poulter time. I like that. Sends it forward now. Give it a good rattle. It's a long putt down the shoulder. It comes towards the hole. Rolling. No, he's walking. Oh, I think he was walking. He thought he'd made that. What a good effort from Ian Poulter. I thought his walk was one of resignation, but it was one of hopeful anticipation. That's been conceded. So Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson half the 13th hole in threes, and they remain all square going to the 14th. Connor.
At the 11th, watching Paul Lawrie, who has got a birdie putt. It's a long one. 35 feet, but if he lands it, he wins the hole. He returns to 3 up. He sends it on its way. Very much an uphill putt, trickles up close to it, and that's okay for Paul Lawrie. It doesn't drop, but Brandt Snedeker has failed to get on the green with his 3 shots so far. So unless Snedeker can chip in from the edge, Paul Lawrie will still have a chance to win this one, Karen.
Absolutely, and in fact, the referee had to pace off who was away to play first, and I actually kind of felt it'd be beneficial for Paul Lawrie to putt first, but it wasn't to be. Snedeker had to chip first, and he hit a very poor chip actually, didn't even get it onto the green surface, so he has this one now half with Paul.
Quickly to Ian Carter.
Yep, we're on the 16th. Luke Donald's found the heart of the green from 50 yards behind. Bubba Watson, who's playing his second shot now, punching it low to the elevated green, flying over the bunkers and only just getting above them and just short, and that very nearly fell back into the sand, Connor, but it's just clung on. Advantage Donald here, who needs just a half to close out victory.
Thanks, Ian. Back here at the 11th, and good news for Paul Lawrie, because Brandt Snedeker has not been able to chip in from the verge at the back of the green, so it's going to be a bogey for him. And Lawrie has the chance to win this hole with a par to return to being 3 up, which he has been for the last half hour or so, until the last hole when Snedeker landed a birdie and reduced that deficit to 2. So this is Paul Lawrie from 3 feet, uphill putt at the 11th green, and to really hold on to his cushion of a lead in this game. Lawrie sends the putt towards the hole, straight in. No doubt for Paul Lawrie. Scottish Salters are waved in the air above the spectators, and Paul Lawrie is once again 3 up on Brandt Snedeker. John Infidel.
Well, things are getting very, very tight now, especially in the top 5 matches, which is where Jose Maria Olazabal hoped that he might get a real lead on the Americans early on. The cheers you can hear behind me are for Keegan Bradley's tee shot at the short 13th. I'm sure the Europeans hope that Luke Donald stops messing around and wins that match, so that the scoreboard suddenly changed from 10-6 to 10-7 in the Americans' favour. So just to run down the list from top to bottom, Luke Donald is 3 up now on Bubba Watson and about to win, we think. Poulter and Simpson are all square. McIlroy and Bradley all square. Mickelson and Rose all square. Paul Lawrie leads Brandt Snedeker 3 up. Nicholas Coltsarts is now 1 down to Dustin Johnson. Graham McDowell has picked up a hole and he's now just 2 down to Zach Johnson. Sergio Garcia was leading against Jim Furyk, but there's been a return in fortune there, and the American now leads by 1. Peter Hansen has never really been in the game against Jason Duffner. He's 3 down now. Lee Westwood is all square with Matt Kuchar. Martin Keimer's won a hole and is back to all square with Steve Stricker. And Francesco Molinari is 1 up on Tiger Woods. Ian Carter.
Bubba Watson chipping at the 16th. It's a brilliant chip as well, coming down the slope and in! And a double fist pump from Bubba Watson. He's chipped in to potentially keep this match alive. This is stunning golf from the Masters champion. He's won the 15th hole. A brilliant bunker shot saved the 14th hole. And now Luke Donald has a birdie putt for victory here. But this match, in all probability, is going to the 17th because Bubba Watson has chipped in.
That's outrageous. That was just such a gorgeous little shot there from Bubba Watson, but I had to be honest, I did not expect that to happen. Let's hope Luke Donald doesn't make the same mistake that I did. I'm sure he won't, and the reason he's been up at number 1 spot over the last few years is because he doesn't think like that. So hopefully he can keep his breath, stay calm, stay focused, and knock this one into the middle of the cup.
Tough putt though, isn't it?
It is a tough putt. Look, is it a great shot to get it here, really, to be honest. I thought all he had to do was get it on the flat surface and it was game over.
So, Luke Donald settles himself down. This for a birdie, this for a half, this for the match. 22 feet up the slope, borrowing from right to left. It doesn't look too bad. It looks very good, but it misses just on the right edge. And now we're going to the 17th. And now Bubba Watson is starting to believe. And now the pressure is starting to build on Luke Donald. He had chances to win on 14, 15, and now 16. But heroics from Bubba Watson have ensured that this match has gone to the dramatic par 3 17th. Luke Donald now 2 up with 2 to play. Here's Alistair Bruce Ball.
By the 12th green, where it is deathly silent, but those roars from up by the 16th come thundering down the fairways through the oak trees here at Medina Country Club, and unmistakably home crowd roars. Bubba Watson doing his best to snatch something from the top match. Phil Mickelson here on the 12th green has a birdie putt, and Justin Rose has a birdie putt to follow. They're all square. Listen to the shouts for this ball to drop. Mickelson's putt is not going to go. It's not going to go. And Justin Rose has a birdie putt of pretty similar length, Simon Dyson, and pretty similar line as well. He's had a good look at that one.
Yeah, very good look. It's actually a lot flatter putt than it looked like from where we were stood before. We've come into a better position now, and it's a very makeable putt.
Bubba Watson winning those last 2 holes against Luke Donald. It just reminds me of 2 years ago when Ricky Fowler won the last 4 holes against Eduardo Molinari. I think he birdied 15, 16, 17, 18 to snatch what at the time looked like it might be a crucial half. It wasn't quite enough, but Europe cannot afford to let any points slip whatsoever. Started the day 4 points behind. USA 10, Europe 6. At the moment, USA up in 3 matches. Looking at the leaderboard to my right, it is all square in 4. Up in 4, all square in 4. So that would easily be enough for them to win the Ryder Cup. So Justin Rose, it goes without saying, could do with this dropping. Similar putt to Mickelson. It's a birdie chance for Rose. He has one final look at the hole. Putter head drawn back and gives it a good rap. Oh, he doesn't like it. He's straight off after it, and it pulls away to the right-hand side and never really gave that a chance. The putt is conceded. Halved in 4s, and Justin Rose and Phil Mickelson remain all square with 6 to play. Ian Carter's at the 17th tee. It sounds noisy here.
It is. It's not now, though. It's not now. That noise is coming from somewhere else, because deathly silence around the 17th, because Bubba Watson's on the tee. Par 3, downhill, over the water. And Watson launches into this with the pin cut in the very right corner. It's going right. The ball's going right. Where's it landed? Into the crowd, over the back of the green. So now Watson is in big bother. Remember yesterday, in a very tense, tight match, Luke Donald, the wind got up, is what's being suggested here. Remember, in a very tight match yesterday, Luke Donald hit one of the shots of this Ryder Cup to make sure he got a birdie that matched Tiger Woods. Well, now he's breathing a lot easier after that blow to the solar plexus by the chip-in of Bubba Watson on the 16th to prolong this match. Donald will be thinking, just get this on dry land, get it on the putting surface. Here he is now, former world number 1. The leader for Europe today. Look to compact, composed swing on this par 3, down the hill. The last par 3 went into the water. Not on this occasion. It's bounced into the bunker at the back left of the green. It's going to be a long bunker shot to come for Luke Donald, and still the drama unfolds in this top match with Donald 2 up, playing the 17th. We'll take you to John Murray.
At the 13th, where Rory McIlroy had a 25-foot putt for a birdie to win the hole, but it was short, Bernard, so the hole is halved and the match remains all square.
Well, it was a great tee shot to follow Keegan Bradley, and but he left his putt short. He's just lost a little bit of the spring in his step for the moment, Rory.
Here he comes, actually, just past us now. Darren Clark immediately to his left, the Ulsterman. walking side by side through this avenue with Union flags being waved and European flags. Match all square, McIlroy and Bradley, as we go to the 14th. And here's Alistair Bruce Ball on 30.
Yes, just behind you, John, on the knee-knocking par 3, and my word, the flag here as the players hit from the elevated teeing platform over the waters, which are blowing quite hard, actually rippling quite fast, with the wind getting up and the white flag atop the flagstick is blowing hard, and it's cut right away to the right-hand side. It's tempting the players to go for it, but this match is tight. Mickelson and Rose all square. Mickelson with the honour, the left-hander. The nice smooth swish, the big clump of grass thrown forward. Now then, Simon Dyson says he's all over it. Let's have a look. Oh, it's good from Mickelson. It lands at the front. It is a stunning tee shot from Phil Mickelson. The ball lands at the front, rolls up to about pin high, just turns away right to left, and sets himself up a birdie chance, possibly about 20 feet or so. And you can hear what that means to the home fans. Europe at the moment, having had a very good start to this set of singles, are only up in 3 matches out on the golf course. 5 of the games, though, are all square. They could turn either way with any single blow, which is why you cannot leave us on BBC Radio 5 Live for the next couple of hours. This is the Ryder Cup, and it just doesn't get any better than this. And Justin Rose, Simon Dyson's now got to try and follow that Phil Mickelson tee shot over the water.
Yeah, fantastic. I think that's pretty much as close as you can get to this pin. I won't fancy hitting a 9-iron to this pin, let alone one that's 250 yards.
So Justin Rose, who has played so well for Europe so far this afternoon, let's see what he's got. There's a Stars and Stripes flag fluttering away to his left-hand side, the continental European flag with the circle of golden stars away to his right. He's set this tee shot off away to the right-hand side. We're looking in the air. It's turning right to left. It's heading towards the front of the green and landing on the front of the green. He's responded well to the Phil Mickelson tee shot. He's a little bit further away, maybe 30 feet or so for Justin Rose for birdie, 25 feet, maybe a little bit less for Phil Mickelson. The match is all square. There are 6 holes to play, and we hand you to Ian Carter.
Just to let you know, Jason Duffner is 4 up now on Peter Hansen. It's Luke Donald to play first here on the par 3 17th, but he has the easier shot. He's from the bunker at the back of the green. It's a comfortable distance, it's a decent lie, whereas Bubba Watson went through the back right of the green. He's up on a very high shelf and will have a very, very difficult little chip back. So what can Luke Donald do here? Just needs to get this close. Splash of white sand, the ball lands and tracks towards the hole. It's wonderful from Luke Donald, and he looks up to the flags of Europe that are flying, because that brilliant bunker shot, which has finished within 12 inches of the hole, surely has closed out this match.
Well, after the last green, I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't, but Luke Donald couldn't do anything else there. Under this enormous pressure, in this incredible cauldron here around the back of the 17th green, he's in it to a foot. It's just a gorgeous shot from former world's number 1.
So the Olays are rigging out around this 17th green. Luke Donald sportingly gestures for quiet for his opponent here. Bubba Watson with a devilishly difficult chip. He's wasting no time over it either. Bumps it forward off the downslope. The ball has to trundle down. It has to go in. And it hasn't. And Luke Donald raises his right index finger in celebration. It's been a tremendous contest, this. Donald wins the 17th. He's won this 3-1. In truth, he dominated the match, but a late wag of the tail came from Bubba Watson with all sorts of magnificent play over the 14th, 15th and 16th. But Luke Donald's done the job that was asked of him by his captain. He's put a point on the board, and now there are 3 points between the United States and Europe. United States 10, Europe 7, and just the start that Jose Maria Olazabal wanted.
Absolutely, and that was exactly what was needed. Magic display there from Luke Donald, absolutely magic.
Right, we're going to get into the scramash and see if we can hear from Luke Donald, John. But he's done his job, and he's won here, 3-1.
Andrew, just offer us an overall assessment of where we stand at the moment.
Look, well, obviously sort of 3 points in it. It's very tough to see the scoreboards around a bit. There's not any scoreboards as I'd like, but that's pretty good, and it keeps the momentum going from last night. That's for sure.
John, the thing to say is 5 matches are all square. It's right on a knife edge, this Ryder Cup. Conor McNamara.
Yes, and more good news for Europe here, because Brandt Snedeker has just conceded at the 12th hole. Paul Lawrie now 4 up with 6 holes to play. The man from Aberdeen is putting in a sterling performance as we walk behind the players here towards the tee at the 13th, the par 3. Paul Lawrie is 4 up on Brandt Snedeker. Here's Alistair Bruce Ball.
Well, you can't bank that point just yet, but the first point today has gone to Europe. Luke Donald with a 3-1 win over Bubba Watson. Overall match score is 10-7. The Europeans trying to repeat what the US team incredibly managed at Brookline 13 years ago when they were trailing 10-6 going into the singles and managed to turn it around. But as Ian and Conor were just saying, it's about the all-square matches turning Europe's way, and this is one of them. This is Justin Rose against Phil Mickelson, who've been trading blow for blow, and they are all square with 6 to play, and Justin Rose is first to putt for his birdie from about 30 feet. And he does just look like an actor in the middle of a stage, surrounded by just a wonderful splash of colour all around. European flags, US flags. Justin Rose gives the putter wrap. It's turning left to right, and Justin Rose hits the edge of the hole, and it doesn't drop, and it rolls a foot by, and it was so close, Simon Dyson. And it's those kind of things that are going to decide this afternoon.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, what a fantastic effort. He had a big ridge to go over, and then he got on top of the ridge. There was about 8 foot, a little bit left to right, and he just lipped out on the left side. So a great effort.
Justin Rose is somehow, I don't know how he's doing it, but he's got a smile on his face as he's having a word with his caddy. But you cannot believe the pressure that these golfers are under. And Phil Mickelson now has a sniff. A similar length birdie putt for him, and again now he's the actor to take centre stage. Justin Rose has had his go. Now it's Phil Mickelson's turn, the left-hander in glorious sunshine at Medina. USA leading by 10 points to 7, needing 4.5 points this afternoon to win the Ryder Cup. Mickelson for birdie. I think that's going to miss on the low side. It turns left to right, and he didn't give it enough, Phil Mickelson. He's frustrated with that, never really gave it a run at the hole, and so with 5 holes to play, Justin Rose, having just lipped out, remains all square with Phil Mickelson, and we march on to the par 5 14th. John Inverdale.
Well, before this final day began, everybody was pontificating about what the order should be, could be, might be, and everybody said that Jose Maria Olazabal was right to stack the top, the first players out, to try and give Europe the best chance of getting back into the game. But that did mean that the middle order might be weak, the sort of the underbelly, if you like, and it's in matches 6, 7, 8 and 9 where Europe really are struggling at the moment. And apparently Davis Love III has just given an interview to American television in which he said that he predicts that Jason Duffner, playing at number 9, will be the man who wins the Ryder Cup for the USA. He's currently, I think, 4 up against Peter Hansen of Sweden, so that match does look as though it's gone beyond recall from a European perspective. From the top to the bottom, Donald's just won, you know that, so the score currently is USA 10, Europe 7. Simpson and Poulter all square, Bradley and McIlroy all square, Mickelson and Rose all square. Lawrie is 4 up on Snedeker. That looks like a point for Europe, but Nicholas Colsaerts, who was all square a few moments ago, has just lost a couple of holes, so Dustin Johnson leads by 2, and McDowell is 2 down to Zach Johnson, and actually he's been down the whole time. Garcia, that's a real swing match, is now 1 down to Jim Furyk. Hansen, you know, is 4 down and maybe out, and then Westwood against Kuchar, Keimer against Stricker, and Molinari against Woods are all square. So Woods has got back from being 2 down to making it all square. So many matches are all square. It really could just be one shot here and there that makes all the difference. Andrew Cotter.
On the 14th, Webb Simpson was just backed off his putt from about 15 feet perhaps, 12 feet, let's give it at that. He was in the front bunker on this par 5. He's all square against Ian Poulter, but he left his bunker shot a little bit short. Ian Poulter has just cozied his ball up to the hole. I think it might have been conceded. If not, it will be popped in, but this is for the win for Webb Simpson. This to get back to 1 up. Again, the trees spring to life with a breeze hitting them, and another plane overhead, and Webb Simpson putt up the hill, doesn't look too much in it, moving now, and again he bends the knees and it skates past, and Poulter's staring that one down because I think he's going to see that one in, and Webb Simpson had to look at that to study the line as it went past, because it is not dead yet, Andrew McGee. This match all square. As we've been saying, it's a bit of a scrappy match, but my goodness, it's intriguing.
Yeah, 2 shots ago it was Simpson advantage. All of a sudden it was, Simpson's advantage again with the bunker shot. Then Poulter's conceded with the 5. Now Poulter's got a chance to win the hole. This has been incredible.
There's some boos, pantomime boo. The pantomime villain Ian Poulter is playing up to it. He's gesturing with his hands to say how far it is. He's laughing. He's saying, look, this is the Ryder Cup. It's a 2-footer. You can miss 2-footers in the Ryder Cup. Exactly, it's more than that. I mean, my goodness, Craig Stadler missed an 18-inch putt back at the Belfry in the day. He can do anything. So that was just a bit of stuff and nonsense. But here is Webb Simpson, and this will keep you honest. It's again, when you're operating with a belly putter and the breeze is up and the knees are knocking, this has to be holed. And of course, you ask the question. All square at the moment. Webb Simpson should knock it in. And he does just that. With one stride, he gets to the hole, picks it out, and Webb Simpson, Ian Poulter still all square, heading to the drivable par 4 15th.
Well, there's one victorious European already today. That's Luke Donald. He's now with Ian Carter.
Luke, many congratulations. That was exactly the job that was asked of you from Captain Olathabal, I'm sure, and it must be a great relief to have finally got it done.
It was, you always expect them to push you hard, and Bubba just did that. I had my chance on 14. I misread that putt, but, what can I say? It's a relief in a way to get it done. I didn't want to go down 18, being 4 up with 4 to play. Again, Bubba, that chip-in was pretty amazing by him to keep the match going.
Give us an idea of your feelings as the person being asked to lead out Europe when you know that you've got such a deficit to try and claw back.
Well, it's a different pressure going out number 1. I think Ollie expected a lot from me. He rested me on Friday afternoon for a reason, to be strong for the end of Saturday and today, and I delivered 2 points. Hopefully it's good enough. The boys are going to have to push hard, but we're going to go out there and cheer them on.
Did you have any way of knowing how the other matches are going while you're out there?
I had a sneak peek and look at the board a couple times, and it looked good early on. The guys were playing well. I think it's turned a little bit the US's way at the moment, but these matches can change.
It is. I'm going to say it is on a knife edge right now. Just one final thought. This is your hometown, but you're playing for Europe, so what a dynamic that is.
It's actually been a great week. It's always tough to play away from home when you're in a Ryder Cup, but I actually felt somewhat loved this week, even though I'm playing for the Euros. It was nice to hear all the cheers.
Well done, Luke. Brilliant performance today. Thank you.
Lovely stuff. And that does mean, actually, I'm hearing there are 6 matches now that are all square out on the course. So really, this is getting too tight to call, and it could be just one mistake or one moment of brilliance anywhere that could actually determine the outcome of this Ryder Cup. Now, Paul Lawrie has a putt on the 13th that you would think would almost ensure another point in the bag for Europe. Conor McNamara.
Yes, Paul Lawrie is within 15 feet for birdie at the 13th. If he wins this, he will go 5 up with 5 holes to play. So win this one and even just a half of the next, and Europe will have another point on the board. Great tee shot up over the water, back edge of the green, 15 feet from the pin. Snedeker missed the short grass. He had to chip on from the left edge, and he's left himself probably 10 feet or so. So Lawrie now going to stand over it. A downhill putt. He's facing towards the lake. And this is a big moment now. This could be all over this game between this hole and the next.
Absolutely. He's got his foot on Snedeker's throat and he's going for the win big time.
He looks every bit the major winner. Just Paul Lawrie sends the putt down the hill, trickles up close to it, and it's within a few inches. And you'd imagine that'll be conceded. So might be a half here. If he wins the next one, Paul Lawrie will win this game.
Well, that's not an easy putt by any means for Snedeker. 10 feet, and Lawrie could yet win this hole. So I'm sure we'll give you the result of this putt after the news.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The 5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. The late Sir Jimmy Savile's been accused of sexually abusing underage girls by an ITV1 documentary to be shown on Wednesday. The broadcaster and DJ was never charged with any abuse offences. His family say they're disappointed and disgusted that the allegations have been made after his death. The Labour conference has opened in Manchester with the party leader Ed Miliband promising to reach out to the whole country and not to give in to sectional interests. He said he wouldn't allow the trade unions to determine his policy on public sector pay. A British woman kidnapped in Ecuador on Friday has been freed. The Foreign Office says it's now working to find out who took Catherine Cox and an Australian woman as they canoed in a remote part of the Amazon. And hundreds of policemen and women have attended a memorial service at York Minster to remember officers who've died on duty. The service included dedications to PC's Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone, who were killed in a gun and grenade attack in Greater Manchester earlier this month.
The Ryder Cup on 5 Live.
With John Inverdale.
Well, good evening, wherever you may be listening to us, not just in the UK, but all around the world on RyderCup.com and on the BBC website. And we said that wasn't an easy putt for Brandt Snedeker, and it wasn't, Connor.
No, he missed it, and it means that Paul Lawrie has won that hole at the 13th with a par, and with 5 holes to go in this game, Brandt Snedeker against Paul Lawrie. Lawrie is 5 up. We're just walking towards the par 5 14th, and all Paul Lawrie needs to do is halve this hole or better, and Europe will have another point on the board.
And when Lawrie, when Lawrie wins that match, that means that it will be the USA 10, Europe 8, because Luke Donald won earlier on against Bubba Watson 3-1, despite a great fight back by the American. The matches 2, 3 and 4 out on the course that are getting towards their conclusion. This is the area where the Ryder Cup could be won and lost, because all 3 matches are all square at the moment. Let's start with Rory McIlroy and John Murray.
This match is all square. McIlroy for Europe, all square with the young American Bradley. We're on the par 5 14th. Now, both lengthy hitters, these two, but Bradley's missed the green on the right. McIlroy missed it as well, ended up in a bunker on the right-hand side, but Bradley, his ball has ended up right behind one of those oak trees in terms of the line that he has into the green.
Well, it does look unplayable, John, I must say. So if he can get it into that bunker, that sounds about all he can do. And Rory McIlroy hit a magnificent sort of hybrid shot, high fading shot, very close to the flag, but it sort of kicked off the edge of the green and went in the bunker. But if he's got a good lie, he's very close to the hole, so you would expect him to be quite confident about that. But this match is on a knife edge.
When you say, Bernard, it does look unplayable, that is summed up quite neatly by the fact that Bradley has just walked down there and disappeared behind the tree from our view. You can see there's a television camera looking at him from behind. It's actually, his ball is 3 yards. Oh, I just saw his left elbow there, Bernard.
Do you think that was an understatement?
It was, yes. It was. Always understated, Bernard. He can just see the right portion of the green from where he is. He's bumped it out into the bunker, just as you said.
Yeah, that was good play, really. Now he's really just hoping that Rory will fail to get up and down.
Chance for McIlroy.
Big advantage to Rory here. Rory's got to grab this chance. He really has.
What a good game this has been. What good sport.
Yeah, it has, and the crowd have been good. The players play in a contrasting style. Rory just likes to get on with it. He just sees the shot and goes at it. And Keegan Bradley takes ages before he eventually sees the shot he wants to hit. But when he comes to hit it, he plays it quite quickly, of course.
Or what good sports for those who are listening on the course who live over here. McIlroy from the bunker then. This match is all square. But McIlroy with the advantage now, head bobbing from right to left. Out he splashes it towards the hole, and he rolls it beautifully to the left of the hole and to within 2.5, 3 feet. So McIlroy is there in 3, and Bradley is in the bunker in 3.
Yeah, Rory will be slightly disappointed with that. I know coming out of bunker, and people are probably listening to that, and what a great shot, it went up to 3.5 feet. But I mean, I think Rory was trying to probably hole it, and it's just crept into that distance, that difficult distance, 3.5 feet away. So now Bradley's got the same type of bunker shot, and he does need to hole it.
This is his 4th shot. He steps away, having had a look. Stance looks awkward. We can see the top half of his body, that white shirt with the horizontal blue stripes and the big red band across his chest. Tight match, all square. They halved the first 3 holes. McIlroy got himself 2 up on 2 separate occasions. But all square now as Bradley splashes it out, but it lands to the right of the hole and rolls on probably 5 feet. It is 10-7 currently, the overall match score. Only 1 match has come in so far. Luke Donald winning against Bubba Watson to get that 7th point for Europe. And Sergio Garcia is now all square with Jim Furyk after winning the 10th. So yet another match all square. The USA are only up in 3 matches, but there are 7 matches that are all square at the moment. How finely poised.
Well, this is really Olazabal said to his team, if we're going to lose this match, we're going to fight to the very end. We're going to make it difficult for the American team, and that's exactly what they've done.
Bradley to putt first. This is for his par 5. McIlroy has a putt from 3 feet for birdie, which would win him the hole and take him back up in this match. Bradley walks all the way round to look at the hole from the opposite view, if you like, goes down onto his haunches then. Tall man stalks back round to have a look at it from behind the line here. Winner of the US PGA Championship last year, 2011. The nephew of Pat Bradley, one of the great women golfers that America has produced. And fulfilling one of his life's ambitions this week, to play in the Ryder Cup. And he holds it for his par 5 here, but Rory McIlroy now from 3 feet walks very quickly forward, never wastes much time with these putts. His curly black hair poking out from behind the black of his white baseball cap. Down he goes onto his haunches. McIlroy very, very careful though with this, having a long look at it down on his haunches. Now quickly up he comes, put ahead behind the ball. Final little movement from him. This to go back 1 up. Rory McIlroy on 14.
Yes, it is. Well, he has withstood something of a barrage from Bradley, but he has withstood it well and now moved back in front. McIlroy 1 up with 4 holes to play. To Andrew Cotter next.
Yes, and McIlroy and Bradley will get to the 15th tee and wait with up on the green if they're going to have a shot at this par 4, this reachable par 4. Up on the green is Poulter, birdie putt from about 18 feet up the slope. His second shot was very good, but it spun back down the slope and the putt doesn't drop. Oh, he thought he had that one. And then the noise grows from the American fans because they're urging Webb Simpson to greater endeavour to knock in his birdie attempt from a similar distance, a bit closer, 15 feet perhaps. Both players laying up here, just hitting 6 irons or so, and Webb Simpson's just asking a question. Ian Poulter, I think there might be a pitch mark. Lee Westwood has won the 9th hole against Matt Kuchar. He is now 1 up, so things swinging from some of the level matches to 1 up to Europe. This match is all square at the moment. I have to say, heart in mouth for Webb Simpson off the tee in his layup, because he wasn't far away at all from putting in the water. Andrew McGee.
I know he would much rather hit this thing out of the fairway than the short rough, but he has hit it closer than Ian Poulter. He is on top of the rise that Ian had to putt up, and he has a right to left, a little bit downslope as the shadow of the blimp just canvases the green completely, and Webb Simpson now getting ready to putt to take a 1-up lead coming into 16 if he can make a putt today.
Incidentally, very slow matches here because Bubba Watson and Luke Donald finished in the 17th when we were on the 4th match here. So here he is, Webb Simpson then, the shirt being blown, sends the ball towards the hole to go 1 up. He is walking, not a celebratory walk though, just looks to Ian Poulter. That has been conceded, all square still in this match as they head off down the 16th. John.
Well, suddenly green is turning to blue and red is turning to green, and maybe things are inching inexorably towards Europe at the moment. Nicholas Colsaerts was 2 down to Dustin Johnson. He got a shot back on the 13th. Now on the short 13th, where there's been already, Colsaerts shot in the bunker. Dustin Johnson's agonisingly teetered on the top of the bunker, and then Colsaerts put his stone dead from the sand, and now Dustin Johnson has put his chip shot 10-12 feet past, and that means if he doesn't make this putt, this match almost in the blink of an eye has gone from 2 up to the Americans back to all square, and that will mean that the Americans are only 2 up, or rather up, in 2 matches out on the course at the moment. The matches in which the Americans lead are Jason Duffner against Peter Hansen, who's 4 up on Peter Hansen, and Zach Johnson, who's 2 up on Graham McDowell. And Dustin Johnson is taking an eternity over this putt because he knows that this is a key moment when this match could swing. He's lining it up now. Downhill, bathed in sunshine, his shadow creeping out behind him, and the ball's on its way. If this misses, the match goes all square.
And you can hear the groans, and suddenly the chants of Europe go up round the 13th hole, and the flags are waving, and a match that seemed to be heading into the red zone is now heading back towards the blue. Ian Carter.
Yes, it's an extraordinary look to this current leaderboard right now, because as that one goes the way of Europe, we can reflect on the fact that Luke Donald has done his job, giving Europe their first point, only 3 behind now, and Paul Lawrie on the verge of victory against Brand Snedeker. Then the deficit is down to 2, and then you look at the number of matches that are so close. Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson all square after 15. Rory McIlroy 1 up after 14 against Keegan Bradley. Justin Rose all square with Phil Mickelson through 13 holes. Paul Lawrie, as I was saying, 5 up now through 13 holes. That match going all square between Colsaerts and Dustin Johnson. Zach Johnson now only 2 up on Graham McDowell. All square Jim Furyk and Sergio Garcia. They've played 10 holes. Jason Duffner is the only one who looks destined certainly to land a point for the Americans, because he's 4 up at the turn against Peter Hansen. Lee Westwood has gone to the turn, 1 up on Matt Kuchar. All square in the bottom 2 matches, with Martin Keimer hitting back against Steve Stricker, and Francesco Molinari is all square through 7 holes with Tiger Woods. What price that match proving decisive come the end of play today. Let's go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Walking round the back of the par 5 14th green, you're about to get some massive roars, because Phil Mickelson is on his way to this green. He was a couple of feet short with his second shot into the par 5 of hitting an absolute wonder shot to give himself the eagle chance, but the ball thudded into the front of the green and has dropped back into a bunker front right. Justin Rose also going for the par 5 green in 2, found the putting surface, and the ball has just rolled through the back into the fringe. And let's get Simon Dyson, European Tour professional, knows Justin Rose extremely well, just to assess the 2 shots they now face. Is Mickelson's the easier here, even though he's in the bunker, Simon?
No, I'm not sure. I think Justin will quite fancy his. He's got a good 7 or 8 yards of pretty flat, and then it all runs away from him, but it all runs down to the pin, so there's nothing. It's all about the weight of the chip, whereas Phil, I mean, yeah, he can literally just splash it out, get the down slope, and again, it's all on going down. But I think Phil's past the pin runs away more than Justin's does, so it'll be very interesting to see what they both play.
Match is all square with 5 holes to play. USA 10, Europe 7. Paul Lawrie possibly about to clinch another point for Europe to make it 10-8. And it is all square in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches still out on the golf course. Justin Rose is sizing up his chip. Let's find out some more details from John Murray on his match.
We're at the 15th with Rory McIlroy, who's 1 up on Keegan Bradley. And of course, it's the 15th, it's the drivable par 4. Now, McIlroy took an iron off the tee and laid up, 120 yards back from the green, but Bradley went for it, Bernard, right into the gallery here to our left, into all of those people, sea of people, sent them scurrying in front of the hospitality chalets and the white picket fence, and he's right in among the crowds.
This was real match play here, John. Rory goes first into a safe position. He has enough power to reach the green. There's a lot of danger water and right bunkers on the left. He dared Keegan Bradley to go for it. He almost baited him to go for it, and he did go for it, but he's hooked it away left. It really depends on the lie up here whether he can get it anywhere close.
Right, we'll see. So here's Alistair Bruce Ball next.
Phil Mickelson's bunker shot. Listen to the reception for it. He's about 3 or 4 feet away. It's what you expect from him, and he comes bouncing out of that bunker to the front right of this 14th green with a big cheesy smile across his face. He gives a couple of thumbs up to the American fans. You can hear the chants of USA, USA ringing around the green. And now it's Justin Rose's turn, chipping from the back of the par 5 14th. Justin Rose, who made such a storming start to this match, winning the first 2 holes with birdies. He was 2 up after 2, but Phil Mickelson came back at him quickly, winning holes at the 4th and 5th. And ever since then, Justin Rose has been trying to get his nose in front. He's managed it, and every time Phil Mickelson has pegged him back. And I just look beyond the green to the thousands of spectators lining up amongst the oak trees on the dusty paths, huge clouds of dust coming up from all around them as Rose puts his feet close together and settles over the chip and just hits a little low runner. And tell you what, this has got to go. This has got to catch the slope and go, otherwise it is a long way short. And Justin Rose is imploring the golf ball to go, and it is rolling, but it's only rolling to within about 11, 12 feet of the pin. Advantage, Phil Mickelson. John Murray.
Magnificent for Rory McIlroy from 20 yards short of the green at the 15th. He's put it to within inches, Bernard.
Well, it's not quite, John, but it's certainly a gimme, I think. Fantastic shot. But, you know, really, it was a match play strategy that's done this for him. He could see that he was wanting to put it safe off the tee. He baited his opponent. His opponent fell for it, and of course now he's got a really difficult up and down.
McIlroy 1 up on 15, back to up.
Got to keep it quiet here at the back of the 14th green, because Justin Rose has a real job on his hands to try and stop Phil Mickelson getting ahead in this match. They're all square with 5 to play. Justin Rose's chip has come up short. He's got about 12 feet across the par 5 14th. It's going to curl from left to right as he looks at it, but Phil Mickelson is lurking and is waiting and is smiling and has a shortish putt for his birdie. And Simon Dyson, that was not the time to offer me some chocolate or some sweets. I'm too nervous for that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, I feel like I need something.
Bit of energy.
I think Justin was a little disappointed there because he's tried to play a little bump and run, and on the second bounce he just got a little bit of check, which stops it from going all the way down the slope. So tough putt here. He's got about a 15-footer for birdie, so
he's eyeballing it, and he looks very, very stony-faced. Justin Rose in the dark blue and white, the Sevi Ballesteros colours. How he'd love some Spirit of Sevi here. Putt on its way, got to turn left to right. Justin Rose is looking, imploring, wanting. No, it misses on the right-hand side by about an inch, and that really is a big, big chance for Phil Mickelson to take a lead with holes fast running out in this match. Mickelson, well, it looks like there's only about 3.5 feet possibly, and it looks pretty much straight up this green, Simon Dyson.
Yeah, it does. Maybe a little bit of right to left in it, but a putt you'd probably expect Phil to hold.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 6 or 7 matches out on the golf course are all square, and if Europe are going to complete this remarkable fight back, then they have to edge, if not all, but most of those, and this is one of those, all square. But this is a chance for Phil Mickelson to go 1 up, and he settles and puts the putt ahead behind the ball. Listen to the noise. That tells you everything. In it goes from Phil Mickelson, and there's the first real roar from him as well, and it's a big come on to the American fans. He punches the air 2, 3, 4 times, and he punches his own hand as well. He is really pumped up for this. He is 1 up on Justin Rose with 4 to play, and they head to the drivable par 4 15th. John Murray.
Up ahead of you, Alistair, by the 15th, at the back of the 15th green, actually. Remember, previously in this match, Rory McIlroy 1 up on Keegan Bradley. McIlroy played a magnificent shot into a couple of feet, 2.5 feet, absolute max. Bradley was up on the bank in amongst the spectators. He's hit a glorious shot in that bounced on the back of the green, jumped onto the putting surface, and now he does have a chance for birdie here from 15 feet, and it's on its way, and it's rolling from right to left, but it will not come back, and it stays above ground.
No, that was he missed it, and he missed it quite quickly as well. But what a chip from Bradley over the crowds, over the bunker into like 3 feet of green. And so look, Rory's got about a 2-foot putt, 1.5 foot maybe. Not a gimme in Ryder Cup unless you're playing against Jack Nicklaus.
So it's no. So technically, Bernard, it is inches. It's just more than just a few inches. McIlroy over this to go back 2 up. This could be a massive blow in this match. Yes, McIlroy, he's there again, and barely a flicker of emotion. What a contrast between McIlroy and Bradley. I have a feeling if that had been Bradley, he'd be leaping about like it was the 4th of July. But McIlroy very calmly moves off, drops his putter on his bag, and McIlroy is 2 up again in this match, but now he's 2 up with 3 to play. John.
McIlroy doesn't need to practice, he just gets on the course and he plays like the world number one. A quick word from Conor McNamara.
Yes, just watching Paul Lawrie, you'll remember he is 5 up with 5 to play coming down the 14th. Almost a heart-stopping moment when his tee shot struck a tree on the other side of the lake and almost bounced back into the water. He came up about 7 yards short of going into the lake. Very good second shot though, straight down the fairway, has put himself back into position, and he's now about to take his third on this par 5, which is from the centre of the fairway. Just to let you know about Snedeker, who's taken 2 shots. Snedeker is in the bunker front left. All Paul Lawrie has to do is halve this hole to win the game for Europe.
And that would then mean the score would be the USA 10, Europe 8. This is agonising sporting drama in many ways. It's a bit like dangling a ball of wool in front of a cat, or a carrot in front of a horse, but just not letting them get it. And the Europeans suddenly seem to almost have the ascendancy and being with a real chance of winning the Ryder Cup or retaining the Ryder Cup, and then suddenly gets taken away by someone like Phil Mickelson, as we heard a few moments ago, taking the lead in his match against Justin Rose, which could be absolutely key. Ian Carter up above the 18th. It's too early to start dissecting the Ryder Cup from Friday through to Sunday, because an awful lot can happen over the next hour and a half or so. But even at this stage, are we looking at the fact that Donald and Poulter were rested for one series of matches as being one of the key factors? If it's very, very tight at the end, that was a golden opportunity missed by the Europeans.
Well, especially when you consider that it was yes and no, John. As Luke Donald pointed out after his victory, part of the reasoning was to keep him fresh for Saturday night and for Sunday, and he delivered on Saturday night and he delivered on Sunday. So who's to say he might have been exhausted today and not beaten Bubba Watson? I still think it was a contentious move to leave out Ian Poulter on Friday. I really do, given what he brings to the party. He's on the 16th hole at the moment, will be out there very shortly. I should tell you that Peter Hansen's grabbed a hole back against Jason Duffner. He's now just 3 down after 10 holes, and Martin Keimer's just won the 9th. He's gone 1 up on Steve Stricker. It means that the Americans are up in 3 matches. Europe now are up in 4, and 4 matches are all square. The magic number for the United States is 14.5 points. They're on 10. Europe are on 7. They need to find 7 more points from these matches. We have Poulter and Simpson all square going down the 16th. McIlroy is 2 up now on Bradley coming down the 16th. It's all square. No, sorry, Phil Mickelson 1 up on Justin Rose through 14. Paul Lawrie in control, 5 up, needing just 1/2 from the remaining holes to beat Brand Snedeker. Nicholas Colsaert's all square with Dustin Johnson through 13 holes. And let's go straight to Andrew Cotter.
Webb Simpson just off the back of the 16th green, about a pace or 2. He's got a little hybrid club out to bump this on with that. He's no more than 15 feet or so away from the flag. He's there in 2. This for a birdie, this to win the hole. Oh, it's rolling well, it's rolling well. No, comes up short. That will be conceded, I think, by Ian Poulter. Not yet, not yet. Webb Simpson has to get his putter out and come forward and mark that. We have Andrew McGee just seen a great shot from Ian Poulter, but it had to be because he was in trouble with his second.
Amazing third shot. He's hit the big tree short of the 16th green for 200 yards. Another right shot from Ian Poulter. It's just bounced down below the tree. So he's hit this uphill 50-yard pitch with the pin in the back over a rise, and he's judged the distance perfectly. 5 feet away now, just for par. An amazing golf shot from Ian Poulter.
The best way I can describe this putt for the visuals is if you remember Nick Faldo's putt at Oak Hill against Curtis Strange in 1995. It's that kind of distance, and he's got this effectively for the half. I'm sure Webb Simpson will knock his putt in if it won't even be conceded. This is, well, it's tense right here as we get down to the crucial holes. He's all square at the moment, and he's strutting around on his stage. And Ian Poulter just calling in his caddy for a second opinion. Terry Mundy comes forward. So
up towards the cup, but it skips past it. And Paul Lawrie, who had a chance to win this game right there at the 14th, has not been able to sink the birdie from 20 feet. So Snedeker might be able to hold on for just a moment. Andrew.
Ian Poulter then coming forward over this one, and just to our left, about 5 paces away, is Davis Love, who is doing the math. A moment ago he was adding up, looking at the scoreboard and looking at his own little leaderboard and television which he's got in his hand, and well, it would be far too early and presumptuous to say that he is looking nervous, but because the USA is still, they still have this in their hands at the moment. They have the lead in the meat of the games in the middle order at the moment. But in this match here between Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson, they're all square, and Ian Poulter still lining up this one. Back to Connor quickly.
Brandt Snedeker to continue this game, hits it from 7 feet and into the cup, and that took nerves of steel. If he had missed that, Paul Lawrie would have won this game and it would have been a point on the board for Europe. But Brandt Snedeker just doffs his cap to the crowd, and he's keeping this alive as he moves towards the tee at the 15th.
Big putt here for Ian Poulter, not in size but in importance. This is a 4-footer to remain effectively all square with 2 to play. Poulter then on the 16th, putter head goes back, ball goes into the middle of the hole, and a little punch of the air from Ian Poulter, looks to Webb Simpson, and he's looking again at Webb Simpson's putt. This is a pretty short one, and I think the crowd may give Poulter a few pantomime boos once again, but again at this stage you really have to ask the question.
Well, I don't think Webb Simpson expects to be given this putt either. I think he knows the nature of what's going on right now, and there'll be no given putts at this point of the matches.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're happy to hold it, then you should just go out and hold it anyway. Webb Simpson then down on his haunches. He's going to knock this in. And let's go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Behind the 15th green here, watching Justin Rose and Phil Mickelson sizing up their second shots on this drivable par 4. More news from Andrew Cotter in a second on Ian Poulter's match. Phil Mickelson, Simon Dyson, we were slightly surprised. We'll come back to us in a second, Andrew.
Webb Simpson over this now. This little, well, it's 2 feet if it's that, but again, in the final stages of the Ryder Cup, you have to hold them all, and Webb Simpson does just that. So we're all square in this match between Webb Simpson and Ian Poulter, heading to the 17th.
Back to the 15th green. Phil Mickelson is 1 up on Justin Rose, and with that lead of 1 up with his birdie on the 14th, we were slightly surprised that he had a sort of pop at the green. Simon Dyson loves a wrist as Phil Mickelson, but it's paid off okay because he's come up just short.
Oh, it really has. It was we thought it was a little bit risky, but he obviously believed in himself and he's hit the perfect shot. You know, he's just at the front of the green. He's got a pretty straightforward chip for him, whereas Justin's in the left bunker and he's got a pretty difficult bunker shot.
Yeah, not too much green to work with for Justin Rose because he's short-sided himself, but Phil Mickelson is one of the best in the business at chipping. It's on its way, and this is for the eagle, and it just misses on the left-hand side. And Phil Mickelson is looking at it roll, and he's looking at it roll, and it's gone a wee way past as well. And he gave it that slightly surprised and frustrated sort of Seve Ballesteros look of old, how dare you not go in the hole?
He did. I think he was looking, he went to the side to look at the line that the ball was going on after it had gone past the hole, but it turned a lot left to right, which shows there was a lot of break on it, and that's where Justin's coming from. So I think he's got a pretty quick bunker shot.
Yeah, this is going to be the problem for Justin Rose. I mean, it's one of those where he could rattle it against a stick and it drops straight in the hole, but that's absolute dreamland. And this is going to be tough because he's on the downhill slope in the bunker as well, and the green slopes away from him towards the water. And Phil Mickelson's 1 up on him, and he's to within about 4-5 feet with his second. Rose splashes out of the bunker and it doesn't get there. It doesn't get there. And there's some rather unsporting roars from the home galleries around this 15th green. He had to try and be really tight and cosy with it. He had to try and nip it just out the front of the bunker, and he has left it in there. Lee Westwood has gone all square in his match with Matt Kuchar after 10. Matt Kuchar has won the par 5 10. I'm not sure Justin Rose there, Simon Dyson, have much choice, but what we're looking at now, if he doesn't hold this shot, is possibly Justin Rose 2 down with 3 to play.
I don't think he had any choice whatsoever. I think if he'd pitched it on the green, I think he'd have left himself about a 40-footer, so he had to be quite acute with it and try and get it in close. So, you know, he's on an upslope now, so it's a bit of an easier shot.
Well, I'll tell you what, this would be some Ryder Cup birdie in this situation. Justin Rose in the sunshine from the bunker. This is his 3rd shot, throws it up, and the ball bounces down on the green, and it starts to roll and trickle towards the hole, and it's still coming, and it's a great shot from Justin Rose. And it's very, very close, and it's picked up by Bones Mackay, so that's conceded. Mickelson has the birdie putt to win. Andrew Cotter's at the 17th tee.
Where nerves of steel are required. The 17th, the par 3, 190 yards, and the wind is really picking up. It always does down here by the water, Lake Kadija as it's known. And Poulter, all square in his match against Webb Simpson, sends it towards this flag, which is tucked in the right corner of the green here. And Poulter, what a shot that is!
What a shot that is. It's gone just to the back of the green. It's about 18 feet, 20 feet perhaps away, but that is a brave shot, because you really are flirting with the water, which bites into the green here, Andrew.
Oh, especially the shot he's been hitting all day, right, with a cut, and he had to just keep this left to the hole for the first time, and he's done it, and he's hit it long, and he's hit it safe, and he's putting the pressure on Webb.
Let's go back to the 15th, Alistair.
Moment in this match. Short putt for Phil Mickelson to go 2 up with 3 to play. Settles his right hand on the putter. Pulls the putter head back, turns left to right and misses! And misses, and Phil Mickelson can't believe it, and Justin Rose survives. On the par 4 15th, he remains 1 down with 3 to play. Big miss from Mickelson, Andrew.
So Webb Simpson's turn then on the 17th. Deep consultations with his caddy Bubba Watson, his close friend, has come back and is watching this match, and it's beautifully sunny here, but the wind, the flag down in the green is going right to left, but the wind as we sit here up by the tee is sort of into the faces. It's a horrible shot to face.
It's a horrible, daunting shot with just all water. There's, what is it, from the water maybe 5-6 paces to the flag, which is blowing right to left and into your face. Anything right of this hole is in the water, and a loss for your team. Can't afford that now at this position. Webb Simpson with a huge shot.
They've opened up the banking. The tees sort of go down in steps, and they've opened up the banking below the ladies' tee here, and it's filled with spectators now. The slope, it's rather like hitting over the spectators on the 6th at Augusta. They can't see the shot, but they might hear it whistle over their heads and see it land on the green. Webb Simpson will aim to do that just now, back up in the shadows cast by the trees and by the giant television camera stands behind the green. Again, perfect blue skies overhead. This match all square at the moment, as so many of the matches are so very close. Nobody has had a runaway victory, a real 6-5, 7-6 job, as sometimes you find in the singles. But here is Webb Simpson, all square against Ian Poulter, 190 yards to this pin, back right, and he sends it away now up into that clear blue sky, and down from the shadow of a plane overhead. It's going left, oh, it's into the sand. The bunker back left, so advantage Ian Poulter here on this one. This match all square, but the Englishman in the ascendancy on the par 3 17th.
And the puffs of smoke in the sky, which we've had from all the planes that have been flying over on that advertising campaign, that we won't mention who's doing it, but it says at the moment in the sky: Luke, Ian, Rory, Justin, Paul, Nicholas, Graham, Sergio, Peter, Lee, Martin and Francesco, go Sevi. And that is maybe part of the motivation for the Europeans on this final day. Is it's getting very, very tight. We'll give you a detailed rundown of all the matches in just a moment. Let's check in on Rory McIlroy. John Murray.
Long putt across the 16th green, up a slope for Rory McIlroy towards the hole, and rolling by on the right and rolling on 4 feet, 4.5 feet.
Well, it's a good putt from the front edge. He's up 4 feet, yep. Keegan Bradley's in the middle of the green. He's got about a 30-footer up the hill. Rory McIlroy, after a fantastic drive round the corner, short iron up to this tough pin position, but he had too much backspin on it. It gets up near the flag and zips all the way down the green. That was unfortunate. So he's got a lot of work yet. I hope he gets a chance to do it. That is. But he's got a tough 4-footer downhill, left to right.
It really is. You're making it look some worse all the time, Bernard.
Well, I'm thinking from my point of view, John. Of course, he's got young nerves. He's 22-year-old. He's fine. He looks like the calmest guy around here, doesn't he?
Sounds like a football crowd over the back of where we are on 17. He really does, though, leaning on his putter and watching Bradley. Remember, McIlroy is 2 up in this match with 2 holes to play after this one. So if Bradley wants to win this match, he's got to win this hole. Here he is, Bradley, now putting from 23 feet. It looks good. Oh, it's just by. I almost can't believe that didn't drop.
Well, he's so deadly on the greens, this guy. I can see why they're trying to ban the belly putter, because he's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he is. He really is. So McIlroy has a putt here for a half, but we'll go to Conor McNamara.
1 up on Nicholas Colsaerts. Here at the 14th, Dustin Johnson has just been able to pick up his ball because Nicholas Colsaerts conceded having been in the bunker and chipping out, but not been able to find the putt. And Dustin Johnson had the luxury then of having 2 to win the hole. He rolled it up close, and then it was conceded by Colsaerts. So for the moment, Dustin Johnson 1 up on Nicholas Colsaerts. Let's go to Ian.
Yep, and I can tell you that the United States are now up in 4 of the matches. 4 of the matches are all square, and Europe are up in 3. Andrew Cotter.
17th hole. On the 17th, Webb Simpson has a horror lie in the bunker. Is just in the bunker, up at the back of it. So he's a 1 foot out, 1 foot in, trying to get down to this. Ian Poulter about 15 feet or so away with his tee shot. And this par 3, this match all square. And this is the shot to give you nightmares.
Oh my goodness, the Russian judge has just given this a degree of difficulty. It's about a 15. He has got the water, he's got the ball below his feet, he's got, oh my gosh, this is a nightmare that the ball is semi-plugged into the bunker. This is not what he wanted to do, but he played it so safe. He hurt himself by hitting it so far left with this wind. Let's see what he can do. This is crazy.
So here he goes then, splashes it out. Oh, he's done well. He's done very well. Will it grab? It runs on. It runs on. That's a very good shot from there. A very, very high tariff shot. And he's finished up about 8 feet away. So it's still advantage Poulter, but a very, very good effort out of the sand from Webb Simpson. John Murray.
On 16, Rory McIlroy holed that scary 4-footer that Bernard Gallagher was talking about. So McIlroy cannot lose. Guaranteed half point. He is 2 up with 2 to play. And here we are on the 17th tee with him now. Here's Andrew.
And up ahead on the green, the ball of Ian Poulter has been replaced on the green. Great shot from Ian Poulter. Again, we overuse that word in sport. Great. But under these circumstances, under this pressure, to this flag, which is tucked in the right corner of the green, over almost all of the water, that was a superb shot from Ian Poulter. He's about 15 feet, 18 feet away, and he has a putt for a 2, which would remove all doubt in this hole, but he might still win it if he 2 putts, because Webb Simpson is about 8 feet away after his bunker shot, which we have to stress again was superb. Now the sunshine is glinting off the water down here, and the crowds around are stacked, and the home unions are represented, the home nations, a flag of Scotland, 3 English flags, a Welsh flag over there as well, Danish flag, obviously for assistant captain Thomas Bjorn. And little plumes of cigar smoke are erupting from all around the crowd. Again, a plane just sails serenely overhead, and down here, always anticipation, the atmosphere electric for this. Ian Poulter, he holed a big putt here last night in his match. Well, he holed putts in almost all the last 5 holes. Furyk has gone 1 up on Garcia in his match, so 1 going that way to the Americans. But that's how finely balanced it is. The Ryder Cup teetering along the edge of a knife, and Poulter now ready for his birdie putt. This for the win on the 17th. This to go 1 up with 1 to play against Webb Simpson. Simpson with an 8-footer for par still to come. So Poulter will not be too aggressive with this putt. Sends it on its way now. Roars, encouraging it forward to the hole. It's a lovely lag. He left it short. We thought he might. Almost in the jaws. Good for line, but that will be a gimme.
Yeah, that's just about all you should do in that position, though. This is nuts and bolts time here at the end, and Webb Simpson with a 10-footer. Something that Ian Poulter's been turning on him, like the last hole was an unlikely up and down from Poulter. If Webb Simpson could make this, that would turn the tide exactly the same what Poulter did to him on the 16th going into the 18th. But here we go, very tough.
Okay, well, Webb Simpson studying his putt for the half. Well, let's go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Behind the 15th green, we could be about to witness a glorious Ryder Cup moment for Paul Lawrie. 4 up and 4 to play. Brandt Snedeker, his chip came up short. He's 10 feet away. Paul Laurie's 3.5 feet away. If Snedeker misses this, Lawrie wins the match and gets the point for Europe. And Snedeker misses, and that is it, because Paul Lawrie is 3.5 feet away. He waits for Brandt Snedeker to take the baseball cap off, which he does. The pair of them shake hands, and it is a quite magnificent performance by the Scotsman. Paul Lawrie has beaten the $10 million man, the FedEx Cup winner Brandt Snedeker, 5-3, and it makes the overall match score USA 10, Europe 8. The fight back is on. Andrew.
And Webb Simpson, is Ian Poulter about to go 1 up going down the last hole? Because Webb Simpson, the US Open champion, has an 8-foot putt for a half here on the 17th. This match all square at the moment. And Poulter just adjusts his socks on the edge of the green. Casual indifference he is expressing to this, but his heart will be racing, and 95% of the crowd will erupt in a moment if this drops from Webb Simpson. Comes over it now, nestles that belly putter into his midriff, hands low in that long grip, white cap, and from beneath that he looks to the hole and then pops the ball forward towards it. Oh, it's missed. How did it go right, he says? How did it break on me? But Ian Poulter has won the 17th with a par, and Ian Poulter is 1 up on Webb Simpson going to the final hole.
And that means that now the United States are up in 5, Europe are up in 1. It's all square in 4 other matches. This Ryder Cup is absolutely on a knife edge, with the United States leading it by 10 points to 8 now, courtesy of that 5-3 victory for Paul Lawrie and Brandt Snedeker. Let's run down the situation then. Ian Poulter, 1 up as he heads to the 18th tee here. Rory McIlroy, 2 up with 2 to play against Keegan Bradley. Justin Rose is 1 down on Phil Mickelson. They're playing the 16th hole as we speak. Dustin Johnson is 1 up on Nicholas Colsaerts. Zach Johnson is 2 up now on Graham McDowell through 13 holes. Jim Furyk holder, 20-footer to go 1 up at the 12th against Sergio Garcia. Jason Duffner has just missed a little tiddler against Peter Hansen and is now only 2 up after 11 holes. All square in the next 3 matches. The bottom 3 matches are absolutely on a knife edge, as is the situation somewhat for Rory McIlroy, although he stands on that 17th tee with the comfort blanket of being 2 up with 2 to play. John Murray.
Rory McIlroy is in the shadows on the 17th tee, up the slope from where Bernard Gallagher and I sit. 2 up with 2 to play. Looking straight down this magnificent 17th hole over the rippling waters of Lake Kadija, and his tee shot lands in the middle of the green, safely right in the heart of the green, with the flag fluttering to the right. It is absolutely pin high, 30 feet away from the little white hole, Bernard.
It's a gloriously tough hole, this elevated tee over water, pin tucked back right, so if you're going to go for the flag, you've got to go over the furthest part of the water. And Rory McIlroy, quite right in match play golf, 2 up, 2 to play, just hit it on the middle of the green, but easier said than done, but he's done it. And Keegan Bradley, he'll have to go for it, John. He's got no alternative. He'll have to try this shot. If it comes off, that'll be one of the best shots off the day if it comes off, but he'll certainly have to give it a go.
Well, we saw some great shots here yesterday, few better than Luke Donald's, remember? Well, this time that flag is cut right towards the right-hand side of the green, just where it narrows. It's a strip of green that can only be 5 or 6 yards wide. And that is what Keegan Bradley is aiming for now with his tee shot on 17, and it has landed right on the back at the slope, but it bumps back down that slope and onto the putting surface. I guess he wanted to be closer than that, but he's still round about 22 feet away from the hole.
Well, it was a great shot, and he got a good break there because it was over the green at one time, then bounced back off the back slope of the rough, and then once I hit the green, it came straight down, and it was starting to get close to the flag, I must say.
So as the entourage makes their way towards that little green bridge that will take them over the waters towards the 17th green, Andrew Cotter is now stationed up there somewhere.
Yes, down by the green, and the 2 tee shots there of Bradley and McIlroy pretty much equidistant, both about 18 feet or so away from the hole. So and the atmosphere is lifting again. Michael Jordan's getting a massive round of applause from the Chicago fans. But what news of Ian Poulter and Webb Simpson, their tee shots on the 18th? Ian Carter.
Well, Poulter has sprayed his way out right. He's going to have a very, very difficult approach to a hole that is cut on the right-hand side. By contrast, Andrew, Webb Simpson has nailed his drive. He's found the fairway and definitely in the ascendancy. Remember, Poulter, as he strides into view for us sitting here behind the 18th green right now, is 1 up with 1 to play, but not literally, metaphorically, behind the 8 ball on the 18th.
Here on the 17th, McIlroy and Bradley and the travelling circus come over the bridge, over Lake Kadija and onto the green. Rory McIlroy striding up, purposely bouncing onto the green. Let's head back to Alistair Bruce Ball,
where Dustin Johnson is just lining up a birdie putt here on the par 4 15th green. He's up against Nicholas Colsaerts. Both of them have found the green in 2. Both of them the biggest hitters out here in this Ryder Cup, but both of them deciding to take it a little bit easy. The match is tight. Dustin Johnson is 1 up. The USA need 4.5 points this afternoon to win the Ryder Cup. Europe have won the first 2. USA lead by 10 points to 8. Nicholas Colsaerts is in closer than Dustin Johnson here, who's got about 18 feet or so across the par 4 15th. A wonderful, dramatic, exciting Ryder Cup hole, and Dustin Johnson knows just how much this putt means because he's stepping off it again. and he's down on his haunches and the breeze is up and he's going to have a chat with his caddy here because Simon Dyson.
He isn't. It's been a real battle of the Titans, this one. The two big hitters on both toes. It could go either way on this hole, I think.
Dustin Johnson ready to go. Paul Lawrie is watching after his 5-3 win over Brand Snedeker, and he was too emotional to speak to us afterwards. The whole occasion, his performance has overcome him, and we really hope to be able to get a word with him soon because he was outstanding. Dustin Johnson for birdie on the 15th. Leans and loves it and in and punches the air, and it's a huge blow for the USA as they try and win back this Ryder Cup. The fans go absolutely wild around the 15th green. Dustin Johnson is 1 up, but he could go 2 up if Nicholas Colsaerts can't match the birdie. Johnson had a long look there, and it was never anywhere. Dyson, but the middle of the hole.
It really wasn't.
Andrew Cotter.
On the 17th, Rory McIlroy, a putt for a birdie, a putt to win this match against Keegan Bradley. 2 up at the moment, rolling, tracking well, breaking from right to left too much. Low side, that might still be good enough. That's conceded by Keegan Bradley. Nod from the American, and McIlroy will scoop that up with the back of his putter and take that ball away. He's got his 3, and Keegan Bradley, 2 down at the moment, has to hold this to take this down the 18th. So Keegan Bradley will line it up for a bit. We'll head back to John Murray.
We're on 16, where Phil Mickelson and Justin Rose have just both magnificently holed putts from 6 feet or thereabouts. That was great play. Mickelson first. He uppercutted into the Illinois air, left the scene to Justin Rose. He holed his putt as well. The hole was halved, and Mickelson remains 1 up on Rose as they go to 17, which is where Andrew Cotter is.
Another roar from somewhere as Keegan Bradley just taps down something on the green. Not a spike mark, we hasten to add. Cries of USA rippling around this course at the moment. And that will feed perhaps the confidence of Keegan Bradley. A deep breath from this rather frail-looking figure, but he pounds the ball a mile, and he's just looking, always looks away to the right before putting, just studying the terrain and composing himself, and then comes forward, wiping the putter face on the bottom of his trousers, and with this belly putter again, like Webb Simpson, ready to putt here. This has to drop, or the match is over. Will it? It will not, and the match is over, and Keegan Bradley has lost to Rory McIlroy. The late man, Rory McIlroy, slaps the back of Keegan Bradley because he has won by 2-1. Another point on the board for Europe, and now he slaps high fives with JP Fitzgerald, his caddy, and a flamboyant bow to the crowd from Rory McIlroy. Who needs alarm clocks when you're the world number 1? He has won here 2-1, and Europe, well, they're in great shape in the first 3 matches on this course. A hug from Rory McIlroy for Darren Clark at the side of the green. We'll try and get a word with Rory McIlroy in a moment, but another victory on the board for European, Carter.
Yes, indeed, and now the deficit is down to a single point, and here on the 18th, Ian Poulter is 1 up with 1 to play against Webb Simpson, but he's got massive oak trees between him and the green, and he's ready for his second shot now, having sprayed the ball towards the hospitality boxes. It's very hard-packed, downtrodden ground that he's playing from now. A puff of dust comes up as he plays this shot, and we watch on the 18th, looking for it to arrive in the heart of the green, and what a shot it is from Ian Poulter. He has sent it over towering oak trees into the heart of the green, and he has put it to 12 feet. That is simply stunning, Andrew Colsaert, from Ian Poulter.
Truly remarkable, Ian. What a great shot. It was off a really dusty but hard pan lie. Very difficult actually to get the club under it and get the elevation on the golf ball required to do it. Not only that, he had to cut it about 30 yards.
Here's Webb Simpson, who has to win this hole to have any chance in this match, and he plays his shot, and he's tugged it left, and he's overcooked it, and he's put it onto the very back left corner of the green, and it looks very much as though, John Inverdale, Ian Poulter is going to do what he always does at a Ryder Cup and deliver a point in the singles for the European team, because that was quite simply stunning, and he's got a 12-footer for a birdie with his opponent some 45 feet from the flag.
Well, golf can make you look very good, and it can also make you look very silly. Jim Furyk with a brilliant 20-foot putt on the 12th gave himself a one-hole cushion against Sergio Garcia. On the 13th, a complete and utter duff from off the green. He barely moved the ball 2 or 3 feet, allowed Garcia with a 4-foot putt to win the hole, and now we're back to all square as they go down the 14th.
So the situation is that the United States are up in 4 matches. It's all square in 3. Europe are up in 2, but Europe have taken the first 2 points and may well be or rather the first 3 points so far today, and they could very easily take a 4th very, very shortly, because Ian Poulter has just arrived on the 18th green, 1 up and comfortably inside his opponent Webb Simpson for the 3rd shots on this closing hole. So victories for Luke Donald, for Rory McIlroy and for Paul Lawrie so far. Phil Mickelson's 1 up in a humdinger of a contest with Justin Rose after 16 holes. Nicholas Colsaerts and Dustin Johnson, well, Johnson leads 2 up through 15 holes. Zach Johnson is 2 up through 14 holes against Graham McDowell. Now all square, as John Inverdale was telling you, Jim Furyk and Sergio Garcia. Jason Duffner was 4 up on Peter Hansen. It's now 1 up through 12 holes. All square, Matt Kuchar and Lee Westwood. All square also Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer. But at the 10th, Francesco Molinari has just gone 1 up on Tiger Woods. Let's go to the 15th now. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Where we've seen Dustin Johnson and Nicholas Colsaerts just thunder through on the par 4 15th, and Dustin Johnson, as you were just mentioning, Ian, has taken a real stranglehold of this 6th match out on course. Both of them decided to lay up on the drivable par 4 15th, which is slightly laughable in a way, because both of them have so easily got the length to drive it, but the pressure is so, and the match was so tight that they decided not to do it. Dustin Johnson putted first, and what a blow he struck from 18 feet, rammed it into the middle of the hole. Nicholas Colsaerts couldn't match it, Simon Dyson, and now Dustin Johnson 2 up with 3 to play on Nicholas Colsaerts. We're sitting behind the 16th tee, and we have just watched golf balls being hit by Johnson and Colsaerts like golf balls really should be hit. Wonderful drives down 16.
Yeah, 2 fantastic hits. There's a tree down the left-hand side of the fairway which must be 310, 315 to carry, and they both cleared it with ease. So both in fantastic position going up there.
And Nicholas Colsaerts now has really got to pull it out of the bag, because he's been behind in that match and got himself back level, and Dustin Johnson's moved ahead at a crucial stage.
He has. He's just upped his game when he needed to, as Dustin Johnson birdied 14 and then got the birdie first on 15. Pressure on Nicholas, and he couldn't hole, unfortunately.
Dustin Johnson and Nicholas Colsaerts disappear into the distance, so we'll take you to Conor McNamara.
Yes, just to give you a nature of the competitive spirit being displayed out here. Just gone through the 14th green, Zach Johnson and Graham McDowell, and Johnson had a putt from about 10 feet or so to win the hole, which came up short, but only by about 10 inches. And the crowd all expected Graham McDowell to concede it, but McDowell made him go up and roll it in for a half. And it just shows, and there was actually some boos for Graham McDowell, but the Europeans aren't giving anything here, and they're just trying to battle everything. As it is in that game, Zach Johnson remains 2 up on Graham McDowell.
Here on the 18th, Webb Simpson has stalked this 50-foot putt that he's facing for a birdie from all angles, from behind the hole, from the right, from the left, and now he's down on his haunches, and he knows, Andrew Coulthard, that this has to drop against Ian Poulter, because Poulter is only 12 feet away, and of course the Englishman is 1 up, and this is the home green. 50 feet, as I say, right on the back left corner is Simpson's ball after a loose approach shot. Would have hoped to have got it a lot closer. Poulter played a miraculous one over the tree, and now Simpson is ready to go. Sends it on its way, borrowing from left to right, takes the slope, starts to track towards the hole, looking very good indeed, and then just shaving the right edge and running on, and the cap comes off from Webb Simpson. He knows that Poulter won't take more than 2 from where he is, and they shake hands, and Ian Poulter has delivered yet again for Europe at a Ryder Cup. It's a stunning performance, and if Europe are to come from this position that looked so hopeless yesterday to retain the trophy, it will be down more to this man than anyone else. Ian Poulter with a stunning win last night, and now another in these singles. He's won 2 up and the match is all square. Having been 10-6 down going into the final day, it's now 10-all, and so many close matches still out on the course. Let's head out there now. Andrew Cotter.
On the 17th, Mickelson magic par excellence. A horrible chip from the downslope at the back of the green. He was about 5 paces off the back of the green on that downslope, and my goodness, didn't he nearly hole it?
For the rest of us, we'd be lucky to hit the green, and he was thinking of holding it all the way. Beautiful touch, of course, Phil Mickelson. Oh my goodness, we haven't seen that all day. We've been watching the up and downs and the scrambling of our group, and we miss that beautiful stuff from Phil Mickelson.
Oh, he's bumping knuckles now with Keegan Bradley, who's just been seen off by Rory McIlroy, of course his erstwhile partner, who he was so successful with on the first couple of days, and now Justin Rose, who is one down to Phil Mickelson, has to wait for the silence and wait for some calm and compose himself, because he has a 25-foot putt, which is to win the hole. This for a 2, but it's a nasty one. Comes down off a little knobble at the back of the green and will move quite a bit on him, and it's very, very quick. The green's beginning to develop almost a bit of a sheen around the hole. Down that slope it comes towards the hole. A bit too much pace, I think. No, he's got it! Justin Rose has holed it! Oh, and he looks to the crowd and Mickelson applauds. He knows genius when he's seen it. That was something special from Justin Rose, and he is all square now with Phil Mickelson as they head to the 18th. Remarkable scenes here on 17. Andrew McGee, come here and talk to me about that, because that was Ryder Cup golf at its best.
Oh, I can't breathe. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness, just had never expected that one. Justin Rose looked up and just didn't even pump or shake or gesticulate, and just said, yes, that's what I do.
That's what I do, he said, very calmly indeed, amongst all the mayhem, but all square with Mickelson going down the last. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Can Graham McDowell take some inspiration from that? Because surely he must have heard the roar like we heard the roar, like thousands of fans around this 15 heard the roars. He's playing against Johnson, and he's 2 down with 4 to, but Jack Johnson might just have let him in.
Oh dear, we seem to have lost Alistair Bruce Ball. We'll be back with him very, very shortly. So, another victory for Europe in the shape of Ian Poulter against Webb Simpson. They've won all 4 completed matches so far, including Rory McIlroy's 2-1 victory over Keegan Bradley. A short while ago, he spoke to Andrew Cotter.
Rory, great win. Everyone wants to talk about how you got here to the course this morning. Tell us what happened.
I thought I was off at 12:25 instead of 11:25, and just casually making my way out of the hotel room door and got a call saying you got 25 minutes to tee off, and then I was a bit worried then, but as soon as I got to the course I was fine and settled into the match, and obviously delighted to win.
So how did that happen though?
I read the tee times on my phone, and they're obviously in Eastern time, and it's Central time here, so obviously not an hour back, so one of those things.
Police car, police escort, what was it to the course?
Police car, in the front of the police car. At least I wasn't in the back, so, but no, police car, and got here as fast as we could.
Okay, just tell us how you played after that, obviously, because great to take down a man who has been a bulwark for the US side.
I played great, I was very solid out there today, didn't really do much wrong. And he made a few mistakes, and I took advantage of that.
Well, we're very close to 17th green here, Rose and Mickelson. So much going on behind you. Want to get out and cheer, but how do you think it looks from a European point of view at the moment?
We've got off to a good start, but there's a lot of tight matches in the middle and at the end that if we can sort of turn around or get them to go our way, we still have a great chance.
Okay, thanks, Rory.
Thank you.
Matt Cooch has just missed a par putt to halve with Lee Westwood at the 12th, so the European Westwood has gone 1 up in that match. That's the 3rd from last match. The Ryder Cup is all square at 10 points each. 14.5 points is the magic total that they're going for. 14 points enough for the Europeans to retain the trophy. Of the remaining matches, America are up in 3, Europe are up in 2, and the other 3 are all square. It could not be tighter, and this has been exactly the start that Europe needed with those wins for Donald, Poulter, McIlroy and Lowry. We've got Justin Rose coming up the 18th any second now as we take you to John Murray.
Right, United States of America. I've got some news here on 16 to steady your nerves, because Dustin Johnson, 2 up on Nicholas Colsaerts, has a putt to win the match, to win the hole and to win the match 3-2. It's over the little rise there is across the 16th green, and it is some 15 feet. Here it goes, over the slope, down towards the hole, but it pulls up short and left. He still has a chance because Colsaerts has got a putt to come to halve the hole. But John Inverdale, there was a huge cheer. What was it all about?
Well, the huge cheer and the cheers of USA, USA to steady American nerves even further now, because Peter Hansen had got back from 4 down to just 1 down against Jason Duffner, but the American has just sunk a putt fully 35, 40 feet across this 13th green, and now with 5 holes to go, the American leads this by 2.
OK, Nicholas Colsaerts on 16. Bernard, he's got a whole list to stay in the match.
Yeah, it's a tough little putt from about, 6 feet? Slightly right to left. He would get a good read off Dustin Johnson's putt, because it's the last part of the putt's exactly on his line, but this is a tough ask. It's been a big week for the rookie. He's been up to it. He's been the star man the first day, but it's maybe taking its toll, John.
Rather, that spectacular start that he made, the tall Belgian, but he lost both of his matches yesterday. And if he is to avoid losing this one, Colsaerts must hold this to keep the match alive. Here it goes. He's missed it on the right. And Nicholas Colsaerts has been beaten. The United States finally today have their first point on the board. Dustin Johnson shakes the hand of Nicholas Colsaerts. If there was ever anyone you wanted to steady your ship, then it would surely be the languid figure of Dustin Johnson, and he gets an enormous hug and a slap on the back from Davis Love, and that is a big relief for the United States. Dustin Johnson wins 3-2 against Nicholas Colsaerts, and the United States have edged back in front 11-10. Here's Alistair Bruce Ball back on 15.
Zach Johnson just missing with a birdie putt on the par 4 15th green. He is 2 up with 3 to play on Graham McDowell. Could this be the moment that the match suddenly and definitely starts to swing in the US favour, because Graham McDowell now faces a horrible little slippery downhiller of about 3.5, 4 feet or so. If he misses it, then the USA, having just landed their first point of the afternoon, to go 11-10 up in the match overall. Remember, they need to get to that magical figure of 14.5 to win back the Ryder Cup. If Graham McDowell misses this, it is at least another guaranteed half point for the USA, and Graham McDowell would then have to win the last 3 holes to stop that turning into a full point. He was the hero at Celtic Managers 2 years ago, winning that final singles match against Hunter Mahan. And from Europe's point of view, he's always the man you want over this kind of putt. But it's a horror one. It really is going to be quick, this. Down the slope, his long shadow stretches out in front of him. This for the half, this to stay. 2 down, ball on its way and straight in. And straight in. He has nerves of Ryder Cup steel, does Graham McDowell. He's under pressure, but he's off to the 16th tee. 2 down with 3 to play against Zach Johnson. Ian Carter.
Here at the 18th, Phil Mickelson, approach shot to the 18th. He's put it straight over the top of the green, and he's gone down into the Moan collection area at the back. Remember, all square after that sensational putt from Justin Rose, who's in the left rough for his second shot. He's just taking one gentle practice swing. He's put himself in an awkward position there, hasn't he, Phil Mickelson, Andrew Colsaert?
Well, Cardinals in there just simply can't go along over the back of this green. Mickelson's airmailed the green and ran down the slope to the back. He's got a horrible shot there. If there's any hope of making 4, advantage Europe.
Distance control absolutely vital here, though, for Justin Rose. Anything that is 20 feet short, 25 feet short, will go into the bunker guarding the right or the front left of the green as he looks at it. Anything that is long by that distance will be down in the same area as Mickelson's ball. Here is Rose then, striking his second shot into the clear blue skies with the sun beating down on the 18th green, and it's brilliant from Rose because it's landed on the green and he's put it to within 11 feet of the hole. That was such brave play. He took on the flag and he's put himself in perfect position for a birdie and in a great position to snatch another point for Europe. Conor McNamara
Jim
on the
Furyk
40.
has just rolled in a birdie to put the USA 1 up in this game. Jim Furyk now leads Sergio Garcia despite the American being in the bunker on the left-hand side. He chipped it just past the flag, 13 feet, but steady as you like, returning it for a birdie.
Absolutely tremendous play there by Jim. It's just a shame Sergio couldn't have got his wedge a little bit closer. He got a lot more spin than he was anticipating. Just a bit of a shame. Now Sergio has to right the ship here at the next, try and claw it back.
Cheers for the American fans. Jim Furyk once again one up on Sergio Garcia. Ian.
It's 5 Live at the 39th Ryder Cup, and Furyk's success there means that the Americans are up in 3 of the remaining matches. 2 are all square. Europe are up in 2. One of those all square matches is coming to the 18th right now, and that's Phil Mickelson and Justin Rose, and it's advantage Rose after a brilliant approach to 11 feet. Mickelson with a difficult chip to come from the collection area down to the back right of the green, which has been shaved by the mowers. So the situation is this: Luke Donald, Ian Poulter, Rory McIlroy and Paul Lawrie have all won points for Europe today, and that means they're up to 10 points. 1 point has gone the way of the United States so far, Dustin Johnson beating Nicholas Colsaerts 3-2. So the match is on the course. Zach Johnson 2 up through 15 against Graham McDowell. Jim Furyk, as you were hearing there, winning the 14th to go 1 up on Sergio Garcia. Jason Duffner is now 2 up on Peter Hansen. Lee Westwood 1 up on Matt Kuchar through 12 holes. Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer are all square through 11, and Francesco Molinari in the bottom match leads Tiger Woods 1 up after 11 holes. Now what about this chip for Mickelson, who is a magician from these positions, Andrew Coulthard?
Well, he certainly loves the challenge, does old Phil. He doesn't like just a straightforward normal shot, and he certainly doesn't have one of those here. This is very, very awkward. He's got to go up a 7-8 foot rise. The grass is quite tight, quite short. He's got about 10 foot downhill to the flag once it gets up onto the green, and he's got his old trusty 64-degree lob wedge out. This one's, it would be going up into the clouds if we had any clouds in.
Well, let's see what he does here. He could do anything. He's got such imagination, such feel, such touch, and he needs all of those attributes right now, does Phil Mickelson. This has been a quite stunning match, all square, and he bumps it forward on a low trajectory, and it grabs on the top of the hill, and then it trickles on and trickles on and trickles on. It's not bad, but I'm not sure whether it's good enough, because he's put it to 5.5, 6 feet.
Yeah, played it a different way than I thought he was going to play it. But you know, the real cardinal sin there was the second shot. He could not afford to miss the green. He's in effect going to throw away a point here. And you know, after all the hard work and the great golf that he's played, that's a bit of a little disaster there for Phil.
It's the United States 11, Europe 10 on this Ryder Cup. At one stage, Europe were 10-4 down yesterday, so they have taken 6 of the last 7 matches to be completed, if you take into account the 2 last night as well, when Ian Poulter birdied the last 5 holes. What a momentum shift that was, and how extraordinary that the Europeans have been able to sustain it through the singles so far. This Ryder Cup is threatening to go to the wire, and Justin Rose here has a 12-foot putt on the 18th green that will level the match at 11 points all, and would mean a birdie finish for the Englishman to snatch victory against Phil Mickelson in what has been the best match so far on this final day of the Ryder Cup. Justin Rose, 12 feet, glances at the hole, sends the putt on its way. This for victory. It looks good. It's straight into the middle of the hole, and a big punch of the air, and then a very, very sporting handshake between Phil Mickelson and Justin Rose. What a performance by the Englishman. He has dug one out of the fire here, and with that birdie finish, Justin Rose has snatched a vital point for Europe that levels it up at 11 each.
What a finish, Justin Rose. Birdie, that's just incredible. And again, after beating Mickelson in Valhalla 4 years ago, he's done it again just when Europe needed it.
So that means all 5 of the first 5 matches have gone the way of Europe. Luke Donald, Ian Poulter, Rory McIlroy, Paul Lawrie and now Justin Rose have all secured points for Jose Maria Olazabal's team. This is utterly remarkable. Let's remind you of the situation on the course. Just 1 point has gone to the Americans so far. Dustin Johnson 3-2 against Nicholas Colsaerts. Zach Johnson's looking good for the Americans against Graham McDowell after 15 holes. Jim Furyk's just gone 1 up through 14 against Sergio Garcia. Jason Duffner was 4 up, pegged back to 1 up, now 2 up against Peter Hansen, the Swede, after 13 holes. Lee Westwood really has to come to the party now for Europe. He's been a big disappointment so far, but he's 1 up against Matt Kuchar through 12 holes. It's all square, Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer, and Tiger Woods still 1 down on Francesco Molinari. So America up in 3, all square in 1, and Europe up in 2. If we were to freeze frame this, John Inverdale, it would mean that the Americans would get home by the skin of their teeth. But my goodness me, the momentum is with Europe.
And it will be even more so if Lee Westwood sinks this 3.5-foot putt here on the short 13th. His opponent Matt Kuchar was in the bunker, played out to about 5 feet and missed the putt. So here is Westwood, who put his tee shot onto the green and came up just short, as I say, about 3.5 feet from the hole. And this to give Europe a 2-hole lead in this match number 10. Putter face goes back and the ball goes into the hole, and you can hear the cheers from the Europeans, and you can hear the silence as well from the huge massed ranks of American supporters here. So that means that 2 of the players who we were wanting to come to the party from a European perspective today, Lee Westwood and Martin Keimer, right down at the bottom of the order, are doing the job, because Westwood is now 2 up on Matt Kuchar, and Martin Keimer, somebody who we've been hoping would actually make a major impact on this competition, is now 1 up on Steve Stricker, and Francesco Molinari is 1 up on Tiger Woods. As things stand, it's 14 points all in the Ryder Cup, which would mean that Europe would retain. And we said at the start of the day, Tiger Woods' match at the bottom would be utterly irrelevant. Well, who knows? Woods against Molinari could be the decider. John Murray.
That's a magnificent shot we've just seen here at 16 from Graham McDowell from the right-hand side of the fairway, just off the fairway, and it has landed just short of the pin and rolled on by to within 6 feet. What a sensational shot from Graham McDowell, who is 2 down to Zach Johnson. But remember at Celtic Manor how Hunter Mahan came back at McDowell. Here's Alistair Bruce Ball.
Sergio Garcia's second shot on the par 4 15th, another crucial point for Europe. This one is going to be if he can snatch it back. He's 1 down against Jim Furyk, and he's knocked that one, Simon Dyson. What will we say? Maybe 10 foot beyond the flag. Jim Furyk's drive has come up just short of the green. Oh, it's going to be a massive, massive point, this one, whichever way it goes.
Yeah, this is a huge game for Europe, I think. Jim Furyk's just short left of the green, but he hasn't got a very good line in the semi-rough, and Garcia's knocked it onto about 12 feet, so he's got a very good chance of birdie.
Sergio Garcia in the long-sleeved white shirt and Jim Furyk in the blue, white and red stripes of the USA, and we're right behind the line of his little chip here, as some of these crisp golden autumn leaves just blow across the front of his shoes and across the face of his golf club shimmering in the sunshine. Furyk settles over the pitch. Garcia probably maybe 15 feet away, and Furyk throws it for... Oh, I don't think he's caught that properly. I don't think... No, he hasn't. He hasn't. He's fluffed it short of the green, and goodness me, the pressure has got to Jim Furyk there. John Murray.
Dowell safely on the green to within 6-7 feet. Zach Johnson from the middle of the fairway didn't reach the green. It landed right at the top of the bank in front of the green, and the ball hopped up and stayed there in the longer grass. Zach Johnson 2 up in this match, but there is a chance here for McDowell to halve that lead. Back to you, Ali.
Yeah, and a real chance here for Sergio Garcia as well. We think he's about 15 feet away, but goodness me, Jim Furyk certainly felt the Ryder Cup pressure there. He fluffed the chip, a bit like Hunter Mahan back on the 17th a couple of years ago, and he is still short of the putting surface in 2. He is going to putt from the front of this green. Match score at the moment. At the start of the day, the USA led by 10 points to 6. Europe have won all 5 of the first singles matches out on course. Luke Donald, Ian Poulter, Rory McIlroy, Justin Rose and Paul Lawrie with their victories. Dustin Johnson has beaten Nicholas Colsaerts. It is 11-10 as things stand to the USA. Elsewhere on the golf course, here Jim Furyk 1 up on Sergio Garcia, but in trouble on the par 4 15th. Jason Duffner is 2 up on Peter Hansen. Lee Westwood is fighting hard against Matt Kuchar. He is 2 up in that match. Martin Keimer, quite incredibly considering the poor form he's shown coming into this event, is 1 up on Steve Stricker. And who knows, will it come down to Tiger Woods, who has not won a match at this year's Ryder Cup. He is one down against Francesco Molinari in the last match out on course. Quite incredible drama here on BBC Radio 5 Live at the Ryder Cup that never, ever, ever fails to deliver. Sergio Garcia, who more than anyone I'm sure will be inspired by the images of Seve Ballesteros on the European team outfits, on the European golfing bags. He's one down. He knows he's got to turn it round for Europe. Jim Furyk for the birdie. Fast putt. Up this 15th green, going towards the flag and pulling up short and turning away to the right-hand side. And that's no gimme. Sergio Garcia will have a birdie putt to win the hole. John Murray.
Right. Zach Johnson playing from the front fringe of this raised 16th green. Zach Johnson 2 up, but McDowell has a birdie chance from just over 6 feet. Zach Johnson, a couple of practice strokes using an 8-iron, rolls it. Oh, and he's just reached the top of the little rise. He was hoping to catch that rise and the ball to run down to the hole, but it stayed. It stayed probably 5-6 feet away. The putt that Nicholas Colsaerts had earlier and missed. Here's Ali again.
Sergio Garcia then, birdie putt on the 15th to try and win the hole for Europe and square his match against Jim Furyk with 3 holes to play. We're also hearing from further back down the course, Martin Kaymer 1 up on Steve Stricker, but Kaymer's tee shot on the par 3 13th has found the water. So that match may well soon be going back to all square. Sergio Garcia has had his problems with the putter in the recent years, but goodness me, he could do with finding one now. Probably about 15 feet here on the 15th green to halve his match with 3 to play. It's turning right to left, it's running at the hole, he doesn't like it, immediately like it, and it rolls on by, and it rolls on by, and it's getting very, very nervy between Sergio Garcia and Jim Furyk. Both have played 3 shots, both have putts to come. Jim Furyk is 1 up in the match. Conor McNamara is watching Peter Hansen on the 14th.
Yes, and Peter Hansen has got a birdie here, an attempt from just 2 feet, and if he gets it, he will win the hole and reduce Jason Duffner's lead and leave the American just 1 up in this game. Originally Hansen's approach shot, a good approach, looked good once he set it airborne, free passage up onto the green, then just spilled off the back edge. He was able to chip up to within 2 feet, and here he is rolling it in for his birdie. Peter Hansen wins the hole and Jason Duffner is now just 1 up. Let's go to John Murray.
Back on 16, where the balls of Zach Johnson and Graham McDowell are just about equidistant from the hole. The 15th has been halved in par 4s between Garcia and Jim Furyk, which means that Jim Furyk is 1 up with 3 holes to play. Furyk 1 up with 3 holes to play on Garcia. Here, Zach Johnson 2 up on Graham McDowell. But we've had the tape measure out, and it's been decided that it is Graham McDowell who is narrowly further away from the hole. What are we calling this, Bernard? 7 feet, do we think?
Yeah, about 7 feet. He's got a flat putt from 7 feet. Zach Johnson's got a little bit of a turn on his putt from just under 7 feet, so he's got to assume Zach Johnson will hole his, Graham, so this he'll really want to hole this and just win the hole with a birdie.
Let me tell you that the match score is United States 11, Europe 10. That means the USA need another 3.5 points to win back the Ryder Cup. At the moment, the USA are up in 3 of the remaining 6 matches. It's shaping up to be an absolute thriller. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought it? Graham McDowell, he's 2 down. But we need the spirit of Celtic manner from McDowell, who has a little wiggle over the ball and then moves away. And there's a little bit of... Everyone chuckles at that. And even McDowell himself seemed to have a smile on his face.
I don't like that when you break your concentration like that, John. I really don't. I feel you should always just go straight ahead.
Well, here he is, former US Open champion, man of steel in the Ryder Cup. Needs this to drop. Here it goes. Oh, it's missed on the right. It's missed on the right. That was for birdie. It's close enough. It'll be conceded for his par 4. But remember, Zach Johnson still has a putt which is only slightly closer, it will also be round about 7 feet. And this is the putt we saw Nicholas Colsaerts miss round about 5-10 minutes ago.
We did, yeah. He's opened the door here, Graham McDowell, unfortunately, and this would be a big half point to Davis Love, the way things stand, because if he holds this putt, he couldn't then lose. It'd be at least a half for the American team, and it would be important.
So Zach Johnson, remember, needs to hold this from the 7-foot range to halve the hole and to remain 2 up on McDowell. McDowell stands stroking his chin and rubbing his hands over his eyes, waggling his arms around. Zach Johnson, now then, this to...
There it is, right in the middle of the hole, and Zach Johnson is 2 up with 2 to play against Graham McDowell, and that is a guaranteed half point at least for the United States from this match. They go off to 17, and we'll send you, the listener, to Ian Carter.
Hello. It's now that one there means that the Americans are up in 3 matches. Europe are up in 2, and 1 is all square. Very quickly, let's recap it for you. Zach Johnson 2 up with 2 to play against Graham McDowell. Jim Furyk 1 up against Sergio Garcia. Jason Duffner 1 up now against Peter Hansen. Lee Westwood 2 up on Matt Kuchar after 13 holes. Martin Keimer's gone 1 up on Steve Stricker through 12. And Tiger Woods has just seen a putt to win the 12th against Francesco Molinari lip out. He was convinced it was going in. Johnny was giving that confident walk away, but it spun out, and it means that Molinari remains all square with Tiger Woods in the bottom match.
Well, it's like we always say in tennis, that you haven't broken somebody's serve until you actually hold your own. And Martin Keimer, having got 1 up against Steve Stricker, then put his tee shot here at the 13th in the water, giving the initiative to the American, who's chipped up from the sand, actually, to give himself a chance of a par. But if Keimer does not sink this putt from about 6 feet after he'd played his second tee shot, then it means the cheers tell you that he's missed. It means that Steve Stricker has got that hole back, and that means that this match now, the penultimate match, the 11th match out on the course, is all square. Stricker and Keimer with 5 holes to go.
So there we are. That's Martin Keimer now back all square against Steve Stricker. That means that there are 2 matches all square. The United States are up in 3 and Europe only up in 1. Here's Andrew.
Well, the ebbs and flows of the singles on Sunday at Ryder Cup are remarkable, because just in the last few minutes things have edged back towards the United States, just by fine margins. But this match might be decided by just that. We're down 50 yards or so off to the front and the left of the 17th tee, looking back up at it. At Graham McDowell, who's still got the honour here. Despite that was a big chance missed at the last, a really big chance missed, and usually Graham McDowell will knock in those 5-6 footers under pressure. We all know what he did against Hunter Mahan 2 years ago, but here he is, 2 down against Zach Johnson, standing on the tee, 194 yards, and it's just a marshal wandering into his eye line there. He settles down. He looks a little bit like Colonel Sanders, but he's got down at the front of the tee now, and Graham McDowell just feeling the breeze coming up as well there, which again, Andrew McGee, we feel it even more down at the front of all the group of tees here, because we're almost by the lake here, and it's pretty strong.
Plus the shot's very important here, and it's a good time to get the right club and the right decision in your head, and being 2 down with 2 to play, Graham needs to hit the green and put the pressure on. This shot right here pretty much tells us what's going to happen. This one, what's happening now?
Well, he's asking somebody to get down, because I think the marshal here, I'm going to shout at him here, he's just got to get down. He can see the top of his head, I think. And so that noise is not from this tee, that noise is from elsewhere. Graham McDowell's ready to go now. 194 yards, roars and hollers and hoops from elsewhere on the course, but here all still a bit of noise though from the rustling of the leaves around in the trees. And McDowell, 194 yards to this flag, 2 down to Zach Johnson, has to be good, has to go for the pin, which invites a bit of trouble, but I think it's drifting left on the breeze. Oh, left and long, and just staying out of the sand, but that is a horrid shot he's left himself there. He has to win this hole, Graham McDowell, and he's in a bit of trouble here on the 17th against Zach Johnson. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Jason Duffner 1 up on Peter Hansen. They're coming down the 15th, and Jason Duffner's got them a whoop in and a holler in behind the 15th green. He has driven the par 4 green. Lengthy eagle putt to come from the back of the green. Peter Hansen is just short with his drive, and he's chipping from a pretty similar distance up the green towards the flag. Duffner is one up on Hansen on the 15th green.
And here on the 17th again, it is the turn of Zach Johnson, former Masters champion, who's a doughty competitor, just brushing away a couple of practice swings and grass that has been dug out of the tee, lifts up into the air at the swing of the club, and now he's ready. Another word of advice, final confirmation of the club from his caddy, and Zach Johnson stands behind the ball staring down this shot, and he's not sure now, and a few oohs and ahs from the crowd, because he felt the breeze pick up again there. They're looking up at the tops of the trees. Down on the green, the flag is blowing hard right to left. That's all you really need to know, is down there, once the ball gets up into the air, the wind is pretty fierce right to left. Very, very difficult to get to this pin, but Zach Johnson doesn't need to chase it. He can see he's 2 up on Graham McDowell, and McDowell has missed the green. All Zach Johnson is looking for is a shot to the heart of the green. The first 5 matches in the singles have gone the way of Europe. America just edging back towards the total they need, though, 14.5 points. And Zach Johnson, is it up, is it up, is it up? Oh, just on the front of the green on nervy times. As that ball was in the air there, Andrew McGee, I'm sure Zach Johnson was urging it on. We'll get thoughts from you in a moment, but Conor McNamara is watching Lee Westwood.
Yes, Lee Westwood playing against Matt Kuchar, who has just landed a birdie putt from over 15 feet and putting a bit of pressure now on Westwood. We're on the 14th hole. Westwood is 2 up, and he needs this putt now to halve the hole and to remain 2 up heading towards the 15th. Head down from Westwood. It's not a long putt. 3 feet. Sends it on its way into the hole, and Europe have this one, and Lee Westwood remains 2 up.
Well, the balance of power really shifting here on the 13th in the match involving Woods and Francesco Molinari. The 12th match out, maybe the decisive match, because Molinari missed that putt from 10 feet on the 12th to lose his 1-hole lead. And here on the short 13th, he's gone over the back of the green into the rough, and Woods is on the green with a putt of about 25 or 30 feet. So it's very much advantage Tiger here. 10 o'clock on a dramatic Sunday night on Radio 5 Live, and it's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
For 5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. Sir Jimmy Savile's family say they're disappointed and disgusted by allegations that he sexually abused schoolgirls in the 1970s. The allegations are made in an ITV1 documentary, Exposure, The Other Side of Jimmy Savile, to be broadcast on Wednesday. He died last year and was never charged with any offences. Ed Miliband's warning union leaders that he won't be dominated by sectional interests as he develops Labour policy for the next general election. Speaking at the party's conference opened in Manchester, he defended his decision to support a pay freeze in the public sector. The Foreign Office has confirmed that a British woman kidnapped in Ecuador is safe and unharmed. 23-year-old Catherine Cox was abducted on Friday with an Australian woman near the border with Colombia. Ecuador's Interior Minister said the pair were rescued by police and armed forces last night. And the chief executives of Britain and Europe's largest defence and aerospace firms have issued a plea for political support for their proposed £28 billion merger. The chief executive of BAE Systems and EADS say the merger would create a global company that would more than double the sum of its parts.
Thank you very much. Other sporting news on this Sunday. Aston Villa won, West Brom won in the Premiership today. Long in the first half for West Brom. Darren Bent with the equaliser in the second. Derby beat Nottingham Forest by 1-0 in the Championship. In the Aviva Premiership, there were wins for Saracens, who denied Harlequins a chance of the top spot again, winning 18-16, and Gloucester won at London Welsh. And Australia beat South Africa, and India beat Pakistan in the T20 World Cup. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Jason Duffner, eagle putt on its way on the par 4 15th. Is turning viciously from right to left, and he's rolled it up and cozied it up to a couple of feet away. But Simon Dyson, Jason Duffner is 1 up on Peter Hansen. He was 4 up, and it's been a brilliant fight back from the Swede, who we spoke to yesterday and sounded very disappointed that he'd been left out of a lot of the team golf. But here, just a little bit like Jim Furyk, his drive came up short of the green and his chip was a little bit clumsy.
Yeah, I think he's again, he'll be very disappointed with it. He had a nice upslope, and he had a chance to, he's got plenty of green to work with, and he tried to play a little bump and run, pitched it short and just took the spin off it, and he's rolled on about good 15 feet, and he's got about a 15-footer with a good 2 foot of right to left break on it,
which effectively is going to be to halve the hole, because although we haven't given Jason Duffner his putt just yet, We think he is close enough. Andrew Cotter.
On the 17th, Graeme McDowell, 2 down to Zach Johnson. Tee shot went over the back, just stayed out of the sand, but a horrible shot. It's similar to the one that Mickelson faced him. Mind you, he nearly holed it, but then he is Phil Mickelson. McDowell, I think he knows that he effectively needs to hold this. 2 down at the moment. Zach Johnson about 30 feet or so away. And McDowell onto the edge of the green. Oh, he's done very well here. Lovely touch. Is it going to break enough? Staying out left. It's not going to get there. It's a nice shot about 5 feet or so away. So it'll be down to Zach Johnson. 2 putts from Zach Johnson from there will be enough to win this match. Alistair.
Peter Hansen over the birdie putt. Effectively, we think 4.5. He's 1 down against Jason Duffner on the 15th. It's turning right to left. Does Hansen like it? Oh, he's waving it on and it doesn't go. And you know what those roars mean. The ball has stopped right on the edge of the hole. And Peter Hansen stares down at that naughty little circular dimpled thing and says, why, oh, why did it not drop? And Jason Duffner now has about 3 feet or so to win the hole and go 2 up with 3 to play. First to Andrew Cotter.
Zach Johnson is studying this putt. 2 putts from here. Andrew McGee will be good enough for the win. Another point on board for the USA. It's some distance though, 35 feet perhaps.
Well, he was watching that ball anxiously in the air as it was cutting back into the breeze and just cleared the water by, let's say, I don't know, 10 feet, but settled down beautifully. And that's a straight uphill 30-footer, and I just can't help but be a little excited for the Americans finally with a chance maybe to win a match in front of us. And I feel like I've given you too much luck on this side. So I'm pulling for Zach Johnson on this one.
It's a great scene here. Why not? It's a great scene here. Occasionally a little fish jumps out of the water and splashes down in front of the green, and all the Americans, Webb Simpson, and there's Brandt Snedeker and Bubba Watson just to the left, and they're getting the acclaim of the crowd as well. They're hunched down waiting to see another American victory, perhaps a rare American victory in the singles so far. And Jason Duffner has gone 2 up after 15. He has won the 15th against Peter Hansen, so good news for the Americans there. There could be great news for the Americans in a moment. Zach Johnson over this putt, 30, 35 feet perhaps, down in 2 against Graeme McDowell, and he will win the match. Sends it on its way. It's a little bit timid, going. I think he might be asked to hold that. It's almost gimme range. In a social game it certainly would be. Graeme McDowell's looking. I think he's going to concede. That's enough, says Graeme McDowell. He has conceded, and the hero of Celtic Manor 2 years ago has been down by Zach Johnson on the 17th hole here. Zach Johnson gives the USA a victory and moves them to 12 points, moves them within 2.5 of bringing the cup back over the Atlantic. John Murray.
On 16, where Jim Furyk had a putt to win the hole and go 2 up on Sergio Garcia from 16 feet. He thought it was in. He was celebrating, and the ball went round the hole and stayed out. Really dramatic stuff. So Jim Furyk halves the 16th with Sergio Garcia, and Furyk remains 1 up with 2 to play on Garcia. Ian.
Well, the projected score at this stage is that the United States will win 15 points to 13. That 2-1 victory for Zach Johnson means the overall score as it stands is 12-11. Jim Furyk against Sergio Garcia is a key match. Furyk has the edge, 1 up with 2 to play there. Jason Duffner looks like he's going to edge home against Peter Hansen. 2 up through 15 holes against the Swede. It's all down from a European point of view, you would think, to Lee Westwood, Martin Keimer and Francesco Molinari. They look the most likely source of the 3 points that they need, because Westwood is 2 up after 14 holes against Matt Kuchar. Martin Keimer all square with Steve Stricker. And what of Tiger Woods? This could be crucial, John Inverdale, against Molinari.
It could be. Molinari's tee shot here at the short 13th went over the back. His chip shot ran past the pin and left him a tricky 6-foot putt back, which he's just missed, which means that Woods has this from 3 feet to win this hole and take the lead here. Must just quickly mention as well, we've had an email from Jake in Bagram in Afghanistan, who, along with his colleagues in the British Army, he says he's listening to us in his hammock. He's got an early start in the morning. He says we are denying him sleep, but he's determined to stay listening right to the last moment. So hello to all our British troops out in Afghanistan and everybody listening to us all around the world on RyderCup.com and on the BBC website. So here is Tiger Woods from 3 feet to win this hole here at the 13th. You can imagine what the cheers are going to be like if this goes in. He's taking an eternity over this, because this is very important. He knows it.
And you don't need me to say any more. Let's go to John Murray.
On the 16th, we're just waiting for Jason Duffner and Peter Hansen to come up here. Duffner's 1 up on Hansen, so forward to Andrew Cotter on 17.
Where we've just watched Jim Furyk, who is 1 up on Sergio Garcia, put his tee shot on 194-yard par 3 17th into the bunker. The bunker left. The pressure is beginning to tell, and the nerves are getting frayed. USA lead 12-11 at the moment. They need 14.5 points. They need just 2.5 more points, and Jim Furyk 1 up with 2 to play here against Garcia, and they're up in 2 other matches. So Garcia needs to step up, and he does do literally that at the moment. Up to his ball, about to hit it on the 17th. Another solitary looking figure in the white jersey back there as we gaze back from the green to the tee up there in the trees, and Garcia will be going at the pin here, I fancy, but it takes a brave man to get it there. Garcia is just that. He's leaning. It comes down. It's going a little bit left as well. It's better than Furyk's. It's on the putting surface. It's about 30 feet, 25, 30 feet or so away. Furyk in the sand, so advantage Garcia here. But 1 down, remember, in this match. Back to the 15th, Ali.
Well, what pressure on Lee Westwood, Martin Keimer and Francesco Molinari. Overall match score at the moment, USA leading by 12 points to 11. Is 2 up on Peter Hansen as they head up the 16th. Lee Westwood in front of us here is 2 up on Matt Kuchar with 4 holes to play. Simon Dyson knows Lee Westwood extremely well. He hasn't played his absolute best this week, but I don't think there's another man in European golf, Simon Dyson, that you'd want in this position right now. 2 up, 4 to play. He's on to this 15th green in 2. He's got about a 15-foot birdie putt, and Matt Kuchar shortly is going to chip for eagle.
Definitely not. I mean, his Ryder Cup record speaks for itself. I did think he had a shot there, but he's played it really, really well. I mean, he was in the first cut of rough, couldn't get the spin, had about 3 yards of green to pitch it in, and he did that, and he's left himself a good chance.
Quick word from you, Simon, on the likes of Westwood, who hasn't been playing his best, and Martin Keimer in particular has been in poor form. The pressure on them now to try and produce some of the best golf of their life, that is so difficult.
Oh, it really is. I mean, but this is the singles, so you're kind of individually doing it. Don't feel like you're letting anybody down. So,
well, let's see. Matt Kuchar chipping for eagle. Oh, and he's hit that low and thin, and it skids past the flag, and that's not quite how he intended that to turn out, and it's gone rolling past, and it's turning away left to right, and it's probably rolled about 5 or 6 feet past, and every single shot we've seen from the front screen, no got that right yet.
No, they haven't, and every single one we've seen has tried to play it differently, and they've all been a good 8 feet away plus.
Lee Westwood and Matt Kuchar have birdie putts to come. Westwood is 2 up with 4 to play. What about Martin Keimer with Conor McNamara?
Martin Keimer here in the penultimate match against Steve Stricker. This could be a very pivotal one, all square at the moment. Keimer went in the water at the last, the par 3. But here, on this long par 5, he has got a birdie attempt from 12 feet. Stricker will also have a birdie effort from a similar distance, though he's just off the verge of the green at the other side. Keimer slightly further away, so he will go first. This is for birdie for Keimer, who went around and had a look at this from all sorts of angles. Sends the ball on its way up towards the hole and in, and that is a confident birdie from Martin Keimer, and it puts pressure now, a lot of pressure on Steve Stricker, who's not even on the green but needs to chip in here to try and halve this hole. Before we hear about that, here's Andrew Cotter at the 17th.
Well, Jim Furyk was looking like he was about to play, but he's come out of the bunker. Remember, he's 1 up against Sergio Garcia on the 17th. He's in the sand. He's got a horrible bunker shot over a slope, so he's taking his time over this one. Back to Ali.
Lee Westwood, birdie putt on the 15th, on its way, 15 feet. Can Lee Westwood find the putt? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. And look at the reaction from Lee Westwood. He punches the air in delight. He turns around to the spectators and the fans and goes back to the edge of the green. He's 2 up here, but Matt Kuchar has a birdie to try and match him. Andrew Cotter.
Jim Furyk ready now for his bunker shot. Sergio Garcia 25 feet away on the green, 1 down at the moment. The Spaniard Furyk always sends out, catches a shoot off the slope, and that's heading to the water. Oh, it's holding. Well, it's finished about 10 feet or so away. Furyk is 1 up at the moment. He's got a 10-footer for par. Garcia has a 25-footer for his birdie. I think Garcia needs this from a European point of view to win this match. Conor.
At the 14th, watching Steve Stricker, the penultimate group, against Martin Keimer, who's already got his birdie. This to match it from Stricker, but it's not easy. He's 12 feet from the cup. He's off the green. He's going to try and chip it up. If this doesn't drop, Keimer will go one up in this penultimate game. Stricker, who's got the grandstand behind him, they'll all be urging this in, the American fans. Dumps it up. Now it's just going to roll and roll. It's not going to drop. And Stricker has dropped one here, and Martin Keimer goes one up in the penultimate group. Let's go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Lee Westwood has a guaranteed half point for Europe. Matt Kuchar couldn't match his birdie. Lee Westwood rolling in from 15 feet and letting out that huge roar of emotion, has gone 3 up with 3 to play. He is guaranteed a half a point. He just needs to halve one of the last 3 holes and he will have another point for Europe. He's producing when it matters. Andrew Cotter.
Sergio Garcia putt for a birdie putt to win the hole on the 17th. It's about 25 feet down the slope left to right. Justin Rose hold this putt. Garcia's given it a go. It's given it a go. No, doesn't drop. Should be a 3. That's fine, says Jim Furyk. That's a 3 in the bank for Sergio Garcia. He's 1 down at the moment, the Spaniard. But Jim Furyk has a 10-footer then for a half to remain 1 up going down the last. That would secure a half point, of course. And currently, USA 12, Europe 11. The USA need 2.5 points and they are up in 3 matches. So as it stands, the trophy, the Samuel Ryder Trophy, would be heading across the Atlantic to the United States. Jim Furyk, though, this is a big putt. He'll take his time over this. And Andrew McGee, he's a man with he's a canny old fella, nerves of steel.
Well, he's obviously been in a position like this before on lots of big major tournaments trying to make a putt, but this is the Ryder Cup. This is the crowd full of red shirts up there. He's gone back. Just don't fall in the water, Jim. He was about to putt and he started walking back. He's just 3 paces from the water and his toes are just dangling over the edge of the bulkhead right now, and he knows how serious this is.
Yeah, he had to test the girders there with his foot to see if it would support his not considerable weight. He's a rather drawn-looking fellow. But he sets himself over it again and then backs off once again, and the crowd get excited and they're going, oh, don't fall in, Jim. Don't fall in.
He can't get too far behind the ball to get his normal lineup. He can't. He's got to.
No.
He's his caddy. He's got to go from the other side of the hole, which most of us like to line up from behind the wall, and instead of behind the hole, I get my best looks from there. But he's brought Fluff in. He's whispered in his right ear, and he said, "Come on, Jim, make it." I don't know how it breaks, dude, but do it anyway, okay?
Just do it, says our American samurai. See, the little white moustache of Fluff Cowan bobs up and down as he whispers in the ear of Jim Furyk, and then he stays behind the ball, Fluff Cowan, and Jim Furyk comes to the hole side and the other side and has a look at it, and all the spectators gaze down in this scene, and a little Canada goose flies overhead, possibly feeling the chill in the morning and saying, I'm off to Mexico, but staying around for a while to watch this dramatic scenes here at the Ryder Cup. And Jim Furyk asks Fluff Cowan to go down on his old haunches once again. Have a look at that. And well, here we go. Oh, as Jim Furyk goes back down to line it up, he just can't get far enough behind to look at it. Sergio Garcia is willing him to drop into the waters of Lake Kadija. 1 down at the moment, Sergio Garcia. Jim Furyk, this for the half on the 17th. This to remain 1 up as they go down the 18th. What an important putt this is. The USA 12-11 in front. They need 2.5 more points towards the hole. It goes and it misses. And Sergio Garcia draws all square with Jim Furyk as they go to the 18th. The drama. What drama? And it continues. John Murray.
And the drama continues at 16. Where we have Jason Duffner, who is 2 up on Peter Hansen. They're both safely on the green in 2, but Duffner has got a long birdie putt. Hansen is much closer. Hansen will have a birdie putt to come after this of some 8 feet or so from the back of the green. But it all depends on what Duffner does here. He's got a big red sweater back on. And he sends the ball rolling across the green towards the hole, and it rolls on by to the extent of 4 feet.
Yeah, there's a little bit of work there. He gave it a real go from... I'm surprised how much he charged that putt. You'd think you'd try and nestle it up there, but whatever happens, he's going to... if Peter Hansen doesn't hold this 8-foot putt, he's got a lot of work there.
Massive putt for the Swede. We now have 5 matches left on the course. Furyk and Garcia all square going up 18. Jason Duffner 2 up on Hansen here at 16. Westwood is 3 up on Kuchar playing 16. Keimer is 1 up on Stricker playing 15. And in the final match, Tiger Woods 1 up on Molinari somewhere out there on the course. Right, Hansen. Peter Hansen. This is only his second match, remember, at this Ryder Cup. Well beaten by the Simpson-Watson partnership with Paul Lawrie on Friday afternoon. Didn't play at all yesterday. And the big Swede, we can see from this angle that we're at, what a strong looking man that he is. Big shoulders. Has a look at it from the rise behind the green, then steps forward. It's left to right. Sets it out well to the left. The final little shuffle from him. Peter Hansen. This to win the hole. Looks good, but stays left and rolls beyond the hole. I think that will be conceded. I'm hearing that Sergio Garcia's tee shot is in the fairway on 18. It's on the fairway. Sergio Garcia on 18. He's all square with Furyk. Now, a 4-footer for Jason Dufner. And someone who can see TV pictures tells us that there is a spike mark on Jason Dufner's line here. So that poses a difficulty.
Well, it's not a European spike mark because they all play in soft spikes, so it must be one of the Americans. Well, it does cause it, but he really just got to go ahead and hit it over it if that's the right line and just hope for the best.
This is BBC 5 Live in the final few holes of this Ryder Cup, which is producing extraordinary drama. Dufner is over this 4-footer and ready now. This to halve the hole, and it drops in from Dufner. Nerveless again from Jason Dufner, and he is 2 up with 2 to play, although he's going to make Hansen put out here. So this hole is not finished yet. Just a little one for Peter Hansen, and if he holds this, Dufner will be 2 up with 2 to play, and that will be guaranteed at least another half point for the United States. Peter Hansen finishes off, and that is how it is. Dufner 2 up on Hansen with 2 to play. Here's Ian Carter in the commentary box on 18.
And news of the drives from the match that is making its way up this home hole. Jim Furyk has gone into the bunker up the right-hand side, and Andrew Coulthard, it looks like it's run up the face of that bunker, which will make finding the green all the more difficult.
It'll make finding the green all the more difficult, of course, because he's going to be up that face, very similar to where Luke Donald was the other day there, and he only managed to muster it 70 yards short of the green. So after a wonderful performance, a wonderful day for Sergio Garcia, after a cracking drive down the middle of the fairway, it's game on, Europe.
Yeah, Garcia in position A1 as we go to the 15th and Alistair Bruce ball.
It's the drivable par 4, it's the classic Ryder Cup hole, but with the stakes so high and the nerves abounding, no one is really going for it. Martin Keimer, what pressure on his shoulders now, the out-of-form German, but 1 up on Steve Stricker. He was first to play from the middle of the 15th fairway, and he's got it absolutely perfect for distance, but he's just a little bit left of the flag, and the ball didn't spin back onto the putting surface, so he's just in that little collar of fringe, probably about 15 to 18 feet away from the flag with a little pitch down the slope and towards the hole. Steve Stricker is next to play. He's waggling the club and his hips as he gets into position in the glorious sunshine here. The tension is so high. Stricker's second shot on its way to the 15th green. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. It checks and it pulls up short and it starts to roll back down towards the front of the 15th green. Overall match score at the moment, USA leading by 12 points to 11. Jim Furyk and Sergio Garcia are all square on the 18th. Jason Dufner has a guaranteed half against Peter Hansen. Lee Westwood has a guaranteed half against Matt Kuchar here. Martin Keimer is 1 up on Steve Stricker. Tiger Woods and Francesco Molinari all square, and Conor McNamara's watching that game.
Yes, this is the final group. Tiger Woods 1 up on Francesco Molinari. We're watching them on the 14th green, where both players have got relatively short distance birdie attempts. Tiger Woods from 7 feet, Molinari from about the same. Woods 1 up, and similar distances here, Karen.
Yeah, they are, but what I've noticed from sitting around this green recently is that this pin placement here is particularly tricky. A lot of the players aren't reading it enough, so it'd be interesting to see what Tiger Woods does here.
Both players were in the bunker off the fairway. It's a long par 5, very difficult to get up on in 2 because of multiple bunkers guarding the front of this slightly raised green. And Tiger Woods, who splashed out of his bunker and about 8 feet or so short of the pin, now stands up for this uphill putt. Wind blowing in left to right across the fairway, and silence observed around the 14th green. Tiger Woods sends it on its way towards the hole. Crowd get up to their feet, and it doesn't drop. It actually lipped out, and a chance for Francesco Molinari now to win this hole and to go back all square. Come back to us for that. In the meantime, to the 15th, to Alistair.
Yeah, keep talking to us, Connor. It's the Ryder Cup on BBC Radio 5 Live, and it's one of those, even though you can't see the action, I'm sure you're probably hiding behind the sofa and can barely bring yourself to listen, because this is coming right down to the wire. And Simon Dyson, as we wait for Steve Stricker to line up this birdie putt, whatever happens in this match this afternoon, what an incredible performance by the European team, who started 10-6 down without a hope, really. Head to the 18th quickly.
Yes, Jim Furyk is surveying his bunker shot here, having seen Sergio Garcia find the very front edge of the green. It was an excellent approach from Garcia. He's put it to within 20 feet of the hole. Now, of course, Furyk is a very methodical player who likes to get over the ball, then back off, get over the ball, back off again. We've seen him do that at least once here. Now he gets back into the bunker. Tall oak trees between him and the flag, which is cut on the front right portion of this 18th green. Furyk, the experienced American, his ball ran right up the face of the bunker, but then trundled back down into a much better position, much more advantageous position. And now he's decided which club and what style of shot to hit. With that familiar loopy swing of his, he sends it on its way towards the green. This match is right on a knife edge, and he's run it all the way to the back and just off the back of the green. And that means this match, all square, is very much within the grasp of Sergio Garcia, as Conor McNamara can bring us some big news from the course.
Yes, Europe need one of these matches to swing in their favour, and Francesco Molinari has landed his birdie putt here at the 14th. He is now all square with Tiger Woods. There are 5 games in play out on the course. Europe are up in 2, they are down in 1, they are level in 2. We go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Steve Stricker couldn't make his birdie putt on the 15th. He's 1 down against Martin Kaymer. Martin Kaymer is just off the edge of the putting surface here, but he's not going to chip. He's going to use his putter, and he's about 15 feet away. What a chance for Martin Kaymer to strike a blow. At the moment, the USA lead by 12 points to 11. And this is going to be so tight. Every shot now, absolutely vital. And here's one for Martin Kaymer to go 2 up with 3 to play. The birdie putt on its way across the 15th green, turning left to right, and it just slides by. Oh, and it keeps going, and it keeps going. And Steve Stricker's already in for his par, and Martin Kaymer's got some work to do here on the 15th green. So let's just wait and see what he can do with that as he bends down and marks the ball. And it was a tricky one, Simon Dyson. It was always going to be a quick one.
It was very quick from that top side, but when you've got about a foot of rough to put through, which he had, you always tend to just give it that little bit extra, and that's exactly what he did, and he's gone a good few feet past.
And this is match play golf, because Martin Kaymer had a birdie chance to win the hole, but having raced it by, he now has a really nervy, nasty one not to lose the hole. And if he does lose the hole with the Ryder Cup on the line, Steve Stricker will have him back to all square with 3 to play. And we've got big drama to come shortly here on Radio 5 Live up at the 18th green. Jim Furyk and Sergio Garcia are up there. Their match all square on the very last green. Tiger Woods and Francesco Molinari soon to come into our view. The very last match out on course in this 39th Ryder Cup, and Lee Westwood, we think, is very close to closing out victory in his match. Let's find out from John Murray as Martin Kaymer is just sizing up this putt.
Lee Westwood putting now. This for birdie on 16 to win the match. Oh, it lips out. It caught the left-hand side. Caught the left-hand side of the hole. And it looks as though he's not been conceded. Here's Ian Carter.
Yes, at the 18th, the players have arrived at their balls. The very methodical Jim Furyk going through the preliminaries of sizing up what is going to be a 45-foot putt from just off the back left of the green. And we can go to Alistair Bruce Ball. After I've just told you that the match situation is America 12, Europe 11. Europe are up in 1, 3 matches are all square, and America are up in 1. It is on a complete and utter knife edge. If this was election night, Alistair Bruce Ball, John Murray will go to. It's too close to call right now. John.
And Lee Westwood hauls out to win the match, and they have a laugh together. They have a laugh, Matt Kuchar and Lee Westwood. Westwood saying to him, I can't believe you made me put that little tiddler out to win the match. But Westwood wins it 3-2. You know, that's his 21st Ryder Cup point, Lee Westwood. One of the towers of European strength in this great competition. So Westwood wins 3-2, and it's now 12-all. United States 12, Europe 12. So close, Ian Carter.
Martin Keimer has just lipped out with his putt on the 15th, so that match all square with Steve Stricker, as it is all square in the bottom match, Tiger Woods and Francesco Molinari. And as Jim Furyk continues to size up this putt, let's go quickly to Andrew Cotter.
Jason Duffer in trouble here. He's 2 up against Peter Hansen, but he's caught his bunker shot from the back left bunker, a little bit clean, and it's gone over the back, almost into the front right bunker. Meanwhile, Peter Hansen, who is about 15 feet away, he's 2 down, remember, but this hole looking very much as if it might go the way of the Swede, so well, it carries on, Ian.
What a final day we're enduring. It really is sporting drama of the highest quality, as is always the case with the Ryder Cup. We really did fear, though, going into the final day today, particularly when Europe were 10-4 down at one stage yesterday, that this one might be a really anticlimactic affair. Anything but. And Jim Furyk has been sizing up this 40-foot putt for an apparent eternity, but now he's just about ready to hit it. Sergio Garcia is 15 feet away in 2. This is the third shot of Jim Furyk of the United States. 18th green, the match all square. The putt comes out of the shadows into the sunlight. It's going to get to the top of the hill, and then it'll borrow and it'll trundle down that hill. This is a very, very good putt, but it's missing just to the left.
6, 7 feet by.
Yeah, it's trundled on, and even if Sergio Garcia doesn't make his birdie putt of around 20 feet from the front of the green, there is a real tester to come for Jim Furyk. Was that, I mean, this is so difficult to criticise under this pressure, but the key thing was to make sure you don't take more than 4 from Furyk's point of view as well.
Very difficult, obviously, over the back of the green there, just putting through 3 different types of grass, and then 30 feet across the flat top of the green, and then down about 10 feet. I've not seen anybody stop it round about the hole from there.
If Sergio Garcia holds this putt, then Europe will be 1 point away from retaining the Ryder Cup from the most improbable position. What a comeback this has been from Jose Maria Olazabal's team. We haven't seen a single match halved in the entire Ryder Cup. This match is all square. This is for a birdie for Sergio Garcia to win a precious point for Europe from 20 feet. The ball travelling towards the hole. He's not given it enough, and it finishes just on the low side. And Jim Furyk, I'm sure, will concede that. That's a par 4 for Sergio Garcia, who knocks the ball away, picks it up off the back of his putter. That chance has gone. And now Jim Furyk, he's come through some pressure situations in his long career, played in every Ryder Cup since 1997, but rarely has he had such a situation like this. He was the man who brought home the winning point at Valhalla under Paul Azinger's captaincy 4 years ago, and if he can make this, he will be doing the current captain Davis Love the biggest of favours, because if he misses, Europe will lead 13-12. They'll be in front right at the last knockings of this extraordinary Ryder Cup.
Horrible moment to be in for Jim Furyk. He's been at this long enough. He knows exactly what's at stake here. He knows exactly what will happen in the papers and on the television tomorrow and later on today if he doesn't manage to knock this one in.
This is about the length of putt that Bernhard Langer missed all those years ago in 1991 on the home green to give victory to the United States on that occasion. And Furyk now This tall, very slim man is wedging the putter behind him to just really work on his alignment. My goodness gracious me, I've never seen that before. And now he's gone back down onto his haunches behind the ball again. This is to halve with Sergio Garcia.
Goodness
and leave
me.
the match tied at 12.5 each. 14.5 points required by the United States. All square, Keimer and Stricker, Molinari and Tiger Woods in the bottom 2 matches. Westwood's just won 3 and 2. Duffner's 2 up on Peter Hansen. And at last, Furyk is ready to putt here for the half. Sends it on its way. And misses. He's missed on the right edge. And he's got his hands on his knees and he's looking down on the green. He's 3-putted the last to lose to Sergio Garcia. He was 1 up with 2 to play. And almost apologetically, Sergio Garcia comes up to shake hands with Jim Furyk. And Europe have a massive point there that looked so unlikely half an hour ago. Garcia has come through. Furyk has capitulated. And my goodness me, the moment has got to the United States. And Europe are ahead 13-12, 1 point away from retaining the trophy. Andrew Cotter.
And on the 17th, you will shortly be seeing another group coming down the final hole, because on the 17th, Peter Hansen has won with a 3. A par was good enough to see off Jason Duffner, get back to 1 down. The Swede, after Jason Duffner found trouble in the sand left, then was over the other side of the green, couldn't make his par chip, so he was down in 4. Peter Hansen has won the hole. He is now just 1 down, and who knows how the nerves might affect Jason Duffner. Well, and indeed Peter Hansen coming down the final hole, Ian.
OK, let's go to the 15th now. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Last match out on course. A penny for the thoughts of one Tiger Woods and Francesco Molinari, because at the start of the day we were discussing, after Tiger Woods' poor performance at this Ryder Cup, whether it was a slight, whether it was a diss on him that he was out last when the Ryder Cup would have already been long gone and well decided and in US hands. And incredibly, Simon Dyson, he's all square with Francesco Molinari. Francesco Molinari has hit his second shot into this 15th green, and it was looking really good on the way, and then it spun away to about 18 feet. Tiger Woods went right at the flag, but the ball didn't stop on the putting surface, and he is just in that little collar of rough where Martin Keimer was about 5 minutes or so ago. Europe lead the overall match by 13 points to 12. Peter Hansen is going down the last, all square with Jason Duffner. Keimer and Stricker all square on the 16th. And Woods and Molinari all square here on the 15th. Europe need 1 more point from those remaining 3 matches for a 14-all draw and to retain the Ryder Cup. And we're going to have a little delay here because we're just going to wait and measure out and see who's furthest from the hole. You could cut the tension with a knife. John Murray.
We're on 16. We're watching Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer. Now, Keimer has played this match all square, and Keimer, his approach shot has landed in the bunker, short of the green. So Stricker preparing to play now. The oldest man on either side, Steve Stricker. 3 defeats out of 3 at this Ryder Cup with Tiger Woods. And it's all coming down to Stricker and Woods for America in the last 2 matches, it seems. Here comes the Stricker approach shot. Oh, it is short as well. It's also in the bunker. Both Keimer and Stricker in the bunker with their second shots on 16. Back to 15 with the last match. Alistair Bruce Ball.
What can Tiger Woods do? This is a really touchy-feely one. A real pressure shot from the back of the 15th green. He played some sensational golf 2 years ago and just didn't give Francesco Molinari a look in. But the sturdy Italian stands with his arms crossed, and he knows potentially it's in his hands to bring the Ryder Cup back to Europe. It was an unthinkable thought at the start of the day as they started with a 10-6 deficit. But we've seen Tiger Woods hold these before, and I think he quite fancies it. Feet are together, clubs behind the ball, the match all square. Europe needing a point. It's just a little dab forward, and it rolls, and it rolls, and it keeps rolling, but it's going to pull up, and it's going to stop. And he's left himself, I would say, 2 or 3 feet of a little slippery downhill putt. So Francesco Molinari, Simon Dyson, with the USA chants ringing in the background somewhere on this golf course, has a chance, has a birdie chance uphill to go 1 up with 3 to play. Europe just need a point to retain the Ryder Cup.
he's got exactly the same putt Lee Westwood just held about 20 minutes ago. So it's a shame he didn't see it on TVs, then he'd have a good line. But he's left himself as easy a putt on this hole as he could from that distance.
Europe leading the overall match by 13 points to 12. Hansen and Duffner are all square going up the last. Jason Duffner, is one up going down the last against Peter Hansen. He has a guaranteed half in the bag. Keimer and Stricker are all square on the 16th. Woods and Molinari here on the 15th are all square, and Europe need to garner a point somehow from those last 3 matches to repeat what the US did at Brookline in 1999 and come back from the 10-6 deficit. Peter Hansen has found the fairway on the 18th, but now it's Francesco Molinari's turn, and he gives the putter a good brush forwards and backwards, and then a little leaf comes fluttering in just to disturb his concentration, so he's going to take his time. And Simon Dyson, can you honestly tell me you want to play in these matches in a couple of years' time with this kind of pressure?
Well, I'm not so sure anymore, to be quite honest. But I would absolutely love to.
Peter Hansen and Jason Duffner have both found the fairway on the 18th. Duffner is one up. I'm just going to keep repeating the match score because it is so tight in this 39th Ryder Cup. Europe overall 13-12 ahead. 3 matches on course. Europe need a point out of those 3 matches. The US guaranteed a half in the Hansen-Duffner match. The other 2 are all square, but goodness me, Francesco Molinari could strike a blow here against the great Tiger Woods. It's a 15-foot birdie putt that Lee Westwood holed a few moments ago. Molinari's over it. It's on its way. Will it drop for Europe? No, Francesco Molinari couldn't strike the crucial blow, but let's not forget, it's not over just yet, Simon Dyson. That putt has been conceded, so Molinari gets his par, and Tiger Woods has got a hole, a nervy short one. Ian Carter.
18th, second shot of Peter Hansen, 1 down to Jason Duffner from the fairway, and the ball has come right to the back of the green. It's gone into the bunker. It's gone into the bunker from Peter Hansen, and he's tugged it left. And that is a big disappointment for the Swede, who's just gamely trying to hang on here, but he has to win this hole, and Jason Duffner can breathe a little easier. Interestingly enough, we talk about the role of the rookies. Well, 3 of the 4 American rookies today playing their first Ryder Cup singles have lost. Duffner, it looks like, will be the only one of those quartet making their first appearance for the Americans who will yield anything, and he can breathe that much easier as he settles over this second shot. Very short backswing, then punches the ball forward, looking for the pin, cut on the right side of the green, and he finds the heart of the green, and he's going to have around 30 feet for birdie with Peter Hansen in the bunker, and of course Duffner is 1 up. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Tiger Woods, nerves hold firm. He rams the 3-footer into the middle of the hole, and it means his match remains all square with 3 to play. Stricker and Keimer all square, Woods and Molinari all square, and it is going to come down to those 2 matches and who is going to be the hero. John Murray.
We've got Stricker and Keimer here with us on 16 now. A real nerve jangler, this match. They both went into the bunker short of the green in 2. They both splashed out to 5 feet, so we've got another one of those put-outs between these 2 from that range, 4-5 feet. Match all square.
Well, you know, I'm getting very nervous here, John. There's so much drama going on here, and it brings back memories for me about all sorts of Ryder Cups. And, you know, the player, Steve Stricker's having a real good look at the scoreboard there. And you can see the difficulty, the predicament that he's been put under here. He didn't really expect to be in this pressure situation. He was hoping at the start of the day that they would have won the Ryder Cup before it got to his match. And so now they're here. 45-year-old Stricker's got a 6-foot putt and about 5-foot putt. Martin Keimer's going first. He's just outside him. So, a big moment if you can draw first blood.
That's Bernard Gallagher with us on 5 Live. Remember, Bernard was the captain at one of the most famous Ryder Cups of all when it went down to the final putt at Kiwa Island and the USA won. This match is all square. Europe today have won 7 matches so far. They need to win 8 to retain the trophy, or at least get 8 points. Keimer. This for his par 4. 5 feet on the 16th green.
Yes, it's in. It's in. Oh, European cheers all around the 16th green. Now Stricker's got to do the same.
Well, he has. That was a brave putt from Keimer. He's had a miserable week this week. He's been beaten heavily.
Bernard, we're going to go to Ian on 18 first.
Where Peter Hansen is playing his bunker shot from pin high to the left of the green. It's a long bunker shot, a good 25 yards, and he's way down. He can only see the very top of that fluttering flag as he bunts it forward out of the bunker, not with much control, and it's running by the hole and running on and running on and running on, finally coming to rest just over the thin shadow of the flag, and it is a good 9-10 feet from the hole. So it looks very much as though Duffner's going to come through this one, John.
Stricker is still surveying this putt. He's crouched down in this beautiful sunshine, and he's got his hands cupped over the peak of his white baseball cap, and he maintains that position for, it seems like, minutes. Stricker against Keimer, Woods against Molinari in the final 2 matches. And do you know what? None of those 4 players has won a point yet at this Ryder Cup. Fancy that. Stricker is ready now. This to halve the hole and to remain all square in the match. Stricker holds it.
Oh, that was terrific putting out from both Stricker and Keimer. It's all coming down. It's all coming down to the final matches at this great Ryder Cup. And here's Ian Carter on 18 now.
United States with 12 points, Europe with 13 points. The United States up in 1, 2 matches all square. Europe needing just 1 more point to retain the trophy that they won at Celtic Manor. But Jason Duffner with a chance to level things up here. His opponent's already played 3 shots. Duffner is 1 up. He just needs to cosy this one up to the hole, and that will be that. And the rookie will have delivered for Captain Davis Love. Putts down there, borrowing from the left, and then it should take the slope. It should take the slope. It is. It's creeping down, but he went way too far left. And there's a bit of meat left on the bone here. He's left that a good 4 feet from the hole. And Peter Hansen's Ryder Cup isn't done just yet. Hansen will have a putt of, 10, 11 feet. If he holds that, then Duffner will have to hold from 4 feet to secure the point that would level it up at 13 each.
Certainly would rather these two than me. That's a poor effort there from Duffner. He needed to get that closer. He was obviously concerned at the pace. We've seen guys 3-putt from the top of this green several times before, and they got the pace right but got the line all wrong.
As the holders, Europe only need 14 points to be able to take the trophy back across the Atlantic Ocean, back to Europe, whereas the Americans need the 14.5 points to win it off the United States. Isn't it amazing how this match so often comes down to the very last matches on the course? It did 2 years ago with Graham McDowell coming through against Hunter Mahan, and the protagonists include Tiger Woods and Steve Stricker, both all square for the United States against Francesco Molinari and Martin Keimer respectively. And this match on the course here is Jason Duffner, the rookie, 1 up on Peter Hansen of Sweden, making his 2nd Ryder Cup appearance. Hansen so bitterly disappointed not to play at all yesterday, would dearly love to come up with something for his captain now. And if he holds this putt, then he will pile immense pressure on one of the most unflappable looking figures in all of golf, Jason Duffner, the 35-year-old from the United States. So Hansen will be coming down the hill from the back of the green, 11-12 feet. Tall man from Sweden settles over it. Can he pile the pressure on? Putter heads behind the ball. Now it's made contact with the ball. The ball's heading towards the hole. It's just missed to the left. And the roars are American. And Peter Hansen says, pick up your marker to Jason Duffner. The caps come off. The handshakes are on the 18th. And the point goes to the United States. It's even Steven, 13 all. 1.5 more points needed for Davis Love's team to win back the trophy. Just 1 point required by Europe
to retain the trophy, and it all comes down to the last 2 matches on the course. Tiger Woods playing the 16th against Francesco Molinari, and this match on the 17th, Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer, Andrew Cotter.
Astonishing. I'm shivering a little bit here, partly due to the cold wind coming in off Lake Kadaija, and partly, I'm sure, due to the excitement of this. Steve Stricker has already hit in this 194-yard par 3. His tee shot was very, very good, but it just trickled off the back of the green. He's just on the fringe. He's got a fiddly little chip. So Keimer now, and the wind really is quite strong down here, and they won't feel it quite as much up in the trees there on the tee, nestled back there in the shadows, and we sit down here in the sunshine, and Keimer now sends it. Will he go for the flag? Oh, I think this is going left. It's going left from Martin Keimer. Oh, it's good though, to the pin high from Martin Keimer, but he's left himself a 35 foot putt, and this match all square. Alistair Bruceball.
Francesco Molinari all square with Tiger Woods' second shot on the par 4 16th on its way up towards the green. John Murray.
It lands in the middle of the green and then rolls on and just ends up on the top of that rise that is round about 8 feet. A little bit more than that away from the hole, but that's an excellent shot from Molinari. Ali, Bruceball come in.
Yeah, the mouth is just getting that little bit dry, and we're only commentating. It's the Ryder Cup on BBC Radio 5 Live. Incredibly, it is 13 points apiece. There are 2 points left to play for on this golf course. Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer on the par 3 17th are all square, and Francesco Molinari is scrapping and battling superbly hard against Tiger Woods, who is standing in the middle of this 16th fairway, knowing that Francesco Molinari has already found the putting surface. Woods, in the shade of these glorious oak trees, just settles now over the little white ball. Big pressure shot for Woods. Listen to the swish. Here it comes.
Staring up, and we can see it against the blue sky, and it lands right on the front of the green and rolls on, but it is approximately twice as far away as Francesco Molinari's ball. So Tiger Woods will have a lengthy birdie putt before Molinari. All square this match, this last match out on the course, with Tiger Woods in it against the Italian Molinari.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic shot from Francesco Molinari. Covered the flag the whole way. Almost got up by the hole, just sitting there on this slight upslope. I thought actually Tiger Woods' ball was hanging in the air against this breeze, but it managed to get the front of the green and jump up. So we've got our putting competition now, John, again.
This match all square as Woods and Molinari walk down the little dip and up the hill towards us, and here's Andrew Cotter on 17.
Where everybody who is watching this now, Rory McIlroy is doing press-ups down there by the water by Darren Clark. That's just showing off. I think he's lost his marbles after his sleep-in this morning. But here on the 17th we have this match all square between Steve Stricker and Martin Keimer, and the match behind all square as well. These 2 matches remaining out in the course, and the big scoreboard was showing 13 all. So USA have to win one of these matches because they need 14.5 points to get the cup. Europe are the holders. They just need 14. Martin Keimer is about 35 feet or so away. Steve Stricker a little bit closer, but he's just off the back of the green. It will be Keimer to play first. And this is extraordinary. Laurie Westwood is right beside me here. Laurie, your man did well today. Oh dear. Andrew Coulthard, you have a very pleasant sister. Anyway, Martin Keimer now. 35-foot putt this. Sunlight and shadows stretching across the green, and the wind is still there. And where's Andrew McGee? Oh, there he is. I lost him there in the crowd. Andrew McGee watching this with me. This is all about touch and feel and pace.
Well, the shadows have completely cast across the screen, so it's uphill, it's a little chilly, it's into the wind, and it's getting shadowy out here. It's hard to get this putt all the way to the hole. You've got to trust what you've been doing all day long. This is such a nervy 2-putt here, very difficult. But then Steve Stricker has a touchy little chip down there. But first, Martin Keimer lining it up, looking at it.
So here we go, all square. Craig Connolly, little bearded figure, the caddy, holds the flag, tending it at the moment. Keimer sends it forward, rolling, and then it starts to drift left a little bit, and there is work left there. It was good for pace, but that will not be conceded. This match all square
I think that might be 4 feet or so away. Still with work to do, Martin Keimer. Now, Steve Stricker. What does he face here, Andrew McGee?
Well, he's just hit finally, for an American, a lovely shot into the screen without hitting it in the left bunker, which I'm getting kind of tired of those long bunker shots. But he's got a downhill, slick shot. I think he's chosen his wedge. He just has to bump this on, maybe 3 feet on the green, and watch it trickle down to the hole. And it's not a difficult shot if you're just playing with your mates on a Tuesday or Wednesday, but it's a very difficult shot right now. Looking at the lake, looking at the scoreboard, looking at the situation.
There's a little posse of players, so European players and captains. There's Thomas Bjorn and Nicholas Colsaerts and Lee Westwood and Darren Clark and Rory McIlroy. They're just lounging by the water like lizards catching the sun as they watch now. Steve Stricker, the ball off the back foot, just pressing the hands forward. This is holeable. This is holeable for Steve Stricker. All square at the moment. Oh, Fizzy's out of there quickly. Fizzy's out of there, and that's gone past. Well, you could hear the contact on that, and that's gone past about 6 feet or so. Let's go back to John Murray, Tiger Woods.
On 16, Tiger Woods is over the ball. This from 22 feet, perhaps a little bit more than that. Woods, almost all in navy blue now, all square, with Francesco Molinari. Woods for birdie, over the rise, down towards the hole, and by on the right. I thought, Bernard, for a moment it was going to fall in the right side.
Oh, that was a great putt from Tiger Woods. I thought it was in the whole way up there. He was looking at it. He was very interested. He was looking at it very closely, but it just stayed on top side there, and you can see he's very disconsolate as he walks away there. All his teammates by the side of the green, they can see how disappointed he is.
Aren't they just? Molinari will putt for birdie to win the hole, to go 1 up with 2 to play. I know there is action ahead of us on 17 with Andrew Cotter. But Francesco Molinari here, who I think will have had a chance there as he walked forward after Woods putted to have a look at the line.
Well, it's exactly on the same line. Although he's actually sitting on this small rise. I mean, if it had been the start of the day, it would probably have dribbled back down to where Tiger was, but the greens are just slightly slower now, and it's in the shade, this green as well. But he and his caddy have a really good look at this. So let's see, inside right edge.
I hope everyone listening to us is enjoying this gripping drama. Shout, a cheer from ahead. Molinari steps away, so we might have time to hear that from Andrew Cotter.
It was a miss from Steve Stricker. He has missed his par putt here on the 17th. It's left Martin Keimer with a 4-footer to win and go 1 up with 1 to play, guarantee half a point. Back to you, John.
So if this goes in from Molinari, I think we could possibly say that for the first time since way back, Europe will be favourites. Molinari for birdie to win the hole and take the lead against Tiger Woods.
No, misses on the left this time. Here's Andrew Cotter.
And here's Martin Keimer on the 17th, a 4-footer in the shadows on this par 3 green by the water. This to win. Yes, he's celebrating. Martin Keimer has it, and the German goes 1 up on Steve Stricker going down the last. He's guaranteed half a point, and if he halves the last, that will be enough. That will be the cup retained by Europe. Amazing scenes. Andrew McGee, you've watched this. We've been down by the 17th for such a long time, and the Americans, this has been a graveyard for them here. Actually, John Murray quickly.
Francesco Molinari is being made to put out from 3 feet by Tiger Woods, and Molinari will hear those cheers. I suspect he won't be quite sure whether they're European or American cheers. Nevertheless, he needs to hold this to keep this match all square. Molinari, a couple of practice strokes, and now the putt ahead goes behind the ball, and it rolls in from the Italian, and the hole is halved, and the match is still all square. The last match out on the course is all square.
So the situation is this: it's the United States of America 13, Europe 13. Europe need just 1 more point to retain the trophy. They're guaranteed half a point from Martin Keimer. He can't be beaten, and as long as he doesn't lose the final hole to Steve Stricker, then Europe will have that magic number of 14 points. So it's all down to the German here, but he's got an insurance policy with Francesco Molinari, who is all square going to that treacherous 17th with the great Tiger Woods. What a Ryder Cup this is proving as we go back to the 18th tee and Andrew Cotter.
Yes, there's a little peninsula of a championship tee jutting out into Lake Kadija, and Martin Keimer stands there in the bright sunlight, white shirt and white cap, and he's getting ready to launch his tee shot down this 446-yard par 4. Just a straightforward par 4 for these chaps, but not in these conditions under this pressure. Takes a look at it from behind once again, and away up to our right they're getting ready and sizing up their tee shots on the 17th. It is all happening in these final 2 matches, and Keimer then, the German, the former world number 1, out of form they said, but might it be his moment? 1 up on Steve Stricker, going down the last, ready to launch his drive away. And I think he likes it, picking up the tee and heading down towards you, Ian.
On right, but it's not gone into the bunker. It looks to have, may have done. We're not sure, but it's not on the fairway. That's the one thing we can say. It has found the bunker down the right side, the bunker from which Jim Furyk found the back end of the green. Andrew.
Well, Steve Stricker now, he's a steady straight driver. He's not a long hitter, but he will have a little bit of a boost by that tee shot down the right from Martin Keimer. He won't know it's into the sand, but he'll know it's in that direction. Stricker then 1 down, has to win this hole, sends it down there, and he's picking up his tee, and he does look happy with his work.
And with justification, that ball landing bang in the middle of the fairway. It comes into our sights as we sit behind the 18th green. And Andrew Coulthard just thinking about the bunker shot that is going to be facing Martin Keimer here. It won't be easy by any stretch of the imagination. It's all down to the lie, really, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nothing easy at this particular time, Ian. It all depends on the lie. It depends where it's run up the face. Jim Furyk was slightly fortunate to be further back in the bunker than Luke Donald was in the previous day, and if he has a reasonable lie, he should be able to get something in the middle of the green, which could hopefully be enough.
Right, let's go and hear about the tee shot of Francesco Molinari, who, if he wins that hole, Europe will retain the Ryder Cup guaranteed, because that would be another guaranteed half point. He's been in conversation with Jose Maria Olazabal on that tee. Andrew.
Yes, we're looking back up to that tee, elevated tee, back up in the trees which sway in the breeze, and the waters of Lake Kadija ripple once again because they wait for any golf ball which falls short here. And the pin, you can't attack this pin, all square against Tiger Woods. Francesco Molinari settles over it now and sends it towards this green. Surely he's just looking for the heart of it, just looking for it to stay dry. It's good. Oh, it's a great shot. Oh, no, scampers on and sticks up on the bank. And that is a difficult shot for Francesco Molinari. Andrew McGee, that was right over the flag.
What a gutsy shot for the Italian, right over the top of the flag. Beautiful shot on this difficult hole. It's becoming the bloodbath on Lake Kadija for the American team.
Let's go back up to the tee. John Murray's up there.
Just standing behind the post that tells you that it's the 17th tee, and Jose Maria Olazabal just steps forward and gives Francesco Molinari a great big pat on the back for that, and then steps away again. And then Tiger Woods takes centre stage here. His great friend Michael Jordan is watching from just behind the tee. A couple of practice swings. From where I'm standing, Tiger Woods is framed by a magnificent autumnal oak. And Woods now ready to send this ball on its way, Andrew.
Yes, it's a marvellous scene, a stunning scene, and what drama, what spectacle. Tiger Woods then steadies himself, and the greatest player of the modern era sends it towards the green, It's looking good, it's looking very good from Tiger Woods, right over the flag, and it comes to a halt about 15 feet away, 12 feet perhaps, so he has the advantage here, Tiger Woods, after Francesco Molinari tottered through the green, up the slope and stuck on the bank. So Tiger Woods in prime position here, this match all square. John?
Do you know, I'm not sure I've ever seen Tiger Woods so excited with a tee shot. He jumped into the air. It
was a fantastically tough shot, John, and he knew Molinari hit a terrific shot over the flag, just gone over the back of the green, but Olazabal came across to Molinari and said, well, great shot, and he was pleased with that shot. But that was another spectacular shot from Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods absolutely pumped up, and now everyone floods down this hill here to the little bridge. Not sure we'll all be able to get across it. I've never seen such entouraging, Ian Carter.
There's a good word, entouraging. 13 all, and Europe need just 1 point. They're guaranteed half a point here from the match involving Martin Keimer, who is in the bunker and desperately needs to do something from that. Conor McNamara.
Standing on the 18th fairway, just about 40 yards or so behind Martin Keimer, who's preparing to take his second shot, and joined by Nicholas Colsaerts, one of the European heroes. Where has this comeback come from?
I don't know. I mean, this is unbelievable. I mean, if we get away with this and keep the cup, this would be an unbelievable achievement. I mean, everybody stepped it up today. Everybody went out strong. But I was the first hiccup, but people have just raised up their games. We didn't look so good yesterday, and people are really making it. This is unbelievable.
How do you feel right now?
I feel a lot better than when I just finished my game. I've broken tears, and I mean, this atmosphere is so heavy. It gets you, it takes you by really deep down the guts.
Okay, let's see how Keimer gets on. Thanks very much, Douglas. Let's go to Ian Carter.
Keimer into the bunker, and he's got around about 130, 140 yards to a flag cut on the front right of the 18th green. One up on the final hole, and he's made good, strong contact, but the ball flying left. Will it clear the bunker? Yes, it does, and then it hops obediently onto the green. He's found the heart of the green. It's a quite superb shot for Martin Keimer. He had that little break of luck there by skipping over the face of the bunker by no more than a couple of yards, and that was enough on a day where the breaks have gone Europe's way to put a real sickener to Steve Stricker, who now knows he has to get this very, very close to have any chance of snatching half a point for the Americans. 13 all, Europe are closing in on retaining the trophy.
They certainly are, Ian. Stricker standing in the middle of the fairway. He knows this has to be close. This has to be the perfect swing, one of the shots of Steve Stricker's life. If USA are to extricate themselves from this hole that the wonderful Europeans have managed to put them in.
Steve Stricker then, with his second shot from the fairway after a very composed and controlled drive for the 45-year-old. He just backs off it once. He's got the sleeveless sweater on with the high collar turned up, white cap. Under intense pressure here now, the American. Wild card pick from his captain, and we'll tell you about where this shot lands in just a second. But there's a chip to retain the Ryder Cup for Francesco Molinari, so Andrew Cotter.
It's not long, down onto the green it goes. Oh, he's given it a right old race. That's too far past. That's about 10 feet past from Molinari. Advantage Woods here, this match all square at the moment.
And here on the 18th, Steve Stricker's found the putting surface, but he's not exactly close to the flag at all. He is, 35 feet away. I think he's just outside the ball of Martin Keimer. So this is looking very, very good indeed for Europe right now, as Martin Keimer makes his march up the 18th here. I can see Sergio Garcia close by as well. And Alistair Bruce Ball we go to next.
Walking up the 18th fairway with Graham McDowell. Graham, can you believe it's come down to this? You were in this situation only 2 years ago. Goodness me.
Yeah, it's amazing. Disappointed at my own performance this weekend, but I get an opportunity to watch my team and Martin Keimer as we walk up 18, try and retain this great Ryder Cup. It's been an exciting weekend. I thought for a second yesterday the US were going to drive off into the sunset on us, but here we are, and it's right on a knife edge.
And Graham, what about Martin Keimer? Because he hasn't been in the best of form this year, so to play under this pressure with the Ryder Cup riding on it, to hit that bunker shot, what can you say about that?
Form's temporary, class is permanent. That's all you can say about Martin Keimer. He's been quietly confident in the team room this week, although he hasn't been playing his best. He hasn't been winning points, but he's always had a smile on his face, and he's just had that quiet confidence. So, no better man for the job here right now.
Good luck with it, Graham. Hopefully speak to you in a couple of minutes. Andrew Cotter.
In the cool, in the shade of the 17th green, thousands upon thousands in the stands and the banking behind, and in the banking in front of the tee on the other side of the lake, watching Tiger Woods, a putt for a 2 here. A putt to go one up on Francesco Molinari with 1 hole remaining. USA need something. They need a miracle Tiger Woods, could he be that man? Down the slope it goes, get in the hole, they cry. It is rolling and it does not drop, but Francesco Molinari still has a 10-footer for the half to remain all square, because he was a little bit fiery with his pitch from just off the back of the green. So it's still advantage Tiger Woods here, and Andrew McGee is quietly having lots of little American kittens.
I'm just looking around at the amazing gallery. This is the biggest we've seen. Everybody is gathered right here on 17, and I just have never seen anything like this in this moment. Francesco Molinari, finally a European player for a putt for a tie, and it's finally flipped the other way, and Tiger now goes to the other side and by himself. And it's nice to see his mother out here for the first time this week, and notice one family member for him is not enough.
Yes, Kultida Woods is here. Lots of fans on the far side of the lake are heading off. I'm sure they're not heading off and out and believing that this is lost, but they are heading away in the other direction. Still thousands stay though and watch this. Francesco Molinari from about 10 feet, perhaps 12. Tiger Woods stands impassively at the side watching. This is to half the hole for Francesco Molinari and remain all square going down the last against Tiger Woods. Big putt for Molinari. Does he have it? He doesn't. Tiger Woods then is one up going down the last hole. It all falls to Martin Kaymer, you think, on the 18th. Ian Carter.
Indeed it does. Indeed it does. Can he turn the guaranteed half that he has into a full point that would take Europe to that magic number of 14 and mean that they retain the Ryder Cup? Steve Stricker has been looking at this putt for an age. We can tell him, Andrew Coulthard, it breaks from the left and it trundles down, but it's not quite as far from the left as each and every player that we've seen with this putt on the 18th has judged it to be.
No, can tell him it's really difficult. There's nobody made a good pass at this one yet. It's going to be about 2.5 feet from the left, but pace all important. From Steve's point of view, he's got to put Martin Kaymer under the pressure of two putting for the Ryder Cup.
Exactly. If this doesn't go in, then Martin Kaymer will have two putts to retain the Ryder Cup from no more than 20 feet. So this has to go in for Davis Love, who's standing next to this green. Captain Ola Tharbel is here as well. There are thousands upon thousands of people craning their necks from the hospitality suites, from the bleachers and from the standing areas all around this green. Thousands of photographers' lenses on these moments here. This has been an extraordinary comeback from the European team, who began the day 10 points to 6 down. It's now 13 all, and if Martin Kaymer can win this hole, then America cannot win the trophy that they had such a firm grip of yesterday and pretty much throughout the first 2 days of this extraordinary match. So Steve Stricker settles himself. This putt will break from left to right. It's 30 feet. He's putting from the shadows. The ball will go through dappled periods of sunlight, but he wants it to disappear into the shadows of the hole. He glances at the point that he wants to hit with this putt. One more look, another one, and now he swings the putter head back and sends the ball on its journey. I think he's taken too much break here. It's gone way left, way left. That's an awful putt. It never once took the slope down to the hole, and he's put it 8 feet away. That's a dreadful putt from Steve Stricker. And now 2 putts for Martin Kaymer to retain the Ryder Cup for Europe. What a moment. What a moment, but that was an awful putt, wasn't it?
That was a complete misread. You know, Steve, I think he'd spent so much time looking at it that he'd talked himself out of the right line, but we saw Jason Duffner miss it a good bit left. Well, Steve Stricker's missed it 3 times as far left.
Oh my goodness me, Jose Maria Ola Tharbel's heart will be racing right now. Somehow, this has all come right. And Martin Kaymer, one up on the final green, has 2 putts to close out victory against Steve Stricker and retain the Ryder Cup for Europe. A couple of practice swings. The German is over it. He's hopelessly been out of form, but he's hit form at just the right moment for his continent. Widens his stance, glances at the hole. He's got 2 putts for it. Settles again. 25 feet, sends it on its way. Martin Kaymer, the ball tracking towards the hole. It's a pretty decent putt, but it's run on. Oh my goodness me, it's run on and the drama isn't over yet. That's gone 4, maybe 5 feet by, and Steve Stricker has a lifeline. Andrew Coulthard.
Well, yeah, a little bit surprised. Difficult, very, very difficult. We've not seen anybody leave the putt short from the top side of this green, and when you've got the pressure of the Ryder Cup lying in your fingertips, it's almost impossible to get it cozied all up there to the edge of the hole.
The heart rate of both captains has escalated, as it has done for the thousands upon thousands of people. A great red hue around here. All the American spectators were encouraged to turn up in red, and they have heeded the captain's call, but it's not done them much good so far. But it isn't over yet, and if Stricker can hold this putt and Kaymer misses, then it's all down to Tiger Woods, who's one up coming up the 18th with Francesco Molinari. What a story this is. Goodness gracious me. And so Stricker goes to work once again. What do you think the read is here, Andrew?
I think it's got to be just on the right edge. I mean, what an emotional roller coaster this is. A second ago, Stricker had just given the cup to the Europeans, and now potentially he's got a chance to wrestle it back out of their grasp.
Kaymer stands, hand on hip, watching this. If Stricker misses, then surely that means that the cup has been retained by Europe. Kaymer 5 feet away, Stricker 8 feet away. Kaymer moves across, just have a little look, changes his position as he stands. Stricker's gone back down onto his haunches. He's had another look. Never before has he taken so much time over a putt in his long career, this 45-year-old American. He knows he has to make this putt. 1 practice swing. 2, wipes the blade of the putter with his thumb, pops it behind the ball, a glance at the hole, a second glance, a third, a fourth, and now he must surely be ready to strike this ball. It starts its journey from 8 feet and it disappears into the hole, and nerves of steel eventually from Steve Stricker gets the par that might be enough to snatch an unlikely half for the United States, because now all the pressure stretches and switches to the shoulders of Martin Kaymer, the German former world #1 US PGA champion, who's been so hopelessly out of form for most of this year, but scrambled his way into the team, scrambled his way through this match, is 1 up on the final green. But if he misses, then it'll only be a half. That means it will be 13.5 each, and it will all come down to the Tiger Woods match, Woods and Molinari, with Woods 1 up coming up the 18th. Haven't heard any news as to what's happened with the drives there, but that Woods-Molinari match will become live if this putt misses from 5 feet from Martin Kaymer. And remember, a German back in 1991 who had a 5-6 footer for a Ryder Cup, Bernhard Langer. Well, he's Kaymer's hero, and Kaymer has to do what Langer didn't do. He has to knock this one in. It's come down to this, 5 feet. Martin Kaymer, this to retain the Ryder Cup for Europe on the 18th green at Medina, sends it on its way, and in! And the cup is safely in European hands, and he leaps into the arms of his captain, and he's lifted aloft. Martin Kaymer's the hero, and Europe have retained the cup. Somehow Europe have found a way, the comeback to end all comebacks achieved in hostile territory. And somewhere a man called Seve, the golfing patron saint of lost causes, is smiling down the broadest Seve smile you've ever seen. His apprentice Ollie has done it somehow, and he's done it Seve style from the most unlikely of positions. And his hero is Martin Kaymer, who's nerve held to hold that 5-footer and make sure that the Ryder Cup stays in European hands. Andrew Cotter.
I have got Paul McGinley, who knows what it means to hold a putt winning the Ryder Cup, but tell me about that. That is just remarkable.
Yeah, you know, I had the thoughts, oh no, a German, the last time a German had a putt. Great, I'm so happy for Martin. He's just been a great person to have in the team room this week. and for him to hold that putt to retain the cup is just huge, so I'm delighted.
I mean, these scenes are just right, but I mean, tell us about the day and embrace with Thomas Bjorn. Tell us about the day, because it just gathered momentum all the way through. Did you realistically believe it was possible at the start of the day, though?
100% felt it was realistic. You know, the way the dynamics work of 12 matches, you know, they needed to control 5 matches today. That's only one more than 50%. You know, even though it sounds like 4 points is so far behind, when you put in the dynamic of 12 matches, it's actually achievable, and that's what we very much felt like. I learned that very much in Wales, and it's right, because we nearly lost it in Wales.
OK, we're going to hear from Rory McIlroy now with Ali Bruce Ball.
Rory, congratulations. I'm going to ask the obvious question. How does it feel?
It feels unbelievable. You know, we knew that it was possible. The Americans did it to us in '99 in Brookline, and we just needed to go off and get off to a good start, get blue on the board early. You know, as you see, the first five guys did that, and you know, the momentum that we got from last night carried into today.
And take us back to this morning, because it must have been a horror start for you when you realised you were late.
Yeah, a little bit, but like, you know, I got here with a few minutes to spare, and you know, everything was okay. I calmed down on the first tee and got into my match, and probably played the best I'd played all week.
And a quick word, Rory, on the job your captain's done, Jose Maria Olazabal, and of course the man who's embossed on your golf bags and your golf shirts, Seve Ballesteros. You said you were going to do it for Seve this week. You've done it.
We've done it for Seve. Jose has been, you know, just so inspirational in the team room, so emotional, and you know, it's so good that we got to do this for him.
Rory, congratulations. Go and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
Rory,
there we are. That's Alistair Bruce Ball with Rory McIlroy. The golf isn't over. We've still to find out whether this match ends in a draw or a European victory. The one thing we know for sure is that Europe cannot lose, so they keep the trophy. So let's go back down the 18th hole here. Francesco Molinari and Tiger Woods, who's one up, are still to play out their match, and here's John Murray.
Yes, there is still a point to play for, and Tiger Woods has had to wait his ball to answer Ian's question from about 5 minutes ago. Tiger Woods' ball is in the middle of the fairway, but Francesco Molinari, one down in this final match, his ball found the fairway bunker over on the other side of the hole from where I stand, down the left, and Jose Maria Olazabal is here as well in his Seve blue and white. And Molinari now plays this ball from the bunker towards the green, where Ian is sitting up there and watching.
Yes, and it finds the putting surface, and it is, 30 feet away, something like that, to the left of the flag. It skipped over the bunker, and it's safely on the green.
It's now, and Tiger Woods now steps back. Woods, the favourite to win his point and his match here, which would make it a 14-all draw for the first time since the Belfry in 1989. Woods, centre of the fairway, staring after his ball. Ian.
Looking for it to drop on the green, but it's not. It's gone beyond the green. It's gone to that shaved area behind, but it's still just long enough to hold the ball up. It hasn't trundled down to the depths of that hollow, and he's got a couple of sprinklers in front of him, so I think he'll probably get a drop from there. We can see thousands upon thousands of American fans just heading for the exits now that the trophy has been retained by Europe. Here is Conor McNamara.
Just beside the 18th green with Luke Donald, who's wrapped himself in a St. George's flag. How do you feel right now, Luke?
It's hard to describe. I mean, obviously we had an uphill battle this morning, but we believed in our hearts that we could win this. It'd been done before, and we thought we could turn this around. It was my job to try and lead us off, and fortunately I played great today and got the first point on the board, and the other guys just followed.
Where does this rank for you in, great sporting comebacks?
What a summer it's been for British sport, by the way. Now this, to come back from 10-6 down, I mean, it's one of the highlights of my career.
And just a word on Jose Maria Olazabal. How's he been with you through the week? How much is this down to him?
Well, it's been down to a lot of people, but Jose obviously has been a calming influence. I think he showed some spirit, some passion. He wanted us to do this for himself and for Seve, and we got it done.
Great job, Luke. Well done. John Murray.
I can see Jose Maria Olazabal, and here is Andrew Cotter.
Martin Keimer, the hero of the hour, draped in a German flag. Give the fans a wave, because they want a wave. They've been shouting, Martin, Martin, give us a wave. I mean, it's an obvious question, but how does this feel?
I think similar than Graham just 2 years ago. It's indescribable. I was so nervous. The last 2-3 holes, because Olazábal, he came up to me on 16 and said, we need that point to win the Ryder Cup. And I loved the feeling. I loved it. And just to have that putt to win the Ryder Cup, that is what I practiced for, the last 10-15 years. It's amazing.
And standing over that putt to win the cup, you've won a major championship. Was it far more pressure?
You cannot compare it. Completely different level. The major I won for myself, and that was amazing. But to win the Ryder Cup, you see the guys, you hear them behind me, the whole team of Europe, just to win it for Olazábal, because I know it means so much for him, and I'm very proud that it happened.
And people saying you were out of form and suddenly you've come good. It's a magical moment for you as well.
My season hasn't been good so far. I'm playing definitely better golf, and today, huge step for my confidence.
Yeah, I would say things have taken a turn for the better. Well done, Martin. Enjoy the moment. Thank you very much. That's Martin Keimer, the man who sinks the winning putt to win the Ryder Cup. Ian Carter.
If you've just joined us on 5 Live, you've missed something rather special. Europe have retained the Ryder Cup. The question now is whether this amazing match finishes in a draw or in European victory. And for that to happen, you would say that Francesco Molinari, amid the din that is all around the 18th green here, will have to hold this 30-foot putt on the 18th. It's a difficult one to read. We've been saying that all afternoon here on the 18th. So many matches have come down this closing hole. It's been such an epic contest. Tiger Woods, who's only ever been on one winning team in a Ryder Cup career that stretches back to 1997, is just cleaning his gloves and cleaning his clubs, and now down on his haunches is Francesco Molinari. Watching on is his captain, Jose Maria Olazábal, standing alone, arms folded. Mission accomplished in terms of making sure that trophy would go back across the Atlantic with him tomorrow. That was his stated aim. So here's Molinari then. One down on the 18th green, putting across the green through the shadows. This doesn't look bad, This doesn't look bad, but it just swings away, and it goes down the line of Martin Keimer's initial putt, but not as fast and not as far. And it's now 2.5 feet away, and he marks that ball, and Tiger Woods will chip from the back of the green. He's one up, and he'll be looking to at least save face, get himself something on the scoreboard as well, which he is guaranteed to do, but he wants a full point rather than half a point, and that would be his sole contribution to the United States, who dominated this Ryder Cup through Friday and Saturday. Took a 10-6 lead, having been 10-4 up late in the day on Saturday, and then it's been all Europe on this final day, their greatest comeback ever. And here is Woods chipping from the back of the green. The flag is out. He's looking to hold this. It's on its way. It looks very good. Oh, it catches the edge of the hole and it spins out, and it's gone further away than Molinari's marker, and so Woods will have a little bit more work to do. And this is to determine the overall result. If Woods misses and Molinari makes it, then Europe have not only retained the trophy, they've won the Ryder Cup as well. And that would be for the 12th time. Only 2 draws previous to this. They were in 1969 and 1989. But a draw is all that Europe needed here to make sure that they keep the trophy. And it was almost beyond their wildest expectations before today started. But instead of USA, USA, it's been Olé, Olé all the way on this extraordinary Sunday. Woods looks from behind the hole, and now we'll have a look from behind the ball. What's the read on this?
Fairly firm, straight.
Ram it in.
He'll have to.
Well, this is for the draw, and Woods is grinding over it as if it were to win a major, as you would expect from the former world number 1, current world number 2, for whom it's not been the best of weeks once again at a Ryder Cup. A couple of practice swings, and the echoes of Olé, Olé as he settles over this putt must be a sickening sound. But this to make sure the Ryder Cup ends in a draw. He's missed it to the left,
And he waits for the concession. He gets the concession.
He's given it.
And he's given it to Francesco Molinari. And that means that Europe have not only retained the Ryder Cup, they've won. They have come from the dead to win here at Medina. And Francesco Molinari, with a half at the last, means that Europe have won the Ryder Cup 14.5 points to 13.5. They have completed their greatest ever comeback. And my goodness gracious me, this will go down as one of the epic days in Ryder Cup history. Truly extraordinary. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Have a listen to this. This is Ian Poulter, Lee Westwood, Rory McIlroy in a circle celebrating an incredible fight back, an incredible win in the Ryder Cup. Have a listen. Arm in arm, they're bouncing up and down, they are celebrating with each other, they cannot quite believe it, and let's see if we can get a word with Ian Poulter in just a second here as we fight our way through the crowd. How about Justin Rose? Justin Rose, you've won the Ryder Cup, not retained the Ryder Cup, you have beaten the US on home soil, coming back from a 4-point deficit.
Sevi. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. No.
Lee Westwood's joined us as well.
I mean, we're in shock. I mean, we wanted to believe. I mean, we really did want to believe, but we weren't under any illusions of how hard that day was going to be. I mean, you're 4 shots back against a team that's played so well all week, on a golf course that's made for them, in an environment Paul's support last night was massive. Yes.
Go on then, tell me what you said last night.
Well, nothing needed to be said.
Nothing needed to be said.
Performance.
Oh, that putt last night.
You know what Ollie said to us at the start of the week? Ryder Cup's what memories and dreams are made of, and he's been awesome. And last night in that team room was buzzing. We weren't 4 down. We was not 4 down. We was all square, and we knew we had a chance. And do you know what?
BBC here.
This is history right here. This has been unbelievable.
Can you truly believe this has happened, Ian?
No, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to enjoy it with the best team I've ever seen and the best captain I've ever seen and everyone else, because this right here is special.
Ian, thank you very much. Ian Poulter going off to join the celebrations, and Lee Westwood was absolutely spot on. Do not forget that last hour of play last night when Ian Poulter birdied the last 5 holes to get Europe a vital point, to give them a chance of affecting this turnaround. And now we're going to get into the scrum here again to try and interview some more players. Martin Keimer here is charging around the 18th green with the German flag wrapped around his shoulders, and as Ian Carter said in commentary, well, Bernhard Langer couldn't quite do it for Europe in 1991, but Martin Keimer certainly could, and Ian Poulter's found him, and they're in a hug, and Martin Keimer's in tears. Martin Keimer and Ian Poulter and Luke Donald's in there as well. They are in a huge clinch, a huge embrace. Let's find John Murray.
Okay, I'm just waiting to have a little word with Davis Love here, the defeated American captain, who is just finishing off a few words with one of our colleagues. Davis, if I could just have a little word for the BBC as well, please, just an initial reaction.
Well, I don't have a reaction yet. You know, we're all kind of stunned. You know, we know what it feels like now from the '99 Ryder Cup. It's a little bit shocking, and you know, we were playing so well. Everybody on our team was playing so well. We just figured it didn't matter how we sent them out there. But we put who we thought was our hot players up front, and we put who we thought was our steady players in the back that would get us points. And we all thought it would come down to Jason Duffner, and he played very, very well. And you know, we just got a couple matches flipped there in the middle that cost us.
Davis, I'll leave you to collect your thoughts.
Right,
Thanks.
Well, I'm with Roy McIlroy. Roy.
Well, here on the 18th, I mean, there's just extraordinary scenes, seeing Martin Keimer just dancing around with the German flag there and then being engulfed by the hugs of Ian Poulter. And it really is the most extraordinary of comebacks, the greatest comeback we've ever seen from European golf. We'll be hearing from Jose Maria Olazabal in just a moment, but on Twitter we've been receiving messages all afternoon. Michael says anyone who says golf's boring has officially got no mates and needs a hobby. Andy on Twitter, unbelievable, Europe, Ryder Cup, the spirit of Sevi. Flip on Twitter just went, yes! Where did that come from? I've just witnessed one of, if not the greatest comebacks ever. Well done. So says Michael. Mick Smith managed to get in touch with us on text saying that Englishman singing a German's name, that's the Ryder Cup for you. And Christy Saul says, what a summer of sport. Olympics, Paralympics, Andy Murray, and now the Ryder Cup. Cricket and Formula One there left. And sports personality of the year is going to be good, isn't it? Andrew Coltart, what do you say? I mean, you played in a Ryder Cup. You suffered heartbreaking defeat in Brookline. You know how the Americans are feeling right now.
Well, yeah, we've had the ghost of Brookline hanging over us for 13 years now, and I sat in the locker room while Ollie shed tears of sadness in '99. How fitting it is that it's tears of joy here in 2012.
Could you honestly see this happening at the start of the day when we stood on that first tee and Luke Donald was setting Europe off?
Look, I still think, like what Westwood said there, those 2 points coming in last night were crucial. Had that not happened, had we only got one of those points, it was almost a bridge too far. But with 4-point deficit, I thought something was still in the cards, although very, very unlikely.
We said it, didn't we, at the start of the day and last night, that just how important it would be for those opening players to deliver. And Donald, Poulter, McIlroy, Rose and Paul Lawrie all delivered. The first 5 points went the way of Europe. And you made the point earlier on that almost the Americans were the victims of the amount, the size of their lead going in, because all of a sudden they're saying to themselves, oh my goodness me, this is even worse throwing it away from this position.
Yeah, absolutely. 24 hours ago they were sitting there, it was their trophy, and then Poulter came in, did his thing last night, and all of a sudden it just made somebody think. But up until that point the Americans had basically won it and Europe had lost it. Sensational golf from the first 5 guys there that went out and in effect took a lead in the match. It was just an incredibly determined and incredibly passionate display from each and every one of them.
Well, John, you've seen some sporting events in your time, haven't you? I mean, this one's right up there.
It has been extraordinary. The one thing I can't quite work out is how much the Americans actually contributed to their own downfall. Whether there was an element of complacency. Bubba Watson's, it seems like an eternity ago now, but Bubba Watson walked onto the first tee just behind us over here to hit his first ball. I'll tell you that in just a second. Andrew Cotter.
I have Jose Maria Olazabal with me, just having a hug with Zach Johnson. Words of congratulations from Zach Johnson, the American kind words, and very sporting words from Zach Johnson. Jose Maria Olazabal, can you sum up what we have seen today?
Well, an unbelievable day. One that will go down in history, and it's hard to express it in words.
Did you really believe? I asked Paul McGinley earlier and he said, yes, we did believe at the start of the day that it was possible, but deep down you must have thought it's going to take almost a miracle.
Well, I knew it was going to be difficult, but at the same time I truly believed that we could do it. Simple as that. I knew that the key was going to be the first few matches. We needed them all. But when I look at the pairings, I look at those matches and I thought, and that's what I told the boys, that the matches were pretty much even, well balanced, let's put it that way. And if they could bring their best game today, we believed, and I said to them, I believe that we could change things around.
One of the plain signs that we've seen in the sky said the spirit of Seve, and you're wearing Seve Ballesteros colours, the blue. I mean, it was an escape that he would have been proud of.
I think he's proud of.
Congratulations, Jose Maria Olazabal. Thank you very much indeed.
Very emotional, I'm sure, for Jose Maria Olazabal when he reflects on Seve and the link they had for so many years. I was only going to mention about Bubba Watson. I mean, Andrew, I don't know what your take is on this. When you start showboating, it's like anybody. You start showboating when you've got the ball in your hands and you drop it going over the line. You start showboating because you're 3-0 up with half an hour to go, and suddenly it's 3-all. You think, oh, hang on a moment. I just kind of felt there was an element of showboating from Bubba Watson and co on the first tee before a ball was hit, and maybe that was. It's all about tiny margins, all sport, and maybe that was a factor. I'll answer that question after Paul Lawrie.
Here is, yes, John, Paul Lawrie is here with us. Saltire had just been tied around his neck. You were too emotional, I believe, to speak to us a little earlier, just after your match finished. A thumping win, 5-3 against Brandt Snedeker. But what about the whole day?
Well, it's just huge. You put everything into it. I didn't play poorly the first 2 matches. I putted horrendous. We should have really got something out of our game, Nicholas and I, against Johnson and Kuchar, and didn't. So we were all just so keen to make sure that we got a point on the board.
To have played 3 games this week and not gotten anything, I would have been absolutely gutted with myself. So to come out today and be 6 under par and win my game 5-4, I was chuffed.
And you've only played in 2 Ryder Cups, Brookline and here.
Yeah.
You picked a couple of good ones.
Well, yeah, Brookline was obviously the opposite. We were ahead and should have won, and they played fantastic golf coming in the singles, and today's the opposite. To be 10-6 down on American soil and win it, never mind tie, it's just, I mean, you can't, so dreams are made of.
And you will know how those fellas over there in the red jumpers are feeling, won't you?
Well, I mean, it's gutting. I mean, Brookline was just one of the worst experiences of my life, to be fair, because you're 10-6 ahead, you've played so well, and you don't play well enough in the singles, they come back at you. But obviously today's the opposite. Everyone's just been absolutely brilliant this week, and to win it for Jose, I can't tell you what that means to all the players.
And you'll have to be at Gleneagles now.
Well, hopefully we'll be there as a player. That's the idea. And I'm planning on being more competitive in 2 years, not less.
Thanks, Paul. Well done today. Alistair Bruce Ball.
With Graham McDowell draped victoriously in the European flag with a huge smile on his face. Graham, can you quite believe what's happened here this afternoon?
I can't believe it. I really can't. The first 2 days of this event, we just got beat up by the Americans. All the putts that dropped were pretty much American putts until about 5:30, 6 o'clock last night on this very green when we watched the Impulsor knock in that putt for the win, having just birdied the last 5 holes himself. He's really turned it round, and the emotions in the team room last night were so different. Friday night we were down. We got the hairdryer treatment from Jose. Last night there was a sense of belief from the team. I don't know what it was. I think we just knew that something had to come, good had to happen to us. When we saw the singles draw, we looked on that list and we just figured we could win a lot of matches, and great effort from the boys today. Disappointed not to win my point, but you know what, this is about a team. I had the chance to do the job 2 years ago, and you know what, I've got a chance to sit back and watch the boys do it for me this afternoon.
And a word for the captain. We've been asking all you guys about Jose Maria Olazabal. Desperately wanted to win it for Seve Ballesteros, for himself, for the team. What about the job he's done? What about his role last night and today?
Phenomenal. I mean, Jose wanted to win it for Seve, and we wanted to win it for Jose and Seve. And Jose's just been an emotional leader in the team room. Every time we look at him, it makes us emotional, and he inspired, and he got things right today with the order, and we dug in and we dug deep today, and we really just wanted to win it for Jose. And those airplanes putting those cloud letters up, the spirit of Seve, and that's really, we had that Seve in our left sleeve today on our shirts, and I mean, it was great to do it for him.
Do you think beers and a few tears tonight?
Beers and tears. I think that about sums up the evening, and it looked like it was going to be beers and tears from a disappointing point of view. But now it's beers and tears. We get the Ryder Cup coming back to Europe again, and that's just exciting.
Graham, congratulations. Well done. An incredible, astonishing fight back by Europe today. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Well, let's walk out into the middle of this 18th green and try and survey the scene, and see if we can spot anyone else to try and grab a word with after this astonishing European win. What about John Murray?
I'm just running to catch up with Francesco Molinari. Francesco, a word for the BBC, please, if you would. Well, a half with Tiger Woods. That's not a bad way to finish it.
No, it's just amazing, Everyone today on the team did a fantastic job. It maybe didn't look like that, but we've been trying really hard all week. And we never gave up, and I think this thing that we have on the sleeves today,
which is the image of Seve Ballesteros,
really did make a difference. We had him with us, and we didn't want to lose no matter what.
I just saw you be handed a mobile phone and having a conversation. Can I ask who you were talking to there?
It was just my agent congratulating for today.
But to get a half point against Tiger Woods and to win the Ryder Cup outright, can it get any better than that?
I don't know.
I suppose you could have beaten him.
Yeah, I could have won probably, but yesterday when I was out last, I was really happy because I knew that the guys were going to do a great job, and I knew that it was going to come down to the last matches. So Martin did a great job, and I just fought as hard as I could to get the half point.
Well done. I'll let you go and celebrate. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Here's Alistair Bruce Ball.
Well, Jose Maria Olazabal is in floods of tears as he walks away from this 18th green, and he lifts his hands above his head and he applauds the fantastic European support in the galleries around this 18th green. And quite fittingly, there is a Spanish flag flying just above his head here, and Jose Maria Olazabal truly cannot control his emotions. He has led this team to a quite incredible fight back. 10-6 down they were. Not only have they retained the Ryder Cup, but they've won it as well. And he walks off into the sunset here at Medina, arm in arm with Justin Rose, with European flags, the blue flags, with the gold stars flapping all around them as they walk down this tunnel of spectators. And now Jose Maria Olazabal is being sucked into the crowd here, away to the left-hand side. He's coming for a hug and he's being dragged into all the European fans. They're lifting his left fist in the air and they will not let him go. And what a triumphant march this is, and we'll continue to follow him here. Jose Maria Olazabal as he walks towards the bridge that is going to take him back over the first tee and toward the clubhouse at Medina. And goodness me, he is breathing just one huge sigh of victorious relief. He's getting screamed, he's roared for this walk back to the clubhouse. He's still got the walkie-talkie attached to his belt that would have been so this afternoon in getting the messages out. He's high-fiving everyone he walks past here, and now he's striding and he's from it to walk them away again with his right hand. And now it is going to be a hugely triumphant climb up these stairs. And goodness me, look at the scenes now, because the European team have huge bottles of champagne standing on this green bridge between the first tee and the clubhouse at Medina, and they are spraying the bubbles everywhere onto the European fans down below. Conor McNamara's up there.
I'm on the bridge getting soaked in champagne. Sergio Garcia just in front of me is spraying it all over the European supporters below. Luke Donald has just had a whole bottle down the back of his neck. Miguel Angel Jimenez now pops another cork, and it's Justin Rose's turn to get drenched. And these European players releasing all that pent-up emotion that's been deep inside all week. They were so far behind, but they've somehow roused this incredible comeback, and I think it's very much party time for Europe at Medina. Andrew.
I'm with Rory McIlroy walking down the bridge here. He's got a big bottle of champagne in his hands. He's just said, go and have a drink. And shameless name drop, I have had a big swig from the European bottle of victory. And yes, all professionalism has gone here, but they're all coming down the bridge now, the walkway. And I mean, it's just unbridled scenes of joy here for the European team as they come down. And lots and lots and lots of bottles of champagne are being brought out. And lots will be sprayed, and many more will be drunk as well. Craig Connolly, Martin Keimer's caddy, is absolutely drenched in champagne. He looks a rather sorry sight, but big grins writ large across the faces of everybody. It's just incredible as you watch them come down, the players now, and the Americans in the midst of all this, these rather sombre blue-clad figures. Steve Stricker coming past, he's given a few interviews. He, of course, was in that match with Martin Keimer. But the scenes continue, the champagne continues to be sprayed, and Alistair Bruce Ball is amidst it all.
Yes, I think Ian Poulter's quite enjoying himself up there. He's arrived late to the party, but he went racing up the stairs, and before the European team disappeared and the champagne disappeared, he wanted to get involved. He's gone straight to the middle of that bridge, and he's raised the St George's Cross above his head and just let out a huge guttural roar to the skies, with the European fans screaming up towards him. And now Conor McNamara's with Sergio Garcia.
With Sergio Garcia, who is soaked from head to toe in champagne. The sweet taste of victory in his mouth, I'm sure.
Amazing. What a day. It was hard, but we knew there was a chance. And I mean, we come back to yesterday afternoon, those two matches we won, they were just massive. To be able to
he's going to pause here to open a bottle of champagne.
Have a chance. Give us a chance today, and today obviously everything came right.
For you personally, with the shadow of Sevi guarding you and protecting you, what influence was that for you this week?
No, I have no doubt in my mind that he was with me today all day, because there's no chance I would have won my match if he wasn't there. It was amazing, and it feels so good to be able to win it for him and for our captain, Jose. He's been amazing. He's an amazing guy, just unbelievable, and I just couldn't be happy for him.
I'm sure he's proud of you tonight. Thanks very much, Sergio. Let's go to John Inverdale.
Well, extraordinary day. I think Francesco Molinari's agent was ringing him actually saying, what, 20% of nothing? No prize money? I think one thing that is worth saying, we must have a quick word about the Americans in a moment. What about the influence of Poulter as almost the catalyst for everything?
I think that's the biggest influence, and you heard it there. I think it was Paul McGinley said, and Lee Westwood made the point. Poulter's putt was massive last night to just give Europe that. When we were walking around Friday and Saturday, we were saying so often it's flat, there's nothing happening, the hole seems tiny for the Europeans, nothing is getting them going, and it was Poulter with those 5 birdies in the last 5 holes last night that gave them some hope. And of course he came through and won today, did his job second in the batting order.
Even more though than the golf, it's just the posing and the posturing and the kind of follow me attitude.
Exactly. He buys into, he's made for it. And you go back to 2004 when he made his debut for the European team. To qualify for that, he had to finish wherever it was in Germany, and it was all down to the last hole. He needed something special on the last hole, knocked a 5 wood onto this par 5 in Munich and holed the putt for an eagle. He actually eagled the last hole of qualifying to get into the team. Now, we didn't know it then, but with the benefit of hindsight, we can categorically say that from that moment on, Ian Poulter was made for the Ryder Cup. And he has not disappointed in any of his appearances. He's exceeded all expectations. And again, I must admit, John, I had a feeling before this one that this might be the Ryder Cup that found out Ian Poulter. The course is massive. It doesn't really suit his game, but boy, he's made for the Ryder Cup.
It's been a year for people crying, hasn't it been? In every sporting event, every sporting arena. But Jose Maria Olazabal... No, Jose Maria... Listen, nothing wrong with crying. Jose Maria Olazabal is just being besieged by television crews. And I suppose when you've got to speak, that's when it's very hard to keep the emotions in check. And he's a wreck, really. But goodness me, he must... I wonder. It's so easy for people to say now, yes, I genuinely believed, I honestly believed. Andrew, I wonder, when Jose Maria put his head on the pillow last night, I wonder if he was thinking, God dear me, this is insurmountable, and this could be horrible tomorrow.
No, I genuinely don't think he did. I think he's got a very good team of vice captains, very experienced bunch round about him, as well as some great experience in the team. Again, going back to 2 points that they won yesterday evening was just a massive turnaround. Europe, with about an hour and a half left to play yesterday evening, started to find the form. The putts started to go in, the shots started to be hit, and as the guys have said, there was from then on a much better atmosphere in the team room. And as McGinley said, when they saw the draw, they thought, hey, listen, we've got a chance. And actually last night, I think when the heads were on the pillow, there was a genuine sense that the almost impossible could be achieved.
Let's talk about the Americans. I mean, never for every winner there's a loser. How did this happen to them?
Well, I'm looking at the batting order that Davis Love assembled, and you could hardly quibble with it. I mean, it made absolute sense yesterday, apart from perhaps Bubba Watson going out first, because watching him in partnership, albeit in victory with Webb Simpson, he was pretty much all over the place.
Well, everybody, we were discussing this last night, there was absolute uniformity amongst every member of our team that the one certainty today was Donald was going to win that first match. Now if we felt that, surely Davis Love must have felt that.
But otherwise, to follow it up with an informed Simpson, Keegan Bradley, who'd played such an inspirational role and was rested, likewise Phil Mickelson, Brandt Snedeker, the form man, won the Tour Championship just precisely a week ago. He was banking $11.4 million and putting so magnificently well. And then, he'd structured it very nicely to have strength at the end as well. Tiger Woods, batting last, some people might construe that as a slight. I don't think so. I think he was seen as the backstop that would do it.
It might have been the moment.
Yeah.
But what do we make of Tiger effectively almost throwing in the towel at the end there.
Well, I was surprised. I thought at the very least, I remember when Europe retained the trophy back in 1989 with a draw, and the Americans turning around and saying, hang on a minute, you're treating this as a victory. Actually, the match was a draw, and taking great pride in that, the fact that they weren't beaten. And I just wonder how the other 11 Americans will feel about him conceding a putt of 3.5 feet to a guy who's not got the best reputation for short putting.
When Tiger missed that putt, for one awful moment, I thought he was going to just hurl that putter over the grandstand. I think there was a split second when he probably was, and he thought, no, I probably better hadn't do that.
I think the other interesting thing about that is there's a lot of people who have a lot of money on what the final result was.
Yep.
And I think there'll be some very unhappy people after watching Tiger in effect just give Francesco the putt.
Because the draw was pretty long odds, actually.
Very much so.
Start. Not that I was looking closely.
No, of course not. Davis Love III, could he have done anything else? I mean,
No, I don't think so. I don't think either of them could. They set the stall out. It's up to the boys to go and do the business.
He delivered 10-6 from his pairings, and he hadn't flogged all his players in the way that Mark James had in the match that Andrew played in. So everybody had been blooded. The combinations had worked. 10-6 was a fantastic start. As I say, there was not much to quibble with in terms of his batting order. This was just a phenomenal performance from Europe's golfers, and we've talked about it through, I do it week in, week out, talking about these players who are performing at the very highest level in the world game. And that's what we hadn't seen on the first 2 days. We hadn't seen them playing to their potential, but they did today when they needed to deliver.
I was just going to say, it was an awesome performance from the European team today. They had to go out there, they had to get the blue on the board. When they did get the blue on the board, and through the first 5 games, all of a sudden there would be a sense of fear in the American team that, we could actually lose this. The crowds had been silenced. The Americans would have been trembling, and we saw them when they were put under the pressure, when they went under the cosh, they couldn't come up with the putts when it counted.
Now, I'm not sure if this is good or bad, because they've had a whole day on the whatever source. But anyway, our singers, who have been integral part of our broadcasting over the last 3 days, have been relocated by Mr. Alistair Bruce Ball.
John, it's the 5 Live Choir. They're in full force. Do you know what? I think they've practiced so much on the European team lament song, because they just didn't see the victory coming, that this is a very hurried little put-together number they've got for us on 5 Live tonight to celebrate the European win. In particular, I think this is in honour to Martin Keimer, who crucially got down in 2 on that 18th green to retain the Ryder Cup before Francesco Molinari got the job done. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Martin Keimer, he came to win the cup. Now we'll take it back to Europe and we'll never give it up.
What happened to Keimer Chameleon? Come on.
Okay. Keimer Chameleon. He came and won. Keimer Chameleon. We came and won.
Tremendous stuff, boys. And I tell you what as well, because Francesco Molinari got that crucial half against Tiger Woods, we've got to have one more rendition of Francesco Molinari's famous song. Here we go.
1, 3, 1, 2, 3. There's only one Molinari. One Molinari. There used to be 2, but now there's just you, walking in Francesco's wonderland. There's only one Molinari. One Molinari. There used to be 2, but now there's just you, walking in Francesco's wonderland.
Well done, boys. You have been absolutely tremendous, singing us through the afternoon on BBC Radio 5 Live. And I tell you what, the interest in them as well, John, down here,
absolutely.
because of the European outfits, everyone is stopping to listen and everyone is stopping to take photos. That was terrific.
Brilliant. Well done, everybody. Thank you very much. We're going to keep them for the moment, apparently. Are we doing something else? I will keep going for a moment. Sorry, I'm just repeating what someone's saying in my ear like a parrot. Simon Dyson sitting alongside me here. Wow, you must come along more often and be part of our commentary team, because if you turn up and it turns out like that, we'd like to have you as part of the team regularly.
I think I should, to be quite honest. That was incredible. That's besides the birth of my little girl, I think that's the best thing I've ever witnessed.
Oh, that's saying something. But I'm glad you actually put it. You'd put it secondary, though. I hope, would you?
Oh, definitely.
That's
yeah.
right, good. I'm just checking. No. Better than the wedding day, obviously. Oh well.
Yeah,
Mrs. Dyson, are you listening?
Experience your wedding day. You don't
it just comes and it goes. That bit like a karma chameleon, if you're honest. Yeah. So, and what does this? A rubbish question to ask at the end of everything. But what does this mean in the general scheme of things for golf? What does it mean for European golf?
Oh, I mean, it's absolutely. I think it's huge for European golf. They've dominated the Ryder Cup for the last few Ryder Cups that there's been, but to be down and out like everybody thought they were coming into the last day, and to turn it around like that, I mean, it just shows so much about the players that there is, and just hope it can be something good for the European Tour now, because the American Tour is obviously very lucrative, and it'd be nice if the European Tour was a bit more like that as well.
Sure. Andrew McGee, we haven't really had an American voice at all since it all ended. What's your take on an extraordinary afternoon sport?
Well, it's exactly right. It's extraordinary, and I'm here to see a wonderful competition, and it was just that to the bitter end. It was so much, American cockiness this morning. We were going to win by 18-12, and all these great, or 18-10, and all these great numbers. All the people we're interviewing, and to see it unfold, it's unfolded like many other events I've seen the last couple of years on the European side, with good putts and well-holed long. Justin Rose on 17 taking Phil Mickelson down at the end, thinking that was a point, and Jim Furyk melting. It was kind of amazing how some of our veteran players really kind of let us down today, and I thought
When Furyk missed that putt, was that the moment when you thought, actually, we could lose this?
Yes, I thought when Justin Rose's putt on 17 went in, this is going to flip Phil Mickelson if he doesn't win 18, and so some of these things were starting to switch and turn, and you could kind of feel it. Here we go, and it definitely it happened. It's great to see the European celebration. I think you guys celebrate way better than we do.
And a final thought on Woods at the end?
Woods had an abysmal Ryder Cup here in Chicago. I think they get blasted by every possible media outlet there will be in this country, and I mean, to not pull up a point and shoot over par today, it's just like, is he really, where is his heart? Is his heart really in this or not? And I don't think so.
Andrew, it's been great having you with us as ever. Thank you so much. Last word to the other Andrew Coulthard. Thoughts on the last 3 days?
It's just been an amazing spectacle, John, hasn't it? I mean, you do wonder if there can be anything better than this in sport. We have witnessed a wonderful summer of sport in the UK, and it's just great that golf and the Ryder Cup could equate it all,
bookend it
finish, absolutely, bookend it all right here in Medina.
And I would say, John, the legacy of this is just that the legend of the Ryder Cup grows ever further. This one will be talked about like Kiowa and like all the other great ones for years and years to come.
Okay, well, a few thank yous before we go. We've had 40-plus hours of broadcasting from here at the Medina Club. To our engineering team especially, we've had a few problems, none of our making, but they've been absolutely brilliant in overcoming all of those. To all of our summarisers who turn up and become consummate broadcasters instantly, and especially to Simon Dyson sitting alongside me here, because make sure you're part of the team in Glen Eagles, but make sure next time you're playing, okay? And a final thought to Graham Reed Davis, who has produced major events for the BBC for the past quarter of a century, but for whom today is the end, and he will pick up a sizable pension as from Monday morning. Not a bad way to go out, Graham. Thank you from all of us for so many, many good times. And it has been an amazing 6 months of sport, hasn't it? Probably starting, I don't know, in Munich maybe, with the most improbable of Champions League victories for Europe, and via the greatest Olympics of all time, ending with an even more unlikely triumph in the gloaming of Illinois. From all of us here in Chicago, good night. No way, Jose? I don't think so.
Attention, please. The final day of the 39th Ryder Cup.
Well, we're ready.
In the dark blue of Europe, trying to invoke the passion, the charisma, the flair, the talent of Seve Ballesteros.
Rory McIlroy is not yet on the course.
Casually making my way out of the hotel room door and got a call saying you got 25 minutes to tee off.
He is trying to get here with the help of a police escort.
Yeah, a police car, in the front of the police car. At least I wasn't in the back.
He's running onto the estate, got a breakfast bar in his hand.
I read the tee times on my phone, and they're obviously in Eastern time.
Hey, I tell you what, it's kicking off in style here.
Always believe in Justin Rose.
What a start for Justin Rose against one of America's big guns, Phil Mickelson. And that is absolutely outstanding from Paul Lawrie.
And Ian Poulter is marching, chest puffed out.
I'm not going to roll over. You know, I'm going to go down blazing. It's dead simple.
Luke Donald's done the job that was asked of him by his captain. He's put a point on the board.
Paul Lawrie has beaten the $10 million man.
Europe needs more. Europe needs Rory McIlroy.
Another point on the board for Europe. Who needs alarm clocks when you're the world #1?
The fight back is on.
Can't breathe. I can't breathe. Unbelievable.
We have Ian Poulter, my friend.
And Ian Poulter has delivered yet again for Europe at a Ryder Cup.
And he'll keep on fighting till the end.
No. Oh, he's got it! Justin Rose has held it!
He's done it again just when Europe needed it.
It's shaping up to be an absolute thriller.
That's enough, says Graham McDowell. He has conceded.
Dustin Johnson shakes the hand of Nicholas Colsaert.
Buckle up, everybody. It could be an amazing ride.
That's his 21st Ryder Cup point, Lee Westwood.